snakeskin hanging from a willow tree, all the birds flying out to sea. The sky's the furthest thing from blue, and all that means is whatever it means to you. A horseshoe hanging on your front door, you break a mirror and you're 7 years poor. If you cross your eyes and you dot your T's, all that means is whatever it means to me. Well, you crack that pack of cigarettes, turn the first one around, and if you see Abraham Lincoln, you pick him up off the ground. You got a rabbit foot in your pocket and a cross on your rear view, and all that means is whatever it means to you. If the sun shines on a rainy day, you hold your breath when you pass a grave. Oh, and if knock on wood is all you can do, all that means is whatever it means to you. Well, you pack that pack of cigarettes, turn the first one around, and if you see Abraham Lincoln, you pick him up off the ground. You got a rabbit foot in your pocket and a cross on your rear view, and all that means is whatever it means to you. The stories told in all these songs don't sound the same to everyone. Some you hear, some you see, and all that means is whatever it means to me. Not all are real, but all are true. All they mean is whatever they mean to you. Well, you crack that pack of cigarettes, turn the first one around, and if you see Abraham Lincoln, you pick him up off the ground. You got a rabbit foot in your pocket and a cross on your rear view, and all that means is whatever it means to you. Well, whatever it means to you. The snakeskin hanging from a willow tree, and all the birds flying out to sea.
Morning, everybody. Give me just a couple minutes and I'll be right with you. You can listen to this one. What's up, everybody? Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever it's working for you. I think I got it all going good. So let's see, we got Joe Madshad, greetings from the Erie Coast. Scat Pack, Huckleberry William. I see your dog Prepper. What's up, Miss Amy? I guess y'all can hear me okay. Oh man, look at there. There's the troublemaker. What's up, Kiss Off? Miss Deb, how are you? Oh man, I don't know. It's a Monday. Been checking on the chickens. Supposed to get some rain today. Supposed to get. This is going to be a bad week over there. I just heard the rumble. It's a coming. Hey, morning, Pilgrim Prepper. Well, I don't know, man. I figured I'd go live and gives everybody a place to kind of come hang out. You know, I'll try to share my day. She's fixing to be going to work, and so then I'm gonna probably try to. I don't know what I can actually do. I gotta try to start planning stuff though. Hey, Hans, Miss Terry. Starting with I don't know. Not good news. What's up? I The weather outside is frightening. Something, I don't know. Something. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Now, just a series of shit and then trying to navigate and figure out how to handle things. Trying to still tend to the chicken coop, although it's at least doable for a while right where it is. But I got to deal with the plumbing, and that just got escalated because Thursday is supposed to be down to like 19 degrees or 14 degrees, which is not normal for down here. So I'll lose all the plumbing. That's what'll happen. So I've got to try to figure something out. It just, I don't know. There is a little feeling in the back that there's like this big wave that's hitting me, and I'm having to kind of keep that in check because you just get different things. And when you start to feel like it's hitting you all at once, then you try to deal with it, and sometimes if you do a fast reaction, it doesn't come out good. Just, I don't know, man. Temperature, I don't need to lose the plumbing. I can't deal with that shit. Let's see. See if I can fix that. I don't know. Give me one sec. Be right back. And bing, bing. Okay, sorry about that. Everything went a little kitty wampus. So let's see, what all did I miss? Oh, let me see, I'll pull it up here. I can't hardly read on that thing. Hey, what's up, Dito? Let's see, pop this out. I don't know, man. I'm winging this shit. I'm telling you, I don't know, and if it makes sense, it makes sense. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It is what it is. But just figure I'm explaining in my head kind of what goes through. But you start to feel this overwhelming pile on of things, different little things, and feel overwhelmed and start to get snippy, start to get agitating easy. So I'm just navigating the minefield, sharing the journey as it goes. I just figured everybody would want a place to kind of hang out. I need to push myself probably to this point. It keeps myself in check. I find for me, if I put myself into a situation, then it forces me to deal with it. And so that helps. Morning, Miss Cindy. And let's see, we got Joe, Huckleberry, Mad Shad, Kiss Off, Pilgrim Prepper. Saw D-Dog come in. Hey, Milkbait, Milky. We got Scat Pat, Miss Cindy, Navy Vet. Let's see, Kiss Off. Oh, yeah, but I think my party for the grandkids is run. Two got the flu. Oh, dang. Hoorah. Let's see. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow to cancel Thursday. I would, Lord. Hell, still spend the day with them. They'll just be mopey around, but you can baby them. That can be like a Christmas present. Just baby them. Yeah, that makes good sense. My brain did a reboot this weekend. Yeah, man, I don't know. I just feel like there's an overwhelming of things. I kind of turn and go, oh, wait, there's that. I got to deal with that. That's coming. And it's kind of like, okay. And you kind of churn a little bit and it's like, well, now there's that. And you churn and then there's that. And it just, at one point, you start to feel like it's kind of like that getting backed into the corner. But it's not really a corner other than just shit behind you. But you look for a glimmer of good, something good, just to kind of go, yeah, to crack a daylight, just to focus on something. That gets kind of tough sometimes. In the real world, it was one thing. The reality here in the digital, it's a different because it's bridging some digital gap. It's weird. I just been, I don't know, navigating. Hey man, take y'all along for the ride. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle, please. They can't come here now with him a diabetic and me with COPD. Oh. Yeah, too bad. I don't know, man. See, that's tough. I don't know. I don't get to see mine. Hey, Carl. What's up, buddy? But yeah, I don't know, man. This fucking. Well, no, and then sometimes I sit here and I process what I'm doing when I'm sitting here talking to y'all, which is basically the world because it just gets stuck out there. But then I feel like I'm whining sometimes. I don't know. Just share shit that goes on in my head. Oh shit! I'm sorry. Oh look, I'm so sorry, Milky.
Good morning.
How long had you been back there?
Just a minute or two.
Oh, okay. Man, I was sitting here and I just happened to look down. As I looked down, it was like, wait a minute, there's a little red mark over here on the right side of that. What? And then it was like, wait a minute, private chat. There's only one way to get private chat. And I immediately looked over at it. It's like, oh shit.
Are we feeling all in our feels this morning?
Well, you just sometimes you feel overwhelmed almost. It's like,
oh yeah,
got the plumbing, okay, and then there's okay, like back when having the kids, it would be like, okay, gotta get him ready, and this is what he needs. There's her, get this, okay, then I need to do this. My job needs this. It's kind of that. I haven't really had to deal with that since they were little, which was like a long time ago. So
right.
And then the digital thing, because you incorporate this part, which is a new experience, into my little what I've been doing for 50 years of processing shit, and all of a sudden here's a new variable. And it's like, okay, wait a minute. I'm juggling 7 balls already, and somebody just threw 2 more in, and I have to figure out how to do 9, not just 8, but 9. And it's like, oh shit. And that's kind of how I feel inside. You start feeling just like, you just want to, I don't know, it's a guy thing, if it's just an emotional thing, but you just want to beat the shit out of something. You just want to go bag style on their ass. Just, I don't know.
Oh yeah.
It's hard to explain. You just want to get it out. You just want to unleash the shit.
That's why I've considered going to the thrift store and getting some like plates or something that I can just smash just occasionally.
Well, there's
or shoot.
Yeah, well, now there you go. Well, better learn reloading because that shit's that's going to start getting expensive.
Oh yeah.
Morning, Mama.
Well, luckily. Oh yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, can you see the chat, Milky?
I can see it if I like click over onto it.
Would you do you mind clicking over and just kind of talking with them for about 2 minutes, and while I walk her to the door?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'll be right back.
No problemo. Hey Pilgrim and Mama, Scat Pack and Kiss Off and D-Dog and Camo Carl. Everybody. Did I miss people? Mad Chad. What are y'all doing? Are y'all caught up and ready for Christmas and stuff? Carl, I hear ya. Ooh, Han Solo. That's actually a really good idea. You just gave me an idea. I might just do that next time I go to the range. I don't have to go to one of those like official ranges because I've got a friend. He runs a shop, but on his property he set up a whole range. So I use that. I've got a cat trying to drink my coffee. Ow. But yeah, that's kind of nice. I just call him up and say, "Hey, can I go shooting today?" And he's like, "Sure." Although I owe him a cinder block because he has them at the benches. So you can sit down if you need to. Well, I had this box that I was using to, my husband and I were zeroing in my rifle, and I might have shot a little low and accidentally blew the heck out of the concrete block. Oops. So I told him, I was like, I owe you a cinder block. Sorry, man. He's so chill, though. It's nice to have people like that. Ooh, Camo Carl, that's a good idea, too. I might have to do that. What do you say? See if your qualification scores improve that way. Right? Put a little emotion into it, right? I'm not a terribly good shot. I used to think I was a good shot, and now I realize that I'm not. But I'm learning that stuff. That's been kind of a focus recently.
Thank you, Milky. I'm sorry.
You're welcome. And don't apologize.
Oh, man. Yeah, there was something in society. I remember there's a story. I don't know if it was a cultural thing about the breaking plates, but yeah. They would throw them in the fireplace.
In a fireplace?
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't want to use glass because there's plenty of glass here already, you know? Whoever... This house was abandoned for a little bit between owners, and I guess it was a party house for the local hooligans. So, like, there was broken glass all over the place, which pisses me off because I like to walk barefoot.
You know, I can actually relate to that statement nowadays, Milky, because given a lot of that situation and with my storm door, there is...
Mm-hmm.
You just can't seem to get rid of that glass. No matter where you look, you spend all this time and you go, okay, there, and you literally walk off and walk back, and all of a sudden it's like, wait, where the hell did what? It just keeps reappearing.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get rid of the damn glass. It goes everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you could use what if you used ceramic? Because then you could grind it up.
Oh, I don't know. Get a tarp or something.
Wouldn't that be? Couldn't you repurpose?
What, ceramic? Well, yeah, I would assume. Oh man, Joe says he had a gun blow up on him last year. Huh.
Oh yeah, let me see.
Yeah, Air Pro, iPro. Man, they have these I don't know, ear protection or whatever, but it cancels out shots, but you can hear everything. My husband got a set for me, and I was like, oh man, these are nice. Like, you could hear the birds, but you couldn't hear the shots, or it muffled them.
Oh. Excuse me.
Sorry, I've got a cat insisting to get on my lap. I think he's cold. It's really freaking cold out here.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to what's coming.
Yeah, I heard briefly that because I was getting my coffee together and everything, I need to get a refill. But you said that y'all are going to be getting a cold snap.
Yep. Yeah, it's Thursday is, I think it's 19 degrees first, and then it's 14 degrees,
Ooh.
and then into the 20s. And it's kind of like, just to put that in perspective, like normal down here, 28, 30-ish for maybe a day or two. That's why we don't get snow, because it just doesn't hit below 32 for very long, if it does. But
Yeah.
now it's fixing to get down to freaking 19. And it's like, oh shit. Yeah. So when it freezes, it'll be freezing faster. And so the way the freezing and pipes and stuff goes, the faster the freeze, then the more stress on the pipe. Just like it's the way the expansion and compression works in it. And if it happened, a flash freeze kind of would crack a pipe long ways is what happens.
How long is it supposed to go, the weather?
I think it was showing at least 5 days.
Oh, shit. Yeah. I was going to say, if it was only going to be a day or two, you could drain your pipes and not have to worry about that.
But Thursday is 14, Friday's 19, Saturday 21, Sunday 25.
Okay. So hey, tell me if I'm being too loud.
No, you're fine. That's why I just made it away.
Yeah. Supposedly it's supposed to get kind of cold here too, but
looks like come Tuesday next week. That's when we'll be coming back above the freezing.
So right over Christmas, huh?
Oh yeah, well that's just okay. I gotta be careful how I say this, because people, it's the world. It's just that's unfortunately that doesn't have the same. That's just today. Sister Marie.
Hey, Sister Marie.
How are you, lady? I'm glad you enjoyed the book.
Oh, did she get her book?
Well, I caught her little smile and her little wink whenever she did her little video kind of updating everybody what had gone on. And she had been occupying herself by reading a book that she had bought, which, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Idellis King or something like that. And she did a little kind of a grin and a wink. And I was like, those books you got.
Yeah, I'd seen some of her videos. She's been through the ringer. I'm sorry to hear that, Sister Marie.
Well, and that's what I was talking about a while ago, when sometimes whenever I talk up here, it's kind of a twofold thing. It's like I throw things out there just so whoever listens just hears what's going on and piece it in however they want, and wherever that fits. But then there's sometimes whenever I do it, and then I'm kind of going, man, I don't know, dude, it sounds like you're whining your ass off. So I'm just sharing, but then when I hear it, it sounds like whining, and it's like, oh man, because it's like she's had a very tough haul. So see, and then I get up here and talk about my plumbing issues, right? And I don't know, maybe I've got some weird, it's inserted in my ass or something, because it just feels bad.
Well, I remember trying to get over whining about stuff myself, and I was like, well, there's always somebody who's gone through something worse, or even worse, listening to somebody whine about something. And I'm like, but you have no idea what this person's going through. Finally, I realized, for everybody, when you're going through something rough, it's the worst thing ever. It's you shouldn't compare stuff,
Yep. Well, for you, it's the worst.
Right, exactly. You know? And that's how I realize. But I do try not to complain too much. Like, I'll tell people sometimes if there's something rough, but I don't know. It's just me, but there are other times that I really just want to bitch, you know?
Yeah, you need to vent. You just kind of,
Right.
hey, you know what? It's kind of like candy. Sometimes that little jiggler just needs to jiggle and release some pressure.
Uh-huh. Speaking of cannon, I need to do some more. I got a deer in my fridge that I need to do something with. But you're talking about overwhelm. I hear you. I mean, I'm trying to catch up, but so many
Well, I will
things.
tell you the most frustrating part, and I was talking to somebody yesterday, and actually the one family member we've been friends for so long, I just consider him my family. I was
Mm-hmm.
going, the most frustrating part is I can sit here and rattle off the shit that's wrong and going, okay, well, I need to do this and I need to do this. And a lot of it's real quick and easy. It's like it was a whole day project just to put some plastic up over the patio door, just kind of like seal that off from the cold. And yet that's like a 10-minute thing in my brain. And for decades, it's been a 10-minute job. It's kind of like this fucking mod thing. You just go, oh, this needs to be put over there. And you go there. Well, now move the mod when you don't have any fucking hands kind of thing. And now you have to process that and you go, oh shit, yeah. And it's that me, it's everything. I got to reach for something. Nah, it's not quite that simple no more. Better get up close on it, better pull it into you. Can't just stand up and reach up and grab that shit. And I'm trying to seal the windows off. And she's like, yeah, we need to put plastic over that one window in the kitchen. And I'm first thing out of my mind is like, yep, need to. And then I kind of went around there and I'm like, yeah, okay, this is going to be a chore because of just where it's at, the angle. And you just get really pissed off. And then that's why I said earlier, you just want to beat the shit out of something. Sometimes you just want to punching bag because you just get frustrated. The simplest shit. I know exactly what to do, how to do it, and everything take nothing to do. But this stupid shit down here keeps it all from happening.
Well, I mean, I can understand getting frustrated. Yeah.
D-Dog asked, Milky, what canner do you use? All-American 921 or a 930?
Hold on, let me go look. Right here. 925.
Well, if you're gonna be specific, I was kind of used to just saying All-American.
Right. Well, yeah, it's a 925. It's an old one. I want to say it's probably from like the 60s, 50s, something like that. I got it secondhand from a lady. Sorry for the noise. Nope. These cats are not going to leave me alone until I feed them. Hold on. Somehow I went from 1 cat to 5.
Oh, later, Pilgrim. I just looked up and saw he was leaving. Later, buddy. Make it a good day.
See a Pilgrim? Is that Pilgrim Prepper or Pilgrim X? I wasn't looking at
Pilgrim
chat.
Prepper.
Oh, gotcha. All right, I'm going to mute myself real quick because I'm going to make some noise, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you all for your support. Hold on. I need what I need to do. I need to increase the font on that. Hey, look at there. There's the words. Chemical, I had one of the original document. Teaching and leading by example, however, not maybe taking me out of work for the winter. Fall risk is too high. Ooh-wee. Well, that's true, Sister Murray. Definitely be careful of that.
Hold on, I gotta go look and see what she said.
She said, "Thank you all for your support. I'm informing, teaching, and leading by example. However, Doc may be taking me out of work for the winter. Fall risk is too high."
Oh, that's, well,
Yep, I totally understand too, especially because it's so easy for them to tell you what not to do. I love that.
exactly.
Okay, well now you need to don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, and it's kind of like, wait, what? Whenever I had they replaced half my cervical. I remember that little dude going, "Okay, now don't pick up anything over 35 pounds." And I looked at that dude and go, "Dude, my thigh weighs more than 35 pounds. Am I not supposed to get up out of bed anymore or what?" Well, you need to be very, very careful. And that was, well, '01. So there's 20 plus years and raised 2 kids. Because I laughed until that good, you paying my bills?
Right.
It's easy to write that shit. Do not do this. There it is. Are you covering all the bills and shit? Because that ball's still rolling down the track. So how have you been?
Me?
Yes.
It's a mixed bag. I've enjoyed taking, the break from YouTube. It's not that I've been completely gone. It's just I haven't spent as much time on it. And it's been good. I haven't gotten as far as I want. It seems like, well, like you said, things take longer than the running joke here is he'll ask me if I'm done with something yet, and they'll say, well, it took longer than expected. And he started finishing my sentences, at that point. But I've got, stuff going on. I've got a cow that's supposed to be giving birth at some point. I walked it back to the date that she first met the bull. So probably, and that was like the 11th of March, I want to say. So she's due, any day. And then my mother-in-law is supposed to come stay with me when my sister-in-law gives birth because she's due around Christmas. So I'm trying to get like a room together for her. And the pregnant cow keeps getting out and I cannot figure out how. So it's like, but my daughter is supposed to come visit for Christmas. Her husband is coming back from Colorado and they decided they wanted to spend Christmas with us. So I don't require that, I don't force my kids to come home for holidays. If they want to, they want to. That's great. But I'll get to see her and him. And then let's see what else. Oh, you want to hear some shit?
Yep.
Okay, so my husband was in the National Guard, right? He went back in 2020 to just go in the Guard. And, because of the jab mandates or whatever, he told them to screw off, kick him out, do whatever they will. So they did. I mean, they gave him a go more and stripped him of his rank and ostracized him and kicked him out of all the, removed all of his clearances and shit, all this stuff, right? Well, turns out that because they're thinking about removing the mandates, right? All of a sudden, he's on the very last part of getting kicked out. And after all of that, now they're starting to think that they're going to keep them. And the best part, and I say that sarcastically, is that potentially they'd be deploying this next year over to Europe. And I'm just like, you have got to be fucking kidding me.
Well, and is it, do you think it's a lot of talk, Milky? I don't know how to say that, but the smoke and mirrors, because I was watching a thing and they're still recommending hospitals, the Biden administration recommending hospitals, any patient being discharged, been given that shit. So it's kind of like, well, wait a minute, over here you're saying you're going to let up on the mandate, but over here you're actually encouraging hospitals on just any patient in there before they're discharged to make sure that they have that. So makes you wonder if that's just smoke and mirrors.
It could be smoke and mirrors. I mean, they're known for making threats and stuff like that. I mean, what he's trying to do is get out before they drop it fully, like get him to go ahead and kick him out. I mean, it's been insulting enough after all that he did. Like his DD-214 was pretty freaking nice. And
That little
now
box was
it's
filled
like,
up with a lot of shit, huh?
yeah, it was pretty freaking full. And you know, all that pretty much got wiped. They took away any training, all that stuff. Like it was just a slap in the face, you know. And then after all that, they're like, well, but we need to send you again, you know. And it's kind of like, so I'm trying to think of anything that we can do to get him out. And then because he didn't want to fight for that anymore, you know.
Yeah.
Like once you know how corrupt it is, just like, no, I don't think so.
Well, and
I
that's
hate
what's
Gypsy.
sad, because you know the structure itself, the principle is 100% awesome, but it's been taken over and jacked by corrupt, crooked ass people.
Mm-hmm. That's for sure.
And that's so sad. Well, it's hopefully he can part ways.
I'm hoping
You
so,
know,
because where they want to send him is
yeah.
not a good place to go right now.
Dude, they're poking it. I mean, they're like struggling. It's like, yeah, you know, I really just, as long as we don't do this, and they just kind of go over there and go thump, 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 thump. You mean that? And it's kind of like, well, yeah. And it's like they
Oh,
are
yeah, they're
poking that
assholes.
dude to a fight.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think a lot of this, I think the stuff with the ATF and everything, they're trying to get a big reaction out of people.
Yeah, they don't
so
want
that
us
they
to
can
focus
further
on
push. Yeah.
See, I guess maybe actually the first word that came to mind was I'm so illiterate. I think that I see things in a weird way, but because it's, and I don't mean this any disrespectful way to anybody in their region, country, and shit, but
Too
I
late. I'm
guess it's
offended.
on the world stage. It's like you have these empires, you know, China. It's just an empire. They just, that's them. You know, you've got the UK, and they kind of have been belly up ever since we got created. I mean, they've just been this little, I don't know, to me, they just, they're a glorified little position that has this, that sits there, but you really don't run nothing, but it looks good. So there we go. And then there's us, but we have this weird shit, the Constitution, and we have this weird way of life. Like, wait a minute, you can come here and buy some land, start a business, and actually become a millionaire. Wow, that's possible. Mm-hmm. And we have the Second Amendment, so we have all this freedom and access to everything. And these other places don't really have that same thing. So now that they're starting this world shit, all these little CEOs at this big ass board table all say, you know what, we're tired of all this individuality. Let's just conglomerate this shit so we can manage our shit better. Well, our Second Amendment and our freedom, our very nature of our freedoms is the biggest hurdle here. The UK is just, they're so used to being whipped on that they ain't nothing. They just make a decision. There you go. It's done. Russia. Homeboy over there is that last bear over there that it's like, yeah, he's bucking this system of this whole one, everybody all in it together shit. And that's why they're poking that. But they'll slowly keep us distracted from that because they're stripping us blind.
Yeah. I mean,
they're literally shipping our hardware over there. They're sending our tax dollars over there. We're being, the storage rooms are being cleared out and everybody's still sitting in the living room watching Netflix. And
you got to wonder why, you know, like that's what I keep wondering is why are we stripping our military so badly? Is there a deeper thing going on here.
The UN.
Because we're putting ourselves. My husband said we could sustain maybe 4 days with China, maybe something like that. I can't remember what he said, but it's not good, because he follows all of that stuff and he's far more cognizant of those issues, as well as he thinks strategically too. So,
well, and if you look at this, it's kind of almost like a business way. Then what you've got is you've got this little group over here that doesn't want to be part of the union, but these people want that union, and that's our military intertwines our country into those branches. So if you can break that shit up, that's what's a lot of left of one of our males, the actual males that, damn, I don't know if I, you know what, fucking a man's a man, and there's apparently that's becoming a very limited exotic resource. So what you
right,
do is
and
you
they're
go
the bad
through
guys,
there.
supposedly, or they're
Yeah.
being labeled as such. Yeah, toxic
Yeah.
masculinity. My daughter said she wanted to make a T-shirt that said "Toxic, I support toxic masculinity," because it pisses her off too.
Hell yeah. I mean,
Especially if
that's
she's
whole.
tougher than most of the boys. Or my oldest, she was disgusted when she went to boot camp. She said it wasn't hard. She really expected it to be harder. She trained for it and all of that stuff, and then she went, and then she was like, "This is a freaking joke."
She got all excited, and where was the party?
Right.
Damn.
I mean, granted, it was still challenging. There were some challenging elements. Mostly it was dealing with the other chicks.
Well, and that was mainly it was
Nasty
probably
people.
because it was new. Probably just the main challenge was just the fact that it was something new, like a new environment, new people and everything, and just adapting to that itself.
Well, yeah. I mean, she's pretty good with people, but because she didn't buck the system very much, and she wasn't about to take, shit, she got on some nasty people's bad side.
So John was asking me, Rescue, what's the plan for your chickens when this cold snap hits? We still have our coop under the patio, and I have a big tarp I can put over the hen house and may add a heat lamp when the time comes. Okay, well, the first thing I'm going to address is that evil ass word called tarp. Okay, so I ain't doing no big tarp again. That's the lesson learned. I got a little bitty blue one that's over their shit right now. I went out there earlier this morning, and I went ahead and opened their door because the rain was coming. I don't know what I'll do. I actually just looked out the door a minute ago, leaned over, because by the way, if you didn't see that little video, Milky, you want to get a crack out of something, you can go watch Saturdays. I moved that coop with the mower, and boy, my poor chickens have PTSD. I can tell you right now.
Oh, they'll be fine.
No, we'll find out if I got some tough ones or not, because they'll either be in psychotic now, because, oh man, you'll have to watch that. I felt so bad for them afterwards too. Yesterday I was out there just talking to them and apologizing. It was like, I know that was some jerky ass shit. Next time I'll try to just take you out of there. But
well, I mean, yeah, they do get over it. Like, it just takes them a while to settle down. But at the same time, when it comes to keeping your chickens warm when this happens, if you just give them a crap ton of bedding, like hay or leaves or something like, I know you don't want to put leaves in there, but if you put a bunch of freaking leaves in there. What? You did?
I done did. Yeah.
Good. Well, that's what we did with our chickens. What they'll do is they'll kind of huddle together and then they'll fluff up, unless they're stupid.
Well, I might have just jarred the living whatever little brain they had.
Mm-hmm.
I might have just jerked them out, because you have to watch how I jerked that damn coop, and you can only imagine them sitting in there going, wham, wham, oh shit. It's kind of why the pack of cookies is never whole after you kind of toss them around the back seat a little bit. You always end up with I'm wondering if that's what happened to them.
You scrambled their brains a bit. Man, it's cold out
I started the scrambled egg process a lot early.
here. Right. Those eggs
But I
will come
think
out scrambled.
Nikki was telling me, and I've got like one of them silver, the silver light things. Those things been around forever and a day. And I don't have one of those ceramic heat things yet. I got to wait. Matter of fact, I don't know, man. This will be part of the whining thing because I start adding up these little things, and it's like the third Wednesday of the month is when anything happens, and then that's limited, and then we just wait another one.
Mm-hmm.
But she said I can just take a regular light bulb, so I might just put a regular light and put it in there because one thing about that too, while it's a pain in the ass and I went overkill, it also doesn't have a lot of leaks and shit in it. So once they build up some body heat, it'll maintain in there.
Sorry, I had to cough. Yeah, that's the plus of ever building it like that.
But I do have some. I went and talked to the guy that hooked me up with my mower, and we did that deal. And my John Deere was in such good shape that after we got done with that, it actually got delivered back to him, and he saw it. So they gave me credit. Well, I went by and talked to him, and he's going to hook me up with some old mower tires.
Oh, nice.
And that's what I might put on that damn thing. So they'll be nice and wide. They won't sink in, and they'll roll around just like a mower does. So then it shouldn't have no problem. I'll just pull them wherever they need to go.
That'll be perfect.
Yeah, I sure wasn't. I don't know, man. Because okay, so I'll just do this little tangent. You know what? And if people don't want to hear it, well, then mute the fucking thing is all I can say. I've got 2 days. Today's Monday. I get my funds are on a Wednesday. So then that means I can't really do anything until tomorrow evening. After 5:30 tomorrow evening, then I can do shit as far as purchase wise, because it won't actually kick in until 5:30 on a Wednesday. So, because that's when the bank closes, and when they process your shit, they might close it one time, but your transaction's cut off at a certain time to be processed the next day type thing. So that's our cutoff for my little bank. Anyway, so I got to juggle this with plumbing. I think I've got them situated. I just have to run an extension cord and a light out there. So then that'll at least take care of them. And I think I'm just going to put the fucking, you know what? That's what I need to do. I don't know what to do about water. I guess I'll just have to go out every morning and give them fresh water. Because I noticed yesterday or day before, whenever we dropped this little cold snap come through, and it froze their little tray of water.
Yeah, you can always too, like, get a kettle or something, or put it in the thermos if you don't want to spill it when you're going out there. But you could take hot water out and just kind of pour it over top of the ice, and it'll melt it. It'll cool off real fast. But I don't know what kind of container you have. What kind of water?
Nikki, actually, they stopped at Tractor Supply. Evil word I know now. My bad. But
I don't care.
It's those clear plastic ones. I say clear. It's got a frosted, and it's got the red tray on the bottom, and like the water one, you stand it on its side and you fill like the bucket up, and then you put the red tray on, screw it, and the feed one's the same way. It's one of those. I forgot the name. The little label was still on them.
Well, you've not got that many chickens. You can always just do a bowl, like a mixing bowl, even with some water, and then just dump it out and then fill it back up, that kind of thing. Or have some water jugs lined up.
Do they drink often? I mean,
they don't drink that much.
Okay. Because see, like with Rudy, I always make sure his water bowl, especially during the winter, because here's a funny thing for you. As dogs generate more heat, they'll become thirstier because they'll burn off.
Mm-hmm.
And so they'll drink more during the winter time. And then in the peak of summer because of the heat. So it's actually, I didn't know how chickens were. And it's like, I don't know. Because I think I'm going to just, every evening when I shut the door, I'll just empty the water. And then in the morning when I go out to open the door, I'll just take them fresh water.
Yeah, because it's not like they're up and moving around during the night. That's actually a really good idea. I might do that myself, actually.
Yeah, that way I don't have to worry about it. I mean, there's only 4 of them, you know.
Yeah, they're not going to drink that much.
And I'm sorry I missed anything in chat. Let me look because,
Oh, yeah, people are right.
I haven't got to talk to Milky in so long. I just wanted to catch up.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I do, man. It's kind of just, well, and I'll just say, you get used to some things, and that might even be useful for anybody else. That's, sometimes you gotta get complacent. We talk about the complacency of everybody else, but sometimes you can kind of get in a little cycle and a routine, and you're kind of a comfort zone, and then something changes that, and you got to adapt on the fly. And things aren't always what they appear.
This is true. Yeah, Carl's saying, yeah, they adapt. I mean, especially if they're kept outside all the time. I've never used a heat lamp except for like with chicks. You got to do that before they feather out. But
well, me and the wife were talking about that, and because I told her, I go, I sit here and I've watched people up in, flipping Ontario or some shit and out in the snow and -12, and they got chickens. And the matter of fact, there's one lady that talks about they don't need heat. That's our chickens are doing fine. But and what we kind of laughed about was like, well, okay, but I'm a person, and that other guy up there is a person. But if you just up and pluck people and went, hey, you know what? Why don't we relocate you to here? I mean, I'm not sure that the systems, well, we're technically the same human being, but so it's kind of like the chickens get more adapted. It's like if those all of a sudden hit -4, would they go into just like a shock because they're not adjusted to it, even though technically chickens can survive, but those chickens have never been exposed to that.
Well, yeah, like I said, if you put enough bedding in there, they'll fluff up. They luckily have a coat on all the time, okay. So they can fluff up, and as long as they don't get because you've got ventilation in your chicken coop, so that shouldn't be an issue. But the only problem you might have is, and they don't have very big combs right now, do they?
No.
So that's good, because the bigger their combs, the harder it is for them, or the easier it is for them to get frostbite.
Oh.
Because that's the main thing. And I've had chickens get frostbite before. It didn't come into the coop or something like that. And that does suck, but oh, kiss off, thank you.
Oh, morning, Miss Tina.
I was gonna tell you something, now I can't remember what it was.
I will say Bug Out didn't feel very good this morning, so.
Oh yeah. I hope he's not sick or anything.
No, I think it was just a hell of a time last night.
Oh. I had that the other day. My husband brought home a bottle of wine, a really good wine too.
The Chardonnay?
No, it was a Cabernet, but it was really good. I felt it the next day. I was like, man.
It was really good.
Mm-hmm. It's funny, when you're young, you can just bounce back. But as I've gotten older, man, I can't do it as well.
that bounce is a little bit slower to come back up.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
It's actually funny too, because I thought that night when Nikki and Jeremy were over, that it's because I was gonna finish off that crown, and I thought, oh boy, this would be interesting, but hell, I don't. It was okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't feel no different the next day or nothing. I don't even know that I'm sure I had a buzz. I don't know. I don't watch myself. I think I kind of remember what happened, so I don't think I was too buzzed. Nobody brought up anything really embarrassing, so apparently it couldn't have been too bad.
Yeah.
That was pretty. That was a fun weekend, I gotta say.
I'm glad you guys had fun. I enjoyed popping in there for a minute.
Yeah, sorry I didn't get to talk to you much.
Oh, I don't care. It's fine. I was just trying to make it a point to stop by because, again, I haven't been around so much, but, and I can't stay too terribly long today because I've got quite the list to do.
Yep, it's getting closer. When does she come?
Well, she's coming up Christmas Eve. I don't think my son's coming. I think he's going to go hang with his friends for Christmas. And then my youngest, but oh wait, are you talking about my mother-in-law coming?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know.
Your project, your dog.
Yeah, my sister-in-law, she's due any day, so, or she could go any day. I talked to her briefly yesterday because she was asking about my cow, and I was like, well, forget about the cow. How about you?
Right.
I'm so excited. This is her first, and she's my favorite sister-in-law. She has more balls than most men.
Carl, okay, way to get me to go watch a show I missed, Rescue. Hey, I'm gonna tell you now, if you didn't see this Saturday's with the chicken coop moving, that might be entertaining. I don't know.
I'm gonna have to watch that because I didn't see it.
That was a chore.
Day before Saturday. I was busy all day. I actually went and got a vehicle, but we had to drive it's supposed to be 3 hours, ended up being 4, and then getting it and everything, and then coming back.
Oh, what'd you get?
I got a little truck, a Ford Maverick, which, yeah, I was very nervous about that because I've never gotten a new vehicle before, like a new, and I don't like spending the money, but the way that it worked out with my husband's second job, it'll be okay.
So I'm so
cheap.
So you bought a brand new Ford Maverick?
Yeah.
I didn't even realize they had brought the Mavericks back.
It's like a very small truck.
Yeah. Oh, so it's supposed to have been the Ranger.
It's like a Ranger except smaller. Like the bed's pretty tiny. But we just got like the base thing. I mean, it doesn't have cruise control.
Sorry, I gotta look that up. I had no idea that Ford was bringing the Maverick back, and then they bring it back as a truck.
Mm-hmm. It drives like a car, though.
I'm glad I didn't know that before. I would have really realized that the world was upside down.
I didn't even know there was such a thing as a Maverick before this. So
really, so you don't know what the old Mavericks look like?
No.
Oh, you'll have to do that. So you need to Google that shit, because then all of a sudden you're going to go, oh, I see what the hell Rescue was talking about now. That's some weird shit. Because it's kind of like a shit. The Pinto, do you remember like the Ford Pinto?
I've heard people talk about them. I'm sure I've seen them, but I am so not a car person.
What about like a AMC Pacer? Remember them little weird cars, the AMC Pacers?
No. I told you, I barely know anything about cars. I don't care. Point A to point B, that's all I think about.
So do you okay, you know a Mustang. So you know that And I saw where Serpentity
I
put
do
that
know that.
fastback. So you remember the Mustang that did the fastback,
Guess.
where it has the sloping, it doesn't have the back window that cuts off, it slopes down to the tail.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, take that car and then shrink it down a little bit more and cheapen it up.
Okay.
And that's what a Ford Maverick used to be.
Oh, gotcha.
And so now it's a truck, and it's like, I'm sorry, wasn't that the Ford Ranger? I mean, why do you have to flip that shit upside down?
Oh, I
The
don't know. I don't know why
Maverick
these
was a car, and the Ranger was the
car.
truck. Well, now they got the Maverick as a truck.
So they should call it the Maranger.
The Ranger. Well, actually, if you combine them, wouldn't that be manager?
Uh-oh, I'm breaking up. What'd you say?
If you combine those words, wouldn't that be manager?
Oh shit, nobody wants to call a car manager.
I drive the manager. Hey, what you got? I got a Ford manager.
Right. Yeah, Scat Pack. It's got 4 doors, so like it's actually roomier than it looks. You know, I was really surprised. But again, I'm not like the guy was like, well, "What color you want?" I was like, "I don't fucking care." Like, so I mean, eventually, like I picked a color, but then they had to have like fancy names for them and stuff. One of the names, it was like a tannish color or something like that. They called it, or maybe a silver, and they called it Area 51. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then, like, I don't know. It's like paint names. There's like 200 shades of white.
That would have been a good reference to size. So do you remember the Toyota Corollas?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was what a Maverick used to look like, was a little like that. It was considered a little car like those.
Right.
So that's what was crazy.
Oh.
I just have to look up and see that.
You know, it's hilarious. So we also, my husband found a really good deal on this little Honda, the Honda Civic hatchback. It's an older one because we needed see, my other car, this is why we went and got one. My other car was falling apart. Like I had driven it to the ground. And so we needed something that my daughter could use for when she gets a job. She's looking to find a job as a vet tech, my youngest. And then, so she's going to need transportation, and driving like a full-size truck, that just kills your economy, like especially with gas prices. So, so with her, he got this Civic, and it's ours, but she can drive it because we don't give our kids cars, but she can drive it, and then she can save up for her own vehicle. Well, it's a stick shift, and it's been a while since we've had a stick shift because they just don't make that many of them anymore, you know? And so yesterday, because we've got this circular part of our driveway, yesterday she learned how to drive a stick shift. It was hilarious. I laughed my butt off. She stalled out so many times.
D-Dog said Milky got her truck in white with black spots, so it looks like a cow.
Yep. That would be kind of funny.
Which, by the way, everybody, I haven't acknowledged. Sorry, I haven't really. I usually try to greet everybody as you come in. Sorry, but good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's working for you.
It's my fault. I distracted him. Mean.
It had to be mine because I sent the link. So.
Yeah. Well, when you do that, then I know you're actually going like, because I haven't been looking at YouTube as much. I'll catch stuff here and there, but not too much. And hey, Constitutional, I did mean to say hi. Sorry.
Oh, look, Constitutional Carpenter, I scrolled up to see, and he said his first car was a 73 Maverick.
Oh, really? Sorry, I'd missed that.
Well, I was scrolling up because I think Miss Tina, there was something she said, and I wanted to make sure I got it right because she's got a bulging disc between her shoulder blades.
Ooh. Ow.
And I'm so sorry. I can relate to that. I got you. I will say now, one thing I've been over the past few years with this stuff is I find this is weird, and definitely I don't do it around in front of nobody because it does feel weird. But sometimes you lean over and you just picture your spine and then try to bend over to where you can get that spot to where, like, and I don't know how to say it, but like if the bulge is coming out on the left side, then you lean over to the right to kind of give it more of a gap. So then it'll pull it off of the nerve, because that's where usually most of my pain comes from, is when that vertebrae or the disc gets up against my spinal cord. That's what causes a lot of my issues. So if I lean, I can kind of sit for a little bit, and it's kind of like giving it room. Kind of gives a little room.
Make fun of you right now.
Huh?
So you just walk crooked. There once was a crooked man who lived in a crooked house.
Yep, that's me. I got the fun house hallway. Matter of fact, that's why
you just gotta laugh.
Surprised nobody's brought it up yet, but the view's different, and I was surprised nobody really caught that. And that's because, dude, I've been just feeling miserable lately, and I told her, going, I don't understand if I'm getting worse or what, but I said, shit, I don't do it. I sit there and I said, my gut. Well, come to find out what it is, see, the house is so unlevel that when I was facing that way, well, my desk was over there angled, and I was actually leaning as I was sitting, just didn't realize it. And I was looking while I didn't catch that until all of a sudden I wheeled and I rolled over to halfway and I turned my chair like this and I started sitting, and within 20 minutes I went, oh, okay, that's what that shit is. So then she helped me and we kind of rearranged some shit, and I got over to this side more in the middle than that outside bowl. There's another one of them little things, I mean, at some point, shit's just going to go blink, and it is what it is. So, and I'm just one of those, I'm the wrong person to know about a problem, because I immediately start trying to think of the solution, and it drives me crazy, because especially if there's anything monetary involved, because then the solution, I get so far and it's like, well, that won't, can't do that. Okay, nope, can't do that. Nope, can't. And then I get pissed, and I haven't adapted to that. No. Morning, Eric.
Hey.
Which morning, Serpentity, and I saw bacon in here too. Morning.
Navy vet goes, leave instructions in cursive if you have a manual transmission, millennial theft proof.
Pretty much. Great. Just like before long, we'll be able to write in cursive, and it'll be some kind of secret code.
Hey, Amy.
It'd be just like, I don't know. Well, actually, I ask around here, and I guess in our little schools they still do it. But I was forward to hear that that's the norm going around, is not even to have them writing.
I think mine learned cursive, but I don't think it was like pushed, Kind
of like
get away with just printing. My son's handwriting is absolutely freaking terrible, but I told him, I kept telling him, you need to neaten your handwriting, and he just didn't care. He would try a little bit more, but now my girls on the other hand, my daughter, the oldest, she's a lefty, and she has like the prettiest handwriting ever. And it was just because she cared about it, Because normally, like lefties, it's a little harder to read. I had one boss back when I was a teen and worked for a caterer. God, he had the worst handwriting. I could not understand any of it. And he'd leave lists of stuff to do. And I'm like, dude, I need a translator.
Well, believe it or not, I used to be like that myself because I got so long time ago, man, people got on to me. And so I started anything I'm going to tell you, I'm leaving for somebody else, then I would start printing it out because my cursive, it was my own shit. I knew what I was saying. So any notes, I just started writing. It's like, okay. But then if I left that going here on something, people would be looking at that, or if I was writing on plans, oh, dude, talk about pissing some people off. You sit here and you circle and you mark some shit and you're on these plans and you're writing exactly what's wrong. And then it gets rolled up and sent off. And some little bean counter dipshit engineer sitting behind a desk up in the 30th floor looks at that and is like, I can't even read this. And then you have to sit there and write, because that was actually back in the day too, before you just sent out emails and shit. So then you get this damn memo. Now you got to sit down and kind of go back over it. And that's when I started printing what I wanted anybody else to understand. I'll print it so you can read it.
Right. Oh man, Tina, I'm sorry to hear that.
I wanted to say, I will say, and this is just for me, Miss Tina. So, but I noticed you said you've iced it all night, and this is just for me, but believe it or not, the ice makes me hurt more. I do better with the heat, and then I get in the fetal position. Gives me the most relief. It's just that the rest of my body isn't a big fan of it. But on my spine, from my mid down through my lumbar, that's what gives me a little bit of relief.
I can't even remember what I've done.
Man, the cold though makes things, I don't know, it contracts to the part to where it I don't know, it makes me ache. That's why actually this cold weather makes me ache. But I noticed she said when she stands up, she feels real nauseated, and that's me. That's why I limit my walking. I could just kind of go, hey, okay, I'm going to go do this, but then I'm going to be, by noon, I'm going to be wanting to puke, and I'm not going to do anything else then for tomorrow. So
that sounds miserable.
It really, well, it kind of was there. That's why a year ago I was pretty shitty head frame of mind, because you just kind of. But now I'm slowly adapting. There you go. This is gonna. By doing this, I'm forcing myself to participate. So when I force myself to participate, then I have to figure out a way to do that. So, and at first it was just sitting here, and then that was okay for a while. But once the fog kind of cleared, and then I'm kind of watching people do stuff, you with the cows, and then with the electrical stuff, Hutch and his clearing, and you got backwoods out here fishing and hunting, and you get Tiger out there, you get Nikki with the, so everybody's just kind of got this outside stuff, and then that kind of, to me was kind of like a push then to do more. And then, that's why the chair, we laughed, because it was like, you realize I had that chair and I might have used that chair 3 times up until a few months ago. About 7 months ago, 6 to 7 months ago. That's when I've really started using this chair. Like all this outside shit with the chicken coop, I didn't do none of that shit. That chair, I never went outside. I made it an attempt to go around the yard one time, and it was like, this is such a pain in the ass to come up and down that ramp, get in and out of the door. But then, this is why I say garbage in, garbage out. You watch the shit you listen to and put in. See, everybody was so encouraging here that drove me to do. Now I got 4 fucking chickens sitting out here in the thing that I have to stress and worry over. See, thanks y'all.
You're welcome. Hey, it's good. Well, it's good to get out of your own head if you start finding yourself in a bad place. And it feels good to do stuff,
Ooh, man, doesn't it? Accomplishments just kind of give you that fire, just like,
dopamine rush right there.
It is. I don't understand what happened to that to a majority of people. I mean, you accomplish something, man, it's just that, I don't know. Yeah.
I think people can learn it. Like, I think perhaps we didn't teach people to feel a sense of accomplishment when they are done with something. Like, it was just kind of, you do this or don't do it at all. They weren't told to do anything at all. It's like the little one, when I fold laundry when she's here, she wants to help. Well, with my kids, I just kind of like, go play, I'll take care of it and everything. And then I realized later on that was doing them a disservice.
Right.
The chores actually were a good thing. And then when they'd clean the kitchen really nicely, praise them. They don't need a freaking trophy, but that little boost of job well done. And I would tell them, I was like, it doesn't matter what you're doing, even if you're cleaning a freaking toilet. Okay, if you do that, then you get to say, wow, look how nice that toilet looks.
That's it.
But she likes to fold the little washcloths.
I was raised that way. My dad actually used to use the ditch as a reference. He said, I don't care if you dig a ditch for somebody, then when you do, you make it the best ditch that person has ever seen. And it just stuck in my head ever since. It's like, no matter what you do, just do the best you can do and try to make it the best. I mean, I don't have orange hair up here, but it's the best. Huge.
Huge.
Yeah.
Or, even this was the other thing too, that I had to learn how to break in myself and then also try to teach them was, I used to do stuff to please people. And I learned that doesn't always work. So I would do it for myself. And that's what I would tell them too, is like, when you do a job, do your best. And it doesn't matter what everybody else thinks. You take pride in it. It's to make you happy, or feeling accomplished. You know what I mean? Yep. Am I saying that right?
Yeah. I mean, well, and
yeah, Carl.
It'd be kind of, and it's an either or, because like, I guess, like I find a lot of satisfaction when I know I've helped somebody.
Mm-hmm.
There's just, that really just, I don't know. And it's not even that anybody would even know, it's not that. It's just knowing that you help be something positive, or you help somebody through something, or you were there. And I don't know if that comes from knowing how that feels, or what, but there's something about that. And so you mix that with the accomplishments. It's as weird as this might sound, but it would be like a fire even, if you can zoom out and go, oh, but man, look, they lost their whole house. But you know what? There's sometimes when it's all over and you're thinking, man, and they will literally, I've seen people find one fucking thing that was left that meant everything to them. And so then you kind of wonder, it's like, well, what was it? So were you able to, and this sounds weird, but did you put out that chest or drawer in time so that one drawer that survived had the brooch from their grandmother, or had the watch from their dad, or, some item. And while every fucking thing is gone, it's nothing but a pile of charcoal. But that gives them a spark, and there's something to be said about that. And so you just take that and you do that through anything, and then I did the computer shit. And people are so frustrated, and then all of a sudden it works good, and they're just like alleviated of that stress, and you feel good about doing that. I don't know, it's weird.
Well, I mean,
I'm a weirdo.
Yeah, you freaking weirdo. Yeah, no. No, like when you helped me with the wiring that one day, or a couple of days actually, I mean, that was great. And I kind of lost my temper a couple of times because it was freaking annoying, but not you, the whole situation. But
oh yeah.
And I didn't have to watch my mouth so much, so I could be a complete freaking potty mouth. It was great.
Right. Yeah. Well, see, and it was good to help you, though. I felt it just, I don't know.
No,
I
really appreciated it. Yeah. It is. It is a good feeling to have.
Oh, Miss Tina. Okay, a vape. I just looked up. Scat Pack said I also get vapes, and then Tina said I tried. It makes me cough terrible. Miss Tina, do you happen to be a smoker by chance? Because it will. A vape will make you a smoker cough.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
that
vape for a
carrying
while.
agent. It goes in and it'll start breaking that nicotine up.
Well, what about gummies?
Yeah. Gummies are there's drops too. You can do drops just like under your tongue. Just
Oh, I
raise
didn't
your
know
tongue.
that. See, I can't handle that stuff very well. Like I tried. I
Okay,
think it
you
was a
already
CBD one, but like, man, that messed me up big time.
like messed you up.
Loopy.
Your thinking and stuff and made you
Oh yeah, I
kind
couldn't
of feel weird and
concentrate.
stuff.
Yeah, I didn't like that, and I know some people love that. I think it affects people differently, but for me, it was just like,
Well, now,
no thanks. I was
well, that
useless. I
was
went to bed.
that was the whole that was the THC. That was the full blown version, huh? Or was it just supposed to be CBD?
It was supposed to be CBD. Like it had like next to nothing
Well, yeah,
as far
see,
as the other one
that
went.
next to nothing, that next to nothing matters though. Oh, yeah. But for you, if you don't used to it, you need to make sure you get some, and there'll be a lab, and it'll a lab report, and you can actually get
Mm-hmm.
just the ones that don't have the THC in them.
Well, I mean, I believe that the plant is very beneficial in a lot of ways, but yeah, I
Nerve.
don't know.
For
For
me,
me,
it's
I don't
nerve.
need it. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
if
letter
you don't need
tumbling.
it, ain't no point in doing it if you don't need it.
Exactly. Well, I was trying to help me fall asleep, and that worked. I couldn't freaking do anything. So,
We'll see. Now you can
hey,
get
ma'am.
like the little drops of the CBD to help you sleep or something. Like that's what she'll do every now and then. She kind of gets
Mm-hmm.
real restless or something because she also has to be able to pass the test. So it's just a straight CBD, but she does a couple of drops just under her tongue and she lets it. The worst thing she hates is that it tastes like dirt. Because if it's the CBD, just that is the thing is CBD, so it's from that part of the plant. It's not even the THC flowering part. Then it'll have a real strong dirt taste.
Kind of like Swiss chard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or, oh shoot, what was it? I used to make this. I need to start doing it again, but it was this blend of really healthy shit. Like it had ashwagandha powder in it. And it was this, I can't, what did she call it? It was like her latte thing. Rain Country made it. And basically it was a bunch of like really healthy stuff for you. And you make it, and it was kind of like supposed to be a coffee substitute to drink in the morning, but you're getting all these good benefits from all these medicinal plants. But ashwagandha, that stuff tastes like dirt, man. I'd make it for my husband. He's like, "Oh, this is terrible." I was like, "Drink it. It's good for you."
Tina said, I wonder what milligram I should start with since I'm new to it. Well, you always err on the side of caution. So you start small and then you go. So my personal 2 cents, just with a grain of salt, you have options of like a 200, 400, 600, 800. I would start at the 200 and then I would see how that does. And if it doesn't feel like enough, then I would do the next. But somebody goes, oh, I'll just do the 6. Well, that might be somebody that's used to it. I would baby steps. We started life that way. Don't lose that principle. Baby steps.
Baby steps. Yeah, Eric, she does have a really cool channel. I've watched her for, oh, geez, 5+ years now.
What's up, man? I saw your new intro, by the way, Mayhem. Pretty cool. There was a little bit of a letdown though, so I have to be honest. But as you walked up to the camera and got really close, I was expecting some real like, and you had that look like I'm fixing to be extremely serious, but it just didn't smack me.
Mm-hmm.
You should have smacked me. I'm just
Yeah,
picking.
Gypsy. Gypsy, if you look up Rain Country Homestead, she'll pop up. And it's Heidi and Patrick. Actually, like way back in the day, we'd email back and forth a little bit. I used another name at that time. I used my real name on YouTube, and so when I made this channel or this account, I didn't want to use my real name. You know what I mean? I know some people don't care, but I care. My name is different enough that I don't have a very common name, so. Per sec.
Might be a matter of opinion.
Oh, that's right, because you know it. Not many people do.
Man, oh man, I can hear that thunder roll.
Do you hear background noise here?
No, ma'am. I don't even hear that music playing on that I have playing background though. So
I don't hear it either. Do you have it on?
yeah, it says it was running. It's showing that it's running.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, it's
Have
supposedly
like this
running.
on top of my wood stove. I have one of those fans that it just runs off of heat. So when the heat rises from the stove, it spins the blades.
Oh, okay.
Acts like kind of a blower.
Yeah. Thermal
But
control.
it's being a little loud right now. But it's so warm by the fire, you know? I froze my butt off earlier and I'm just now thawing.
They haven't come out yet. I guess they decided to hell with that shit, man. Which actually, I put that tarp over and I opened the door, but they weren't overly thrilled. And I've been paranoid ever since because then it was like it was still dark out. I opened the door and it's kind of like, okay. I have deterred a couple of feral cats.
Oh.
Yeah, one yesterday. That even might have been one of those permanent solutions.
Yeah, it's not good if they're going after the chickens.
No, and it was weird too, man, because I was sitting here and I was watching them, and I looked away. I started. I think I got mixed with some books, and then I came back, and all of a sudden I noticed all of them were standing up, looking in one direction with their heads like stuck straight up, and I'm going, "Hey, what are you looking at?" So I went over then to the door and I'm looking at them and I'm looking like in their direction that they're looking. And I'm like, well, I don't really see. What are you seeing? Apparently they see something. Dude, I stood there for the longest time and all of a sudden I saw this shadow by the base of a tree move. And I went, wait a minute, what? And then I kept watching that spot. And sure enough, here comes the nose. That little shit was already in that little slink stalk mode. And I'm like, okay. And then that's as it come from, it was beside a tree. That's why I couldn't see what they were looking at. And then as that little nose come out, and it was like, oh, okay. So kind of, I had to get the message board that said go away, and it took me a minute to get the power onto that sign. And by then the front shoulders were there. So that one might have actually ended up being a permanent message. But I got to say, I think the squirrels are even picking up on the fact that, oh, yeah, we're protected now, because they come down and play around the coop outside with them.
You're kidding.
Yeah. I'll,
Kind of
I'll,
cute.
I'm gonna. Matter of fact, I told her I'm gonna try to start capturing some of the camera footage whenever I watch it and jump because they'll get you can because I've been watching the chickens so much I watch what they watch, and then all of a sudden I started noticing because the squirrels will haul ass up the tree and when the cats get around too.
And do they? Well, you see, when your rooster gets bigger, maybe he'll be an asshole like mine. And like the cats do not mess with the chickens here. That rooster man, oof, he's driving me nuts.
Oh, whatever, mayhem. You know I'm just picking.
And
I
what
mean,
do
you
you
did
say?
know I was picking, right? There's YouTube. I better clarify that. That was straight up humor. I might not do it very good.
I'm finding people don't get sarcasm all the time.
Well, I didn't even get a smiley after that statement. It was just, I apologize that my introduction video let you down, Rescue. And it was like, damn, it was just a joke. He might not even be here to
Oh,
hear
he'll
me
be
no
fine.
more.
He'll be fine. When I was trying to get my cow in the other day, freaking rooster followed me into the field, right? And he was stalking me. Because what he does is he acts like a jerk when I'm feeding the ladies, but he knows that if I'm facing him, he isn't going to get away with it. So he waits till I turn my back and then he runs up behind me. And he did that when I was in the field with the cows. Well, I got a little tickled because he was following me doing this whole thing. So I have to keep looking back to remind him not to chase me. And one of the cows came through and just headbutted him way out of the way. And I was like, oh, thank you. See, my cows look out for me. I think it was a bull too. He was
I
like,
see, looking out
get
for
out of
you.
my field. Huh?
Looking out for you.
Mm-hmm. The thing is now like I realize that he's pretty useful at protecting the ladies, so I can let him out, and I'm not terribly worried about predators with him. But and he cared, like he watches out for the girls. So now it's like he's a jerk, but maybe he's my jerk.
He's your jerk.
Well,
Hey,
this is
Jen.
why I get along with assholes too. Hey, Jen.
Hey, in this day and age, might not be such a bad thing to be an asshole, or at least what's being called an asshole right now.
Yeah, there's a
Cougars
difference.
to
Like
that.
you have ones that are legitimately.
Let's see. Carl said, "I'm glad you're on, Rescue, and glad to see everyone here. Yesterday, I found out a longtime friend found out he had brain cancer and died in a few weeks. He never seen
Oh
it
man.
coming. He was forgetting. That's see. There's one of my biggest fears.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Three
Some
main
things are very
things. I
quick.
don't, I don't ever want to burn to death. I don't want to drown, and I don't want to forget who I am.
Yeah, that's probably a good list to have.
Yeah, yeah, man. I can only imagine what that does for some people because the one I've worried about that. I know this sounds kind of corny, but how do you know you forget shit when you forgot it?
Uh,
You know, so it's
yeah,
like you don't know when it really is happening to you because you don't remember it.
yeah. I think there is some like moments where people know, like, when my husband was in the Coast Guard, because he started in the Coast Guard, then went Army. But when he was in the Coast Guard, his boss, we called him Guns. He was a jerk too. But anyways, his dad, he would go to visit him, and his dad had some kind of injury. Anyhow, the man couldn't remember past like, I think it was like 30 or 60 seconds. So like the doctor told him he's not gonna ever die because his stress level is so low. Like he's always happy. His son will come over and he's excited to see him. Probably has something to do with his base personality, though, I'm guessing, because I think that other people whose personality might be a little more irritable, maybe they would just get irritated all the time. But his son would come and he'd be so excited every 30 seconds or so. Oh, you came to visit me, like. But they'd have to hide cookies because he would have a cookie and then forget he was eating a cookie and have another cookie and so on and so forth,
See, that's who we.
Yeah, mayhem. He jumped puddles for a while. He actually did some stuff in the Coast Guard that I still don't know what he did because he was gone for a period of time overseas. And then it all involved guns. I swear the man could not pick a profession that doesn't put him in danger's way all the time.
Hey, somebody got to do it.
Mm-hmm. But he's good at it, so.
John said, cancer is good at sneaking up on people. That's what it did to me, and that's what ended my dog. So frick cancer. Oh, and I tell you right now, that shit, which, I mean, my stepdad died of that. Wouldn't surprise me if my grandparents did, if they went back and looked now. And my mom, that's the biggest shocker for me, was my mom, because I stood here and watched it 9 days. 9 days go from this right here, just like I'm sitting here talking to you. And in 9 days, all of a sudden, with her head in my arms, taking her last breath. And you just go, holy shit, man, that just like out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and yet she had it from head to toe, but it just all hit one time, bam. And that just.
Right. Yeah, it's never fun to hear. And I mean, I know people have beat it, but it all kind of depends,
Yeah.
Oh, hey, yard dog.
They might not want to come out of there, I guess. I don't know.
Mayhem.
Which I guess
now we have the Space Force. Sorry.
When with this chicken tractor kind of shit and this coop stuff like that, so I guess they go in and out of that during the day too, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay. Because they've been doing that, and I'm like, well, okay. Because see, that's what I'm telling you, man. All this is kind of new. Like when I was a kid and my dad and with the chickens, there was a freaking barn. There was one big fenced-in field, and that was for like the horses that were, if they were going to be rode or anything. And then there was the other pasture for the other stuff. But the chickens, you just walked in the barn and you took the lid off, and you reached in there and you got the scoop, and you walked outside and you went swing, swing.
Right.
And then when you got told to go get eggs, you started walking around the barn going, where's the damn eggs? Okay. I never thought about any of this shit, nesting boxes. I didn't know.
Well,
and then
I mean,
the chicken
people can
tractor.
overcomplicate it. The chicken tractor is cool because you can keep them protected and move them around. And you can keep them in like more urban areas, or not urban, like suburban areas,
Yeah.
So that's kind of nice. Like my sister-in-law has a little chicken tractor that she moves around her yard, and she lets them out and they go back in. I mean, as long as you train them to come to a call, and I do this with all my animals. My cows have a call, my pigs have a call, the chickens have a call. All of them do. So you go, here, chick, 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 and they come running. As long as you train them with a treat.
Yeah, it's so funny. I can just go out there, and if I walk out, then the little reds start to come up to me because they're the little lovers. But I can just reach over and I touch the food, and then all of a sudden, here all four of them come like that's some new shit, and it's like it's been sitting here all day.
Oh yeah.
But I can touch it, and all of a sudden, it's new shit, and here they all come, and but they still haven't. I go to reach down to pet them or something, and they'll kind of back up and look at me. So we ain't quite there yet, but I can pick them up. I can like grab them, and that's okay. But I've been trying to just get where I can just reach down and they don't walk away.
Right.
Well, I found this.
Man, what do I call them?
But,
Well, I call my chicken stupid. But
the rooster was named when it was hatched, and that was BB. Everybody, I think that was a general consensus that my rooster is now Bug Out. I haven't done the hens. Don't know.
Is he cocky?
Yeah, he's kind of getting there. He's. I gotta say, whenever I first put him in there and then let him out, I had to rag on him. I don't know if I did that one live or not. I think I did. I don't know, but I was talking a line of shit to him because I'm like, really, dude? Because the damn hen goes out first. It's like you really are gonna have to drop them bad boys and let them hang. You need to be out here making sure everything's fine before they go out. But he was literally the last one to go. It's like, you little shithead.
He was being a gentleman and letting the ladies go first.
But he's got to make sure it's safe out there.
He'll learn.
His little tail feathers are starting to look good. The green's really starting to come out.
Oh God, I love that.
I don't know.
My rooster's got black and green.
Is.
Huh?
I don't know where Nikki is this morning. She might be laying on the couch, just listening.
Could be.
I wish I had got the damn little chicken thing like John got. In a way, I gotta say, because man,
what damn little chicken thing?
Well, he got one of those like from the Tractor Supply kind of thing, so you just assemble it and bam, there you go. And see, I didn't.
You mean like a quickie thing?
Yeah, I didn't do that because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to access everything because it's all designed for you to just walk up and do all this shit.
Right. Well,
so that's what veered me.
Yeah. It's like the first rabbit hutch I built, I way overbuilt that thing and I did stuff wrong and all that fun stuff. And then the second one I built, and I spent way too much money too. Like, I want to say I spent over $200 building this stupid rabbit hutch. I mean, granted, that was back in 2018, but like, then my second hutch, I did salvaged pallet wood, and I was like, my gives a fucks are broken. Like, I'll just build it. Oh, hey, Nikki. She's always lurking.
Yeah.
Hey, Monique.
Oh, don't worry about it, Carl. It's all good.
Oh, I hear you, Carl.
That's why I went live. I actually got up. I was making coffee, and Steve and Nina were live because she was testing their new computer that they got. And so I just happened to stop over there. And then as they were shutting theirs down, Scat Pack was like, "Are you going to go live rescue?" And I'm like, well. And then I kind of thought, well, I don't know. People might want a place to kind of come hang out. And I guess I kind of got to get myself in the frame too, because I don't want to bring nobody down. I don't want to get on here just going, well, I decided to go fucking live. I don't want to do all that shit.
Oh, what? You mean you don't want to be a whiny little bitch?
No, I'd rather not.
Nah, sometimes it's good to vent.
Well, there's a difference between
from time to time.
venting and you can vent, release the stress. This is what's jagged, but just then you can't keep repeating it because then it becomes just whiny bitching.
Right, exactly. I'm good, Monique. I'm freezing my butt off, but good. I think we're going to have to start setting an alarm in the middle of the night to get up to put wood in the stove.
You're gonna have to what now?
Set an alarm in the middle of the night, because this morning I woke up and I think it was like 60 degrees in the house. We need to put insulation on the bottom of our house because I mean, it's an old farmhouse, so they put insulation in the walls, but they didn't put any, and in the attic, but not in the floors. So when you wake up and your feet hit the floor, whew, it's cold.
That's it. That's your wake up call.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, do you have the north side of your house? Do you have the bottom of it blocked so that the wind can't blow under your house?
We got a full length porch in the front of the house. So, and all of that is enclosed at the bottom with concrete, like our cinder block. So there's a barrier there.
Oh shit! Hey, give me 1 sec, Milky. I'm sorry. 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, run off now. Wood stove life. Yep. I hear you, Carl. Mine occasionally leak. I think we might have to end up replacing the wood stove that we have, because even though I love it, it's a small stove and it has glass so you can watch the fire, which is actually dangerous because I fall asleep on the couch all the time at night and I have to wake up and go to bed. But I don't think that it's terribly efficient. I'm gonna replace the braiding, the cordage that goes around the door, because I think whoever had it before warped it slightly, and so it lets in more air. Greener hardwood in the wood stove. Well, I don't like to use. I find that the drier stuff burns hotter, but the best is locust, at least for me. So I use that in the evening if I have it. My husband's been going nuts with getting firewood. We already have 1 year put up, and he's doing a second year right now. So the days that he doesn't have to do 2 jobs, he spends going and getting the wood and then splitting it and stacking it. I'm glad I don't have that job. Just wondering why some have been timed out or removed.
There we go.
Oh, Monique got a really cool stove. I remember that. No, not softwoods, only hardwoods. The only time I use like something like pine is because I've got a bunch of untreated cutoffs from construction sites, and those will get a fire going fast. Hey, Rescue, did you see what Blackwatch said?
I was just reading down and let's get it. So, well, I guess, did I miss something farther up or something? Or just wondering why some have been timed out or removed. Did anybody get timed out here? I didn't see nothing.
See from mine.
I didn't see anything.
Oh, you might want to check the channel and make sure nobody's blocked.
A little clarification. Well, actually, yeah. I usually go to that window for other things, but then here lately I kind of go down just to make sure that the list is still full of nothing but Russian names. And because there is a bunch. Do you remember when we had the wave of all the little name things, how people in the chat would come in with all these weird names and all this? Well, those are the only people that are still blocked on mine, but it's amazing. They must have changed off from the really crude names, because now all the names are in Russian.
Oh, yeah. They gave up and the Russians took over.
Yeah, so now there's a little list of Russian names in my block thing. But
oh, you know what, Blackwatch? What it could be is, and I've seen this happen before, but if everybody's a mod, it could be they can retract their message and it disappears. I've noticed that. Like maybe somebody can try it and see, but it could be
Oh,
that.
yeah.
We can go with Occam's razor on this one, probably.
I thought about, I don't know, man. It's just, this is why I decided I'm not participating in the YouTube shit. So for me, I get to know people and stuff and interact, and then I just make you blue so that way you can share links. But,
Right.
and it makes it easy. And if it's blue, I know it's you. So,
All right. So ma'am tried it. So ma'am, did you put a comment before there? I tried it. Well, I'm looking at it from the StreamYard side, but maybe somebody can say from YouTube
well,
side.
so, right. So, okay, I'll tell you real quick. So on the StreamYard side, you see Blackwatch says hi, Chemical, and then you see Tactical says there, I tried it. Well, on YouTube, in between those two, it's got Tactical Mayhem message retracted.
Interesting. But I
And
don't
I will
see
tell
it
you
on.
now, there is
That's
some
weird.
weird shit when typing because I even did this while ago on Stephen Nina's, and I'm like, see, what the hell? And I don't know what's happening. But so, like, the question to hers, and I put in, I was talking about coffee. So I said, at Nina, and then it highlighted her name. So it was at her. And then I said, yeah, waiting on the coffee to get ready. Hit enter, and the only thing that showed up was the smiley face that I put at the end of that sentence. Nothing
Oh,
else
that's
showed.
weird.
Her name, nothing. I typed. It's happened several times. I don't know what the hell, but see, they're fucking around with that algorithm. There's so much shit going on
Well,
in the back end of this.
they've been changing some stuff too, I've noticed here and there. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's freaking YouTube, you know?
Yep. Well, and it's a world of coding. Just, don't ever lose sight of that. So, regardless of the political environment and the stuff that's going on, that being a platform service, this is a code world. So, just like in a mall, you have maintenance people that are all pushing around little carts and doing all these. In this type of environment, there are people that are always sitting there, monitoring code and correcting this and that. So maybe a lot of people think this is a one and done, and now they're just in there just to do this. No, it's like having a mall and you have a maintenance crew that operates that mall. It still functions, but you need that maintenance. Well, it's the same thing with this. It's just that it's a digital version of maintenance.
Right. Oh, yeah. Heck, it could be Google Mods too. I've seen that happen before. Hey, Hoot. I'm going to have to get going here in a second, Rescue.
Oh wow, that is cool. Let me see if I can. Okay, if I come in to stream this way. You stop that. It's double vision.
You have double vision.
Everybody else, well, if I let the other rescue up, it'll be two rescues on the screen. It'll be screwing them up. I was going to share.
Twice as nice or double the trouble, huh?
It's Miss Tina sent me a picture of her angels that she made. She's made 6 of these.
Ah.
Pretty badass looking. So I thought, well, let me see if I can figure out how to shoot these. So there.
Eric. Eric says, if I lose everything on my phone, I'm calling the NSA to send me a backup.
Right. Morning, who? Who?
Hoot wants to know if your chickens are okay after you traumatize them. Oh, look at that.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. Who watched that? That was my poor thing's got PTSD.
Those are really cool.
Aren't those? Those are pretty awesome.
See, I've never made anything like that. The only cutesy thing that I've made are like, I've crocheted snowflakes. And I really like those. I keep meaning to make them for everybody. But yeah, like,
That is very cool.
oh, that's funny, Eric, for real.
Thank you, Miss Tina. Those are awesome.
They're beautiful, Tina.
Thank you for sharing those. Oh, and I noticed, let's see, did I saw anti in here? Let's see, we got, so
Man,
who
one of these days I'm
came? We
gonna
got
miss 'em.
anti, did I miss anybody else? Black Watch. So, hey, if I've missed you, good day, good morning, good evening, wherever it's working for you. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, Scat Pack having the soft ones that aren't broken. I remember when we first got married, I bought all these, like, I worked at Pier 1 at the time, and they had these glass snowflakes that I just loved, but they're so fragile, and you know, having kids, ornaments break, right? So one year, it was when he was in a school, and we were down in Florida, and I had put up the Christmas tree and all that, and I went to go shopping because we were going to have a whole bunch of people over for New Year's Eve. So I go to get all the supplies, go into town, get all the drinks and all that stuff, and I asked my husband, "Can you take down the Christmas tree for me?" And you know what he did? He picked the whole thing up, decorated and everything, took it outside, and placed it in the backyard. And of course, the wind came and blew it over and broke all my ornaments. After that, I was like, screw it. I'm getting Dollar Tree ornaments. Like, I don't need to spend a whole bunch of money on things, you know, just to have them break.
Right.
I was kind of pissed, though. I'm not going to lie.
Hey, what's up, Benjamin? Scatback said I would have kicked his ass.
Right? Oh, trust me, I was mad. And then, like, well, okay, so when you have a whole bunch of soldiers, and it was like a combined school, so I had people from the Navy, people from the Army, people from the Marines. I think that was it. Yeah. But we became the house that everybody would come to on the weekends, and we'd have fires and stuff. And they would, you know, get a bottle of tequila, and next thing I know, they have fork wars in the backyard. And they lost all my freaking forks, and I was so pissed off. And so he ended up going and getting a replacement set for me. Tell you what, like, when you're in the military, you don't have to grow up. It's like a perpetual 18-year-old. I mean, you do
Right.
once you get into a leadership position a little bit. It didn't really work for mine, but I was like a den mother for all these boys.
You know, it's funny
I
because
always
I've
made sure
heard,
my toilet was clean.
I've
In
heard,
case they had
I
to
heard
visit the
Yoda
porcelain
say this.
god.
Yoda said the same thing one night. I was listening
Yeah.
to her and Grumpy. Yeah, and he was doing some of his old, you know, service stories and stuff, and she was sitting up there with him, and she would talk about when they met and how she would be taking care of all of them and stuff.
Oh yeah. I had extra couches at that house. Like, there would come a time I would go around with a bowl and say, "Keys, give me your keys, give me your keys," you know. And then they'd all crash. It, you know, it was fun. It was like family. But
Hell yeah! Well,
interesting
you
time.
know, depending on that environment, I know like there was. Well, I kind of did there with my first wife there at the end once we got together. But before that, it's like even a lot of the guys um, doing the forest stuff, you know, in the wood fire stuff. You kind of learn to hang out together just because well, actually did the same thing offshore because that's your part of your world. I mean, that's just this is where you're at now. And it's like,
there's camaraderie
with the,
too.
yeah, well, that's who's got your back. So this is who's with you in the shit of the mix. So you might as well hang out and barbecue and go to a movie and talk some shit and hang out and stuff when you're not in the middle of the shit.
Right.
Because those are the people that got your back. That's your second family.
Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I played therapist too. Like, they all get to drinking or whatever, and then, slowly people drop off and fall asleep on the couches or whatever, and then I'm the last man standing, so to speak, listening to the one guy who's just talking about stuff that they
Why
saw.
she don't love me? Why doesn't she? Why is this? Why is this happening? I don't understand. Yeah.
Well, and that's why I don't get offended easily, because it's like, I don't know. You see enough stuff, or you listen to enough things that I'm used to the way they talk and everything. A swingers party? No. No, thank you. More like babysitting.
So we got Black Watch. Most
the worst is when I have to go to these things.
After a good vibration, and occasionally no one's dropping.
Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just reading. I saw my name. I see the orange box of my name going by. That's how I know somebody's talking to me most of the time in chat.
Oh, because they
go ahead.
Flag you or tag you?
They say my. Yeah, well, actually, they don't even have to tag me. If you use the word rescue in anything, it's going to put an orange block around it so I see the name. You might even be talking about rescue dogs, but if you say the word rescue, there's going to be an orange block around that word rescue to get my attention.
Yeah, you don't even have to put the @ as long as you spell it correctly. That's something I learned. I was like, thank goodness, that's one less thing I have to thumb through on my phone. But hey, I got good news too. I totally forgot to tell you about this. You know how they've been promising internet forever for me?
Yep.
Like literally for the last 2 years. Well, they ran the line to my house. They put the box on the outside of my house. So the only thing left, from what I understand, is I have to call and set up an appointment for them to bring the modem, and then I should have fiber optic.
Hell yeah, woman. And
right?
So are we making that call like this morning?
Yeah, actually. With it being Monday, I've got to call a lady from my youngest needs to do the in-car part of her driver's ed, and then I got to do that. I probably need to call my mother-in-law. I need to do some ordering for household stuff, and then all the other stuff. But I'm pretty excited about that. Although I don't know if I'm ever going to live stream. I did it once, and it's a lot of work.
Man, yeah.
Right.
All I can say to anybody that would contemplate the live thing is think it through. Think it through. I mean,
have some thick skins and some mods you trust, and yeah, it was
fun.
Yeah, I think I was we'd been canning, and I had probably had like 2 of those hard ciders, so I was feeling it. So I was just giggling the whole time,
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, what are we going to do about who? We're not going to be able to blame Milky Shitternet no more.
Right? I think people thought I was making that shit up. Like, it was so frustrating because I went over to Grumpy's the other night. We had gotten back, and I had told him I'd stop in because he was going to do this. He did this live stream, and it was them talking. They were playing this game called Conflicted, and basically it's like a post-apocalyptic kind of game where you have these like moral and ethical questions. Were you there? I think you were there, weren't you?
I think I saw some of that because it sounds kind of familiar. I got brain damage.
Oh, well, don't we all? But like,
Yep.
I got up on the panel there for a second, and it was great until my internet cut out and I couldn't hear what he was saying, and yeah, it was frustrating.
Yeah, I wonder where old Grumpy is this morning. Although I might be throwing people off because I'm not naming it the Sandlot, and that might be throwing people off. I don't know.
Oh no, you're not naming it the Sandlot? Well, okay, you're heading in a new direction, right?
Well, yeah. Well, definitely a yes. So that would be yes. There's definitely a direction coming. I'm not sure what that is.
Mm-hmm.
I just, I don't know.
Look at
Part of
Billy.
it's because it doesn't, I don't know that the YouTube fits with my personality in a way.
Oh no?
That's because I don't know. I have issues in life itself. Like all around me, I have a bunch of people that don't like my ass. Trust me. I got fucking people that are less than a quarter mile away that don't like me for shit because I pretty much will say just what I see.
Mm-hmm.
And people have lost sight of the fact that, you know, if somebody says they see something they don't like, well, that's what they see. You don't get to tell them it's not true.
Right.
I don't know. People here think I can be an asshole. And it's like, oh no, real life, I am the one. Because it's different in a real
Well,
world environment. I'm 6'4" and I'm
I
270 pounds. So it's different in the real world.
yeah, I'm not that big. However, I have learned that you cannot please everybody, so I've stopped trying. Like I'm
Yeah.
polite and all that stuff, but you really can't please everybody. And I'm not sycophantic, you know what I mean? I don't believe in kissing up to anyone, and that probably pisses people off too. I just don't care. Like I try to help and be nice and everything, and just go on from there, right?
Well, I think so in this environment, you, because I'm prone to, I will take to people. I still cater to people. I can work with anybody. This is different because, and I don't know how to say it politely in a way. That's another thing because that just even so outside the norm, but just the way one area might say or reference something and somewhere else in different country, region, state, whatever, it gets looked at different. But in the digital world, it's kind of the age old saying you can be whatever you want to be. But in the real world, this person you can watch. And so it's like when I would work with guys, there were different levels because you could tell people that wanted to work and that wanted you to show them. And then there were the people that were just there for a check. And it's like, look, man, you're showing me this and I don't really care. And those I would have problems with because I don't, I'm learning how to talk politely right now, usually. And that's like the choice of words. This is new. I mean, yeah, I was the dude that I got no problem going. What are you fucking stupid? You dumb shit. I mean, I would talk ugly. I wasn't, I could be. I was very aggressive, and I've tried to pull that back, and I've been kind of working on that when I kind of got into the whole little depression thing, and then that might even been part of it. It was a wrong time to do that, but I was trying to be more okay. Let me clear what my message. Let me tone this down. Let me try to get along, go along, But then as I don't know, man.
Well,
And there have been like here, this is hard because it's verbally talking to somebody. sometimes now,
Mm-hmm.
and this isn't with you because we've talked, but it's just like, okay, so like this, I can sit up here on the panel. Now, you can see me and you hear me and everything, but I might talk to somebody that you don't ever see. You hear them, but you don't see them.
Right.
Or it might be a conversation in the chat. So now you don't even hear or see. All you're doing is reading the text. So was that a giggle after that sentence, or was that a smirk? Was that the middle finger, or was that a wave? You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then there's the personalities that, you know, you have the misery loves company. So if people see something, then you'll have people intentionally do. Well, in the real world, you can spot this shit because it's visual.
Sometimes,
This
yeah.
is adds a whole nother element. Go ahead,
Well,
Nikki. I'm sorry.
yeah. Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, I try to be authentic, um, you know, and the skills that I've learned in dealing with people in real life, I try to use the same and the same kind of, oh, I don't know, codes of conduct. Um, but that's what I, whenever somebody gets really upset about something, I'm like, it's fucking YouTube, man. Like, don't overthink it, don't overstress it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be personal. Some people deal with things differently. It's very important, but I don't know. There's always a person behind those words, so I try to remember that. May not be the same person as they're projecting, and those words may mean one thing or another. I try not to read too much into it. And I realize though that I can be misunderstood as well. And I can try to clarify things, but for the most part, just being authentic is probably a good idea, you know?
Well, yeah. And see,
Just be you, boo.
right. And I've been working on that because not that I wasn't, but I was, because I really have been trying to change my choice of words because I really, like I've said, and so it's not that I've just been telling everybody else this. I got to really processing that. So the more time I spend around my granddaughter, then what message am I sending? You know, what am I, and
Right.
is that really, is this, do I want to live in that world, you know, where I'm pissed. And so it's always the ugliest choice to say instead of maybe an explanation type choice of words. And I don't know if that makes sense, but in this here, I wasn't quite sure because I got to say, man, and I've talked about this, and I don't know, I won't go too far. It's just the one thing about this I wasn't prepared for was I was not social, so I'm not a social person. I don't like when I would go in stores. I go in and it's like this is the list, and I'm literally could pass 20 people that I know and won't even acknowledge it unless they make some weird move that catches my peripheral. I won't even pay attention. It'll just be one body. Yeah, okay, there we go. And I'm just going to keep walking. I'm going to the bread aisle. I'm going to get this loaf. I'm going over here. I'm going to get this jar. I'm going to get this jar. Okay, going to check out. There we go. Now I'm going. I'm that way. I can go. Not then all of a sudden there was this, and it was like, okay,
Well,
this is cool. But
you're building a new
man,
skill.
well, oh boy, howdy, because this was
Boy, howdy, right?
yeah, because
Navigating
it
those
wasn't
turbulent
even
waters, man.
well, and it was what a hell of a choice because it wasn't like I came into the prepping community like, hey, I know how to camp or something. I know something that pertains to this, so I'm going to go into this world. Instead, I ended up over on Ron's, which just happened to be almost like the bar atmosphere. So it was from people all the other channels that were coming. And then that's what transpired here. And I'm fielding all the different stuff and like emails, man. no offense. So anybody that, y'all that send them, they just keep, that's fine. I'm not griping. I don't want this to sound like griping. I'm just disclosing that this is shit in my head. But
Right.
like my text messages, man, if I could show you guys my phone, you'd trip out on what was a year ago. I mean, if I could show you my Verizon analytics for the last 2 years, you would go, oh wow, because it kind of, you know what, the analytics to my Verizon use would probably be like our border graph. It was here, and then all of a sudden it shot way the hell up here, and that's kind of my usage on my phone was like here, and then all of a sudden it went up here. Emails, texts, phone calls, and I love it. Don't get me wrong, because you would just have to go listen because I don't want to go into all that again, but it's just where I'm at. This was just hostile territory. So this was like, you know, um, I don't know. Y'all are my people. Y'all are not involved in any of my little personal drama here with some in-laws there. I'll put it like that. So y'all are not connected to my in-laws. So y'all are outside. Y'all are like my people. So even if you're an ass or not an ass, it's just you're my asshole and not asshole. So you're not connected to this. And for me, that makes a big difference. And that was an opener because then it's like, okay. But then I realized that there's actually parts of this shit that I don't like either.
Well, that's just life,
Because you can't reach through the screen and you can't go, hey, can you actually not like that? Bam. I mean, you can't do that. You just have to. And then people at all different levels have way different emotions. And I really try not to piss people off. I mean, I really am that kind of guy. I will give you the biggest hug and I will give you the shirt off my back. I got no problem. But I can also bury your ass 6 feet under. Well, I can do 6 feet under and not think nothing about that neither. So I have a gray area, but it's real slim. I'm a yes and no person, and I mean there's good and bad. And
I've also realized that I can just choose not to engage too. That's always nice.
Say that again, Milky.
I said, "Can you hear me okay?"
Yeah, it was me, ma'am. It was totally me.
Oh, I know. It's always you.
Yes, ma'am. I got big shoulders. I can carry it.
I've missed bullying you. I really have.
I could probably see that.
And it's a pity that BB's not here because then we could tag team and really get going.
Right. I can get bounced from corner to corner.
Right.
Hey, look, there's Billy.
Hey, Billy.
Rescue, you and I could shop together. Right, who? Man, I'm just, I'm all about go in and get your business. Wait a minute, what? Bacon's apologizing for something. Just off these days, want them to believe what they want. If I meet them in real life, it makes them all the easier to take out. They won't find out what comes from it was cheap. My apologies about what I'm saying, by the way. I have to deal with this stuff on a daily basis. I need to.
What, interpersonal interactions or I'm wondering.
I think that's what it is on the day to day, which Bacon probably lives in the city.
Billy says he's confused. Your phone crossed a river?
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Sister Marie. I can honestly say, and it's kind of weird for me to say that out loud, but I have. And I happen to go back and look at a couple of the very beginning ones just to kind of see, and man, I don't know, I almost wanted to delete that shit. I was like, God dang, dude.
Leave all your old stuff up. The only videos that I've removed are ones that, like, I was just tired of people taking them the wrong way. So I was like, yeah, I'm just going to take those down. Because it's my fucking channel, right? But it's good to see, like, a progression, too. And that was, like, the stupid monkey dance one. I was trying to be goofy, and people kind of took it the wrong way, I think, some people. And there was like one with a fire, and I was trying to be quiet, and everybody thought I was doing like some kind of weird ASMR thing, and I was like, no, I'm not doing that, y'all.
Hey,
Nope.
morning, Miranda. Oh,
Who?
yeah.
Sorry?
So Miranda Moonchild came in. I was saying morning to her. And then,
Oh
so
yeah,
I
she came
got a
in
thing
earlier.
from Monty, and Monty said my mom had a stroke Wednesday, passed away Saturday.
Oh shit. Sorry,
So
Monty.
they're making funeral arrangements uh, this morning. So he's busy. So definitely keep him in your thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
And yeah,
God, that
he and
sucks.
I don't want to read because it's not proper for me to read a message to me,
Right.
but I will just say, I mean, because that's, and I saw somebody else for his mom is with the Lord. So that's why I brought that. But I will say he did end it with, tomorrow's not promised. And people ought to need to remember that it's in the blink of an eye.
Mm-hmm. Man, I had to come to terms with that when well, when my dad died, it was, sudden because it was a suicide. And then like when my husband would deploy and stuff like that, I had to come to terms with some things. And I have to do it on a daily basis based on his job right now, like, but in a way that's kind of good because at least, you're kind of aware, but when it's just sudden like that and you're not expecting it, you just keep expecting everything to keep going the same way. That's hard.
Yeah. Well, and one thing with my mom and I kind of come to terms with and I've kind of been that way. Actually, I see passing in a way different way. And I, uh, I feel for the people that are here that have to process the loss, but and most of the time it's just strength. And I'm a faith-based person, so that I think that also plays into it because I don't, while it's a loss here, but if that person had that belief and I believe that they're, and I'll just put it like this, if I believe that the person believes that they're going to heaven and then that's where they're headed, then that would put them in a better place than here. And
Mm-hmm.
being faith based, this is just a little clay shell that we're in. It's not the infinity picture. It's not the soul. So the soul is, this is just a short run to me.
Souls live
So I
on.
think it depends on how you see things. For me,
Right.
that's how I can process the death. This is, while it's painful, this is a temporary thing down here. It's a short run.
The grief is for those who are left behind.
Yeah.
The the thing, this is why I really appreciate the fact that like I got my kids into a farm setting um before they got too old, was that they started to understand that death was, it's something that happens all the time. And it's a part of life, you know
Yeah.
and it, yeah, it was good for them to learn that.
Excuse me. Well, because it's learning how to handle it. It's that
Hmm.
softening up of things that make it harder, and then it's got to be real, and it's just, I personally don't do funerals anymore. I haven't done funerals in decades because one day I just realized that I don't want that to be the last image I
Hmm.
have of somebody. So when I was young, I
And then
went to way too many.
people get upset about that if you don't show up at that stuff, and it's like, my or last respects, that kind of thing. I mean, that's how I decided to do it with one of my grandfathers, because we weren't close, and he died the same weekend that I lost my calf and my cow, and my husband was gone the whole fucking weekend. So I was dealing with like burying my calf, and then the cow died, so I had to like struggle to get her buried. and I wasn't going to bug my husband because he was exhausted. But then the same weekend, my grandfather dies. And I thought about it. I was like, I should go to the funeral. And I thought, no, I don't, I'm not going. Because to me, like, I wanted to have a pleasant thing. And that was a very rocky relationship. And I wanted my last memory to be like the good one, you know?
Yeah. Well, and that's
The last good interaction that I had, you know? Even though I
that's
hadn't seen
kind of
him
how.
since, oh God, it was like 15
Yeah.
years ago.
Well, see, that actually plays even more because then you don't have like something. You don't have like a couple to override that when that one comes in. You have this gap, and then all of a sudden you'd have that, and then so that becomes that image.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing. It's like, well, when my dad passed because he lived in Tennessee when he died a few years back. Then whenever I made that run up there, they literally when he passed, I got the call that he passed. And so it was like, oh shit. Well, I went up to see him and I did that just for my own closure because we weren't by each other. So,
Right.
but even then, I mean, to be honest, I walked in and I kissed him on the forehead. And then I said,
Yeah.
thank y'all very much. And then I literally drove 1,000 miles back
Damn.
because it wasn't for I didn't stay for the service. I didn't stay for all that. I didn't have no intention.
Yeah.
And I would say right now to anybody, I would die. If you want to gather up, that's fine. You gather, but you gather and barbecue and shit, and you play some music and you have fun and you have a good time. That's what I'd rather somebody did for me.
Oh yeah, I'd say everybody take a shot or something and
That's it.
go on your merry way. Like,
Remember the
that's all
good
there is
shit.
to it. That's all she wrote.
Yeah. Well, it's just, you remember the good stuff,
Yep.
because listen, like I got to say, man, while I would definitely do it all over again because I'd take care of my mother anytime she needed, but
Mm-hmm.
I would have so rather not have to because that's what gets on me is those 9 days, that 9 day run. That's I have to force myself to not think about that sometimes and to kind of go back to something else.
But that was for her, you know?
Yep.
Like,
But
I'm sure she appreciated that immensely. Because
oh
I'd
yeah.
rather not know it's coming, you know?
Oh well, as
That's
she was
just,
getting worse, she thought everything was hunky dory. It's just like she has another child, and we don't talk at all. We haven't like,
mm-hmm.
yeah. So, but for that little brief moment, for them few days, she thought everything was just hunky dory and shit. We're going out on the boat, going fishing. We're doing, everything is awesome. And I did that. It was on purpose. Whatever made her comfortable. Whatever made her comfortable and it made her feel at peace. That was I was willing to do that. So, but
And that's the labor of love, you know?
yeah, that was my mama, my best friend
Yeah.
and biggest pain in the ass.
They always are, aren't they?
Yeah, and we didn't have the normal mother son relationship, so it wasn't the storybook kind of shit. But she was my friend. We went through everything together, man. We been through so much shit.
Yeah. Okay, deal mayhem.
When I die, delete my browser history. Hell no, buddy. We
Actually,
fixing to
take
get
that
with
back.
Paramount and shit. We gonna
No,
make a movie out of that.
right?
The life and times of mayhem.
Right.
And then all the midget stuff comes out.
See, anti just bury my face down or put it on a pyre so the world can kiss my ass. Yeah. That's what was written on the helmet. Okay, so I recently watched Platoon for the first time. Don't give me a hard time, but I actually watched it twice. It was so good. And freaking on the helmet of the main character that's played by Charlie Sheen is that. And actually, all of the guys that were in that movie wrote quotes on their hat. The actors did. And that's what he had written. Bury me face
What?
down so the world can kiss my ass.
Well, that's an airborne chant.
Is it? No, see, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Forgot how it goes. It's, let's see, jump up, hook up, shuffle to the door, jump right out on the count of 4. Damn, what is it? And if my chute don't open wide, damn, how does that go again?
I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
gonna have to ask
if,
people now.
let's see, I jump out, and if my chute don't open wide, damn, bury me face down is what it is, so the world can kiss my ass.
Right.
I forgot how that goes.
What,
Damn it.
I mean, I know a
I
bunch
used
of
to sit around
airborne.
here and hum it sometimes at work. I would just, people would go, what the hell? And I'd be go, I don't know, man. It's still shit echoes through my brain. I mean, poor old Johnny
Dude,
got my girl for 40 years.
My husband, his little brother, his youngest brother, went SF, right? And when he was in airborne school, man, he had some stories. This one kid, I felt so bad for him. Like, he had pretty much everything that could go wrong happen in one day. They had like a series of 5 or 6 jumps. And by the end of the day, that poor kid really didn't want to jump out of the airplane. He was like, dude, like, he went through the slit and ended up double riding down, running off a parachute of another dude. One time, like, he had to go to his backup, like, landed in some tree. Like, the kid had everything go wrong. And, when they talk about that stuff, they're laughing their asses off, But,
there it is.
Poor kid.
Mayhem got it.
What?
Mayhem remembered it. It's if my chute don't open wide, I got a reserve by my side. If this one should fail me too, look out below, because I'm coming through. And then when I die, damn, bury me in the front leaning rest and tell the world to kiss my ass, or something like that. Yeah,
nice.
Sorry. I don't know. While you were talking, I had that, because it's C-130 rolling down the strip. Airborne daddy going to take a little trip. Jump up, hook up, shuffle to the door, jump right out on the count of 4. And if my chute don't open wide, yeah, I got another one by my side. If that one should fail me too, look out, world, I'm coming through. And if I die, I gave my best. No. If I die, lay me to rest. Tell the world I did my best. In the front leaning, let's see. Damn it, how's that go? I don't know. I'm gonna look the damn thing up now.
Pin my medals
there it is.
upon
Pin
my
my medals
chest.
on my chest and bury me in the front leaning rest.
There you go. I felt so bad because Grumpy did like this interview with Native, right? And I knew that Native was a Calf Scout, right? And my husband had been a Calf Scout too. And so Grumpy had asked me, he was like, is there anything, that I should ask him? And I was trying to think about something, couldn't think of anything. And then I was like, oh, I know. I was like, Calf Scout, they have this poem. It's called The Fiddler's Green that they have to learn how to recite when they're doing their spur ride. And I was like, ask him if he remembers how to recite that. I didn't realize I totally stumped him. And then, but he had sent me a message later on. He was like, why'd you ask about that? I was like, I don't know. Like, it was the only thing I could come up with. And he said it took him back, because it does. Like,
oh yeah,
it's funny.
Yeah,
I felt bad. Because I threw him for a loop. I didn't mean to, you know?
Well, yeah, but no, I get where he's coming from because I actually that came about the other day. I found this cross that was made for me, and it has the fireman's prayer thing on it. And I remember when I first got that. Well, when I got that and I read that, it kind of took me back to a certain moment when that was real relevant at that. And so I can totally see that.
Right.
You remember them moments. Hell, I remember being over fire school.
Mm-hmm. Memories are fun. I mean, the good ones are. Even the shitty ones, like, it's funny when you talk to guys, like, they'll bring back some of the worst things I used to when I would go through something hard. Like, say, getting stranded in a snowstorm with kids, like, or things like that. I keep telling myself, okay, just get through this without losing your shit. You'll be proud of yourself later. You'll laugh about this, I promise. You know, I would pep talk myself because I was like, God, this sucks. But, you know, it's helpful to get through the situation at least, and then you can look back and laugh.
Well, that's one thing I could say. Looking back on certain moments now, you can kind of, it's that, like that catchphrase we all use about that zooming out to 30,000 feet, well, you
Mm-hmm.
can do that with the age. You can kind of look back and reflect on that and in a different perspective now because you're older and wise, or at least that's supposed to be how it goes. I don't know.
That's the hope, right?
I'm starting to doubt that saying nowadays. I was confident with that up until a year ago, and now I'm kind of going, I'm not sure about that older, wiser shit.
Oh, I don't know. I can talk to my daughter sometimes, like the 17-year-old, and I'm like, dude, you sound smarter than most 30 freaking year olds. Like, and it's not a bragging thing. It's just like the way her brain works. I appreciate it, you know.
Well,
Not
I
always.
would
Sometimes
refer
she's
to
a
them as
dumbass.
I refer to them as old souls.
Mm-hmm.
And no,
But
I
yeah,
cannot. I cannot sing, and that's why I don't do that much. I try not to punish people.
I was told I can't sing. I can carry a tune in a bucket, but I don't have a voice for it, so I don't. I think the only time I've ever sung anything was on one of your lives.
Okay. My bro was in.
Yeah. Oh, I had this one neighbor. Bless his heart. I think he had like early Alzheimer's or something like that. But I remember he would forget he'd drink a beer, say he'd drink another beer, you know. But he'd burn pine cones in his burn barrel in his yard because he hated fucking pine cones. So I'd go out there and hang out with him. Sometimes I'd have a beer with him, and he would tell the same stories over and over again. And of course, like at a certain point, he'd get tears in his eyes, and then he'd go inside and he'd show me pictures, and you know, I liked being there for him. But man, he had some stories out of Nam.
Oh yeah. Well, and that's my recruiter, my second dad. That's he, man. See, I grew up with that. That was son. He was Special Forces, POW twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was pretty, and he wasn't a very big man. And
Yeah.
I think that's why sometimes there's a different perspective, and it's like that because I remember hearing him and so many guys back then because it was a whole. We were going somewhere we hadn't been. Man, we were doing shit that we were fighting people that we weren't used to, you know,
Yeah.
and that was an adaptation and stuff. And there was a lot of like he would talk about, you had a lot of people that were positioning, rank
Mm-hmm.
wise, and basically they do things with no repercussions. So they don't care about, they're what gets portrayed sometimes now as some tactical decision was really just a grandiose to try to get somebody some rank and to make this statement or something. And there was a lot of shit
Uh,
that
Don't get me
Seriously.
started. There was one colonel. I was friends with his wife. His wife was nice, but like when they went to Afghanistan, basically what he was doing, he was not doing his job, because he knew that if he got nobody killed, then he would make the next rank, was basically what happened. So they didn't do what they were supposed to be doing. So my husband pissed him off quite a bit because he went and did it anyhow. Pretty sure he got an Article 15 for that. But like he would just say, nope, we're rolling, and they'd do stuff. And then he also teamed up with some of the other people out there. Like he'd be like, oh, can I roll with y'all? And so he would go, and then he'd get in big trouble. Whatever. Like that guy now, the colonel, he's now in charge of one of the big posts out there. I'm not going to say where because then,
Yeah.
but he's the top guy. He was such a freaking ass though. Like, man. And he was sick in the head, I think. I heard some stories and I was like, man.
Oh, there, my girl.
Not
Sorry, I was just looking at the chickens, seeing if they came out yet. I was starting to get a little worried.
him. Oh man, I've stayed way late. Shoot.
Shoot. Click.
Click, click, boom.
That's it. So what's
Yeah,
on your agenda today?
Well, today I got to clean out that one room for my mother-in-law because I'm getting nervous that my sister-in-law is going to go into labor, and I'll be
So
caught off guard.
Is that like a lot of stuff?
Well, it's my son's room, and when he left, he just left a freaking mess, and so I'm going to go in there and get it all cleared out, and then make it all nice for her, and then I need to figure out where this cow's getting out and then run the electric there. And then there was something. Oh, I got to make those phone calls. I want to put my red dot on my rifle. And then I have a holster that I'm hoping to modify, but that probably won't happen today. That's way too much to do in the middle of everything else. We'll see.
Well, I'm kind of curious about the cow, I gotta say. Did you walk the fence?
I did. I cannot figure out where she's getting out. The only thing I can think of is she's jumping it, and if she's jumping it, I got to get rid of her, which sucks.
But I thought you said she's pregnant.
She is.
Oh, come on now.
Like,
she couldn't jump that fence if she was pregnant.
You think?
Do you think? I wouldn't think so. But really?
I can't figure out any other way she's getting out. I mean,
can she now? How far? What's the gapping on the strands of the fence?
Well, I've got field fencing on the back end and one side, and then on the other side, I have electric fence, which they don't generally mess with. But I'm wondering if, because I got to check all the other, got to check all of the other lines, because if you ground out somewhere, then it's not snapping. So potentially that could be the issue, you know, like, because as soon as they know it's not hot, they accidentally brush it a couple of times and they're like, oh, never mind, this is just a white string. It's not something that's going to bite me. So you've got to go back and fix it. So that potentially could be what it is. But I keep looking at where she ends up, which is down in the woods behind the field fencing. And I keep thinking, how is she always ending up on that side? She's got to be jumping the fence. So,
well,
yeah, I'm going to run electric fence on the inside of that.
Well, they can step through them. That's what we used to have some whenever I was young. And if you like 3-strand type fence, and that middle one, they would actually could step on that and then step through that.
Uh-huh.
And
I
then
had a
their back foot would do it
yeah.
again in their ass. And they can't get back through though.
Oh,
For some reason, never would try to do that to go
oh
in
yeah,
just to
they
get up.
can do that. I had this one calf when I had a Dexter herd, and she would crawl through barbed wire fencing because I had barbed wire there. That was my first homestead that was building on family land, but she would crawl through. I'd watch her, and her name was Cinnamon. So finally, I caught her. I penned her up, and I was like, I'm gonna tame her. You know, we're gonna work through this, right? So I renamed her Daisy. Well, freaking Daisy was no better. So we ended up selling her, and I learned a valuable lesson. As soon as a cow jumps the fence, I don't care how much you like them, you're going to have to get rid of them because they will teach every other cow how to get out.
But
I don't like smart cows. I want them dumb.
dumb cow, dumb cow.
Mm-hmm. Kudo. Oh man. Yeah, that was fun.
Hey, what if it is a Charlotte's Web kind of thing? It's the pigs showing the cows how to get out of the fence going over here.
Right?
Come this way.
Mayhem, it's because my fences are shitty. Like, I bought this place and it was run down and it costs a lot to re-fence everything. So I find myself patching everything. And yeah, it happens. I've got a lot of understanding neighbors, thank goodness. Like when Carl got out and he went over to my other neighbor's house because I think he smelled her pigs in heat. And I didn't realize that the fence was grounding out. And he got out right when I was gone. Like I went for a family vacation thingy for Christmas, and she calls me and I'm like stressing out. So I asked her if she could just keep him because she managed to pen him up. And I said, could you just keep him there? And then she kept trying to insist to put him on a trailer to bring him back. And I'm like, no, because as soon as an animal gets on a trailer, they tend to be a little wary, and I'd have to walk him the rest of the way. And I didn't want to upset him. So my daughter and I just grabbed grain, and, you know, Carl's friendly. So we just let him back. That's why you bucket train all your animals.
Hi, Miss Debbie. Oh, by the way, Rank said to practice on the cow with the red dot.
No. Although with the bull, I do have my BB gun because he was going over to the wellhead that was in the dry lot that I have him in, and I would pop him, put some dye on it, and look for markings on the fence. Or, oh, I don't have a GoPro. I mean, I need to check and see if there's any fur marks because I didn't think to do that. But
Well, what about your tracks and tails, girl? Look for some hoof prints. And things don't dance on leaves.
that's true. I mean, there's certain areas where they hang out though, so it's kind of like.
But look on the other
they
side
walk
of
the fence line. That's a thing. Although then they'd walk on the other side because the bull would get pissed off that they were outside of the fence, so he'd start bellowing. That's how I know when they're out. So he'd start bellowing, and they'd stand on the other side of the fence and just talk.
But does he bellow when she gets out?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they
Did
get
you
jealous.
see which? So did you see where he was standing the last time she got out? Which way he was pointed?
Well, yeah, he was pointing in the same direction, but like they walk up and down the fence together. So it's kind of like
So
all
she had
muddy.
been out for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I wondered what the racket was about. Because he does that whenever, like, if you turn on the diesel truck or the tractor for anything, automatically they could have a ton of hay, but they just get excited because they know that that means hay. So, yeah. I told an apprentice once to go check at the cow's life. Yeah. My uncle who did cattle forever, he said when he was a kid he did
Never
something
seen a kid
dumb.
once.
He had a slingshot, and him and his buddy decided they were going to slingshot the bull's balls. And that was a dumb thing because a bull can go straight through a fence. Like, I've watched
Oh yeah.
cows climb a fence before. I had one crazy one. I sold her, but she literally climbed a cattle panel. I had another one bust out. We had just those big cattle panels, and I just made a square pen because I was catching her to take her to the butcher, and she managed to lift the thing up and get out. Never have smart
They
cows.
Well, they just, man, it's weird too because there's like some level of anxiety in them when you think about it. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like something gets released and they don't feel shit, dude. They just go in like a berserk mode. They'll just go right through barbed wire fence. They'll plow right
Mm-hmm.
through fence posts. They don't give a shit until it's over. And then all of a sudden they're liable to just stand there and then fall over and be like, it's like, what? Now you realize that shit all hurt?
Well,
It's
that's
like,
why, like with my livestock, like it pissed me off one time my cows got out and my neighbor who did cattle like a different way than I did, because I shake a bucket, they all come running. I don't chase them. So he gets on his stupid four-wheeler and he starts chasing my cows all over the place and stressing them out. And I was pissed. And so I ended up getting a bucket. I was like, I got it. I have it. So all I did was shake the bucket, and of course the cow comes running to me. But they were stressed, so they were jumpier than normal and everything. And like, man, you're making my life harder. You're not actually helping me. Like, stop
right.
trying to be a freaking cowboy. This isn't the wild west. Ugh, I can't talk. Wild west.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, go out there and just round them up.
Ooh, a buffalo. Yeah, buffaloes. That they go straight through fences.
And actually, when you gather up cattle, like especially if you're going for processing, the last thing you want is for them to be getting excited.
Yeah, well, it releases a lot of hormones. It can taint the meat. And
Yep.
honestly, I want their last moments to be pleasant. Like, I'm not
Well,
trying to, I care about the animals I eat.
well, that's it. So you just kind of make it quick, painless, bam.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man,
Exactly.
people have round that shit up because you can actually go down here to because there's an auction house not far from me for cattle, and
Mm-hmm.
you can go down there, boy. Some of the people will start to unload and they'll be screaming and they'll be doing a little zap zap and dude, some of them guys are underneath that arena will come out going, "Hey, chill out, dude. Here, we'll get them." And they'll kind of take and start hip bumping their ass in the gut, going, "Come on, come on!" And they start talking like you'd be talking to a damn dog, and they'll walk
Mm-hmm.
them cattle on around there and off into them pens. They don't like it
Oh,
when people get to because you do all that and you're causing anxiety that doesn't need to be there.
what's that one lady's name? Oh, they made a movie about her. And she has a pretty name, but she was an autistic girl. And she actually used her autism to learn how to design processing plants. Now, I don't like the CAFO operations. I'm not gonna lie. It pisses me off. I don't think that's how animals should be raised or have their ending days. But she was trying to make it so that they would get less stressed and they would have less losses. And she ended up like all the cowboys shit on her. Plus, she was awkward too. Oh,
Huh.
it's killing me. Claire Danes played her um in that movie. Yeah, Billy knows who I'm talking about. Not Charity. It was
I don't
something
have a
like
clue.
that. That was a damn good movie. I actually cried during that movie. It was so good. And she
So
did a great hmm
it's a movie and it's about an autistic girl that helps design processing plant
cattle.
cattle.
Yeah, like cattle chutes and stuff like that. Like she could see how the animals were thinking, so she designed them to make them smoother.
Oh, okay.
It's killing me that I'm forgetting her name. She did something with Joel Salatin once too.
Billy said
No,
Stony Ridge Farmer had her on his channel.
there
Temple
you go,
Grant.
Navy vet. Temple Grandin. I knew she had a different first name. Mm-hmm. That's a good movie if y'all ever want to watch a movie. And it seems like it's weird because it's a marriage between like talking about autism and cattle, but she could tell. And the way she figured it out was she watched cattle calm down during when they go into a squeeze chute. And so she built one for herself. And of course, this is back in like what, the 70s or 60s maybe, or something like that. And the school that she was at freaked out and thought she was doing something sexual or whatever. I don't know. But that's a great, great movie.
Okay.
And she was right. The way that that cows see things, like that's how I kind of learned how to work with horses too. You used to have to think like a horse in order to work like a horse. Same with cats. Like as soon as you can think how they think, then you know how to relate to them. It was awesome.
Put yourself in their shoes.
Right, exactly. And they're not people either. People treat their animals like people. They're not. They don't see things the same way, you know? Yeah, Debbie. There was no need to whip up fear. And that's why, like, with the driving of cattle, now sometimes that works, especially if you're on horseback or something, but I've never done that. My thing is I just learned how to work with them. Carl, because you are, buddy. In their hooves, yeah. Rescue, I'm going to have to hop off here.
Yes, ma'am. I totally understand.
But I'll
Might,
be
I don't know.
listening.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for coming up. It does mean the world to me.
You're welcome. I've missed hanging out.
It's kind of that morning boost,
Mm-hmm. Well,
kind of good.
all y'all in chat. Huh?
Nothing. Go right ahead, ma'am.
I was going to say all y'all in chat. I'll probably keep listening unless I have to make phone calls and stuff, but I'll see y'all later.
You got it. Well, you have a great day, ma'am.
You too, Rescue.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Hey, Backwoods. What's up, buddy? Wow, it's pretty cool. Hang out with old Milky. I kind of miss them old conversations. We get to talking and get old BB up here one morning, talk about all kinds of stuff. Kind of like it. I actually want to start. I'm gonna try to start getting a little bit more organized and maybe kind of thinking of some topics so that way I'm gonna make notes and start planning. But I think I want to start just like I want to try to get Billy up here one day because I want to talk to Billy about his raised beds because I think I'm fixing to take apart that front porch off that little building and repurpose all that and make some raised beds for next year. But little things like that, and that way we can all start our days off and some good shit and positive stuff and be rolling. Let's see. Go here. Oh, and I'm sorry, Miss Tina. I just now saw the other snow angel. You did such a good job on those. Which anybody that didn't see those, you have to go back and look. But uh, that lady makes some pretty cool little angels. Come on, which one was it? It's there it is. Okay, now give me a minute. Couldn't figure out what was what. Guess I gotta get it again. It's crazy. So see, did I miss anything? Who else says I missed Bug Out too? Hopefully at least listens. Oh yeah, he just did not feel good this morning. Yeah, I'll be right back. Y'all talks amongst yourselves for just a moment. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, I do, Billy. Let's see. Right. Oh, I can't find the damn thing. Hold on, I'm sorry, I was looking for something. Oh, what you got, Miranda? Got some great news. What's up? Hey, good news is that's awesome. We need more of it. Got engaged. Whoop, whoop. Hey, if it's what feels right to you, ma'am, you know what I'm saying? If that's what feels right to you, and then you feel like that's your soulmate, I'm glad for you. I am so happy. Very, very cool. It was our first military ball, and it was awesome. Awesome, Miranda. That is awesome. Oh, we're rescue. Did you see that human being? Oh no, ma'am. I hadn't seen that one. Is it in here in the U.S.? Miranda says we're all invited. What? Okay, it's 5 there. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. What do you mean it's 5 there? What are you talking about? Oh, maybe that says 18, feels like 10 right now, and you're saying it's 5 degrees there, okay? Or the phone say -3 and it feels like it. Oh, Billy. I know, man. I don't know what's fixing to happen. And with the rain, that just limited all my traveling getting around this house, but I've got to get under there. Otherwise, I won't have no plumbing. Oh, let me see. I was going to send this out. I don't think it went. It did not go. Look at there. There, that one went out. I wish old Grumpy would have shown up. That young man, he's something else. For him. Uh, excuse me. Just trying to look to see. There was something. Yeah, I don't know. I hope all y'all are getting ready to have a good Christmas. I'll say that. Hopefully everybody has a good time. Let's say Wednesday and Thursday night, -20. So you're going to be a fun week. Then back to the 40s. Yeah, see. The cross sabers, Miranda. You get the tunnel of the cross sabers. They cross the swords. Sometimes they cross them. Sometimes they just have them spread, but they're raised. Cut my little hero. Oh yeah, it's beautiful, Miranda. It really is. I mean, it's a beautiful process. The whole shebang. Oh, let's see. What's our temperature outside? Definitely looks like it's 60 degrees, but sometimes 60 degrees you just don't get an option. Flipping rain all day. Oh, let's see. So here, Amy's got a link. Let's see what we got going on here. Come on, dude. You gonna get up to the. Oh, I heard a dunk. I heard a badonkadonk. There he is.
What's
What's
up,
up,
man?
man?
Cold.
You act, you act like you're a little chilly.
It's only 30. I mean, everybody's talking about it's 5 degrees and whatever. It's only 34 here, but when you're used to 60 and 70 and 80 degrees, and then 115 during the summer, it's 34 degrees is cold.
Right. That's why I was saying earlier this morning, the shit that's coming, man, it doesn't sound. Everybody was like, oh, because it's 14 and 19 is what it's going to be, and it's like, okay, well, just so we understand, usually here 30 is like not very long. That's why we don't do the snow. Oh my God, Kissoff, you already know who that's backwoods. Tammy, you and them names, she's always on to me.
Hey, Monique. Good morning.
What's up, Monique? How are you, ma'am?
How'd your weekend go, bro?
Well, Saturday was fun as shit. I mean, that's my poor birds, I think, are suffering from PTSD now, but I got the coop moved. Anyway, I was telling them, anybody, if you a good laugh, go back and watch some of that until I get to where I'm moving that chicken coop with that mower. And you watch that bad boy getting jerked and slung around like this, and it was like, yeah, my poor chickens got PTSD, I'm sure now.
So you're on your mower, you didn't get the one with the soft touch?
Oh yeah, no, it was just that I was having to do that because the front didn't have any wheels on it, the front of the coop, but the rear did. So at first I tried to just ease into it, and my wife looked at me and she goes, "You're just spinning," and I'm like, "Yeah, there's too much dead weight." So I kind of had to go in and get that old stuck in the mud jerk, and it was like, wham.
I got you.
So yeah, then I got it out there that way forward by kind of bam, bam, getting some roll. But then I needed to turn it, and that's when I told my wife, going, okay, well, I only know how to do this the same way. So I commenced to jerking the damn thing until it was finally turned. But it's still together, so hey, that just goes to show I built that shit to be hurricane proof. I'm telling you.
Well, yeah.
What's up, Hutch?
Morning, fellas.
Shit.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. It's a little low, but I can turn you up on this end. Let me see. No, well, you're all the way up on this end.
Oh, I'll move a little closer. I don't feel like yelling today. So.
Wait, did Hutch just say he didn't feel like yelling today?
Not just yelling to talk, not yelling at people. I can yell at people anytime. I
just
don't want to talk.
I was gonna say, don't let him fool you.
Man, wait a minute. I'm gonna have to talk to my matrix operator because we need to reset this shit. There's something wrong with my code.
It's too early to talk loud. I'll put it that way.
Right.
There you go.
I know my wife all the time. She's like, "What'd you say?" And I'm like, and then I'll say it loud, and she'll go, "Well, you ain't got to yell." And I'm like, "Well,
right."
It's like, well, shit. Which I don't like yelling. That's why I was talking soft.
I have Rescue has a death spiral on my side. Is that just on my side, or is he's spinning?
It's good over here.
Oh,
both of y'all are clear on my side.
I got the circle of death.
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly, but your picture on my side is black with a little circle spinning.
Well,
I'm
let's
on
see.
Yeah, it's on your side, Hutch. We can see you though, unfortunately.
That's all that matters. What's going on, everybody in chat? I don't have the chat on, so hello to anybody who's in there.
Oh yeah, we got Hoot Owl, Amy, Kiss Off, Rank. We got 39 people.
Saint Monique and Matt.
Sir?
Are these 39 people all in live chat? And have they hit the thumb?
Well, now there's two separate questions. So top chat people, go up there, select that, and go to live chat so you're current in the conversation. And then I think I'm supposed to do some little thing about hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to ring the notification bell so you'll know every time I act like a dumbass.
Yeah, what do you say?
Mad
Something like that.
What y'all got going on today? Anything special?
Whew. I already got over my whining first thing this morning, so I'm kind of done that. I'll just have to go ahead and plan to deal with the shit now. But Yeah, I got plumbing issues is what I got coming because I got 2 days before we hit down to 14 degrees. And
Oh, 14.
shit down here just ain't built that way.
We hit 6 on Thursday, 7 on Friday. It's gonna suck. -6 for the low on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah,
But it's just a few days though. Just 2 days.
we're supposed to get down to 1.
I hate
1 degree.
Which I won't mind if the plumbing was all addressed. Then it's just kind of like, this is gonna suck. It's gonna be kind of cold, but it is what it is. It's the fact that just so not prepared, and I don't know. You just got to deal with it. She needs water. I just buck it up and just ride it out. I wouldn't give a shit. Cut the water off. I don't care.
Yeah, you know, you can leave it. You can leave it. The water dripping on each side.
We tried that last time. It didn't quite work. It literally froze to the part to where that one line that we had dripping, it maintained a drip, but everything else just froze off. And what happened was it froze and then it split that pipe when it swole.
Right.
Yep. What do you got, copper?
No, PVC. It's just that it's 40-year-old PVC.
Right.
It's very old school PVC, like back when we were like, hey, this is pretty cool, but check this out. And it's like, yeah.
That brittle stuff that you can make a knife out of.
Yeah, and it's actually been frozen now. That's why I say I got hot water in the bathtub is all that's left because of the last freeze. And so it was like, yeah, I don't know. This is just going to be interesting. And to be honest, most of my decision process is all from her perspective for her, because me, I'm telling you, I could go and stash up about 5-gallon buckets of water, and as long as I can make my coffee, I can open that door and take a whiz. And I'm prone to even drop the bomb outside too. Don't bother me none. It is what it is. But you got to take care of Mama. So, and Mama goes to work, so Mama has to have those typical comforts so that she can still do that. So
I will just throw the disclaimer out there. Everybody in the country, check your pets and check on the neighbors that you like over the next couple days.
Mm-hmm. Just the ones you like.
Yeah, just the ones you like.
Yeah.
Don't go out of your way for assholes. Fuck.
Nah, rip the warning label off.
Right.
What's up, Pure Blood?
I don't know. I woke up this morning and 36 degrees outside. I was like, what? It's 6 o'clock and I can take a shower? Hell yeah. That changed the tone of my whole day. Otherwise, I would have been sitting here all nasty and just like, but your perspective changes after a nice hot shower.
It does. What's up, yard dog? I gotta go pick up. Went to the eye doctor here a couple of weeks ago, and basically I still need I need the reading glasses, but they've got some new lens out that it's like the reading glasses, but like when you look up, you don't have to have them down like this. You know what I'm saying? You can wear them all the time, and it like
Is it got the
route, it don't have any power. You know what I mean? So I don't have to take them on and off. Because I just need them for this. Like when I'm driving or anything like that, I can't have these on, man, because it makes everything blurry.
Oh, so your top half is normal. The bottom is your readers.
Well, that's not how he explained it. It's
because I know, like with a regular prescription, like with because I'm supposed to have glasses, but then they've been telling me that for decades. But it's memorize the damn chart, people, and you don't have to wear glasses. Okay, there's the secret to it all. The chart's been the same thing for decades, but what you do is they hook me up with what they call that, transitional lenses. And so my far sight is one script, but my near is another. But these, like the old school, used to have that hard line you could see. You would literally just be like, "Oh yeah, shit, that's close." Okay. These do a smooth, and to be honest, though, I'm not a big fan. They jack with me because I'm so it. There's something about that line that makes you get used to moving your head then when you want to read instead of just kind of like looking at something because you end up in that blur range and you're like, shit, man, you feel like a bobblehead trying to find the magic zone.
Well, he said that the news, but it's kind of like what they're saying in there in the chat. He did tell me that too, that at first I'll probably get some headaches because my eyes will be having to get used to adjusting to it. So he was telling me, you'll wear them, when you're up close and reading and stuff, and then, wear them for a little bit while you're, and then take them off. You know what I'm saying? And then just kind of put them on a little at a time and wear them for a little while and kind of ease your eyes into the adjustment of them. He said, and you'll get to where you'll just wear them all the time and it won't bother you. Because he said that his eyesight was the exact same as mine. He said we both I don't know all the numbers or whatever when we're looking through, and he said that's the type of glasses he was wearing some, and he said that's what I wear, and he said it took me 2 or 3 weeks to get used to them because he said they'd kind of give me headaches and stuff, and they say once you get used to them, man, you won't even realize you have them on. So
they gave me glasses when I was like 9 or 10 years old. I was supposed to wear for life. I wore them for about 6 months, and then I was like, I'm over it.
Yeah, man, I wore them and I liked them at first, but then they became kind of just a pain in the ass because I'm so used to peripheral. I live in a peripheral world. This is just like, okay, but I'm so used to being able to see and with the glasses, it totally changed everything. And they sit over there in the drawer now. I get the ones that y'all see me put on are actually this little store-bought reader shit is what I get. And that's only so then I can get the stems out.
But I got to go pick them up today. And even after insurance and everything, it's still $200 freaking, man.
Damn it, man.
I got to go pick them up after a while. Then
you got antifreeze? You got antifreeze in your truck?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, my shit's all good. But even after that, I'm just gonna go out and do my normal thing with the foam pedestals, and make some money.
Hell yeah.
I got to go down to Public today. We got to take the wife down to see the lawyer because I guess we're doing they're going to make her first offer on her hand today. So we have to see how all that gets worked out.
Well, yeah.
But at least it's not snowing, so I ain't too concerned about it.
I thought Publix was a liquor store.
No, Public is when you come out of the woods and go to the public.
Right.
Oh, the public. Okay, well, because I thought you said Publix.
Yeah.
Because isn't there a liquor store called Publix?
The People's Republic of Hutch. Anything outside of those lines is Publix.
Oh, okay. Well, I think there is a liquor store, isn't it? Publix. It's like Florida or some shit.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
It even like me living in this little small town, that's what I call it too. When I go out to the public, I go to the big town, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right. Well, we got town, and then we have the bigger town, but then we have the cesspool of Houston that, it's like, okay, well, if we're going to go ahead and a couple hours south, then we'll go to the shithole. But everything else is just kind of town related. My little store here, that's the local town. Shit, dude. Matter of fact, one day I ought to show you what the school traffic looks like still to this day. I'll show you the football stadium for the city school, and you'd go, really? Wait, what? And I'd go, oh, yeah, but wait, this is the $1 million high school over here on this side. but they're still keeping this right here as the stadium. And dude, it's so funny. It's become a laughing joke every Friday night with games because there's so many cars all throughout town, and you're going, wait, what? And it's like, oh, this is all parking to go into this football stadium to watch the school game. Little bitty shit. It's a grocery chain. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, Publix. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it's a grocery. I think a
I
grocery
thought it was a
store.
liquor store. I
They
guess
have
they serve alcohol too.
Biden and his wife is on the who's that chick that played Firestarter? It's got a show now.
Oh.
Drew Barrymore. Yeah.
Hey,
Between that, I've tried not to turn the TV on in the last couple days. Literally every time I turn it on, there's either a commercial or the fucking news talking about the January 6th hearing. It's really making me want to punch somebody in the fucking face. I am getting so tired of hearing this January 6th bullshit.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
They've literally been playing it every 15 minutes, no matter what. There's something about it pissing me off.
I hate even hearing that phrase when any of them even mention that because it's like, man, that is such. I don't know. Yeah. But then again, I am one of them people. I went and did my shit. So it's like, well, you got people that are just without due process and nobody even talks about them.
Yeah.
You know?
Apparently there's a guy from up the road from like Lebanon. It's like less than 50 miles away from me. Apparently they're trying to give him federal charges for carrying a gun into the White House when he did his shit. But I guess he's been locked up this entire time with no.
Well, there's a couple of local people, as I'll say, a couple of local people that got picked up but have been managed to get out before they decided to just do this whole we're not going to allow nobody in or anything. So they got out before. They haven't been stuck in there, but yeah. I don't know, man. That whole thing pisses me off. All I can say is January. That's when you might see a whole nother me come the end of January because I might end up I'll be bitching too much because people think I'm so like, oh, Rescue doesn't really get it. Oh, no, Rescue gets it. Rescue just understands the timing of events. And so here's what's the ball's in play. They haven't, it's all this midterm shit. Yeah. Woo. It don't make shit until that hand hits that book. Now you just been handed the ball. What are you going to do with it? Now you're accountable to me.
Look, I don't have a problem with them saying, that they were trespassing. I get it. Charge them as a trespasser. I get that. But for them to stand and scream that some unarmed people with basically a few sticks and basically pitchforks and sticks could take over the federal government, is I mean, if that's the case, then they all need to sit up there and admit that we're in trouble anyway. I mean, come on, man. You had a few thousand people I know they said a lot of people were armed outside and everything, but I mean, come on, man. A few thousand people with some handguns and shit, and you're going to really act like they could have taken over the federal government. I mean, man, come on.
Dude, backwoods. It's like the one video shot alone of having the felt ropes up and them literally walking down the damn thing like they were a tourist thing. And it's like, yeah, this is the violent insurrection. Really? Right. And then they clipped a few things, but that's what gets me. What gets me is this one. It's like you kind of start off with a shitty deal, but then at a certain point, you realize that the bullshit is intentional and that it's just a bald-faced fucking lie. And now you're a piece of fucking shit. So it's kind of like we gradually didn't just jump into the mix, but as I watch behavior, it's like, because you totally won't even acknowledge that we're still, dude, I watched this stuff the other day and somebody else listening even picked up. I'm going, wait, what? The cops, they got killed. And it's like, wait a minute, that's so been disproven. No, none of them died that day. What do you mean? But nope, still did. And it's just this intentional lie that you know. And so once you realize that, okay, you're intentionally doing this, and then it's like Ray Epps. Where the fuck is Ray Epps? Don't tell me about your sincerity of wanting to know when you're not going to even pull forward the one main figure that actually verbally was saying to do the very thing you're accusing all these other people of doing. But yet you have no intention of talking to him. Why were you on the list and then off the list? Did you get him? Nope. Why was he last seen in fucking Colorado? You got people that don't even get to talk to their family that are fucking dying inside there because they can't even get their medicine because you don't like the fact that they were standing there with a flag questioning your shit. I'd rather them just shut the fucking door and start hosing them with a fire hose, tell them go away, and then just acting like it doesn't happen, than to fucking lock these people up and not be accountable for shit. And that's why this is, I'll get pissed, but January, I hear the talk. I love Jim Jordan. And all I can say is, we'll see if I still love him after January, because it's like, if you don't start ponying some shit up, buddy, then I got no problem telling you directly to your face, I think you're a piece of shit. Because these are the facts. You've known this is the facts. You've bitched about the fact that they won't talk about the facts, and now the ball's in your court, and I'm waiting to hear what you got to say. Because Jim Jordan's fixing to be in that judicial committee. He's fixing to be running the shit that will either expose it all or shut it all up. So I guess we're going to see what happens.
Right.
That's why I was kind of okay with the McCarthy deal. Don't like him as Speaker of the House. Think that's a shit. He's just another shithole. That's another California piece of shit politician. But
yeah, from what I've read 2 or 3 different places, that McCarthy is probably, like, no, they're
he's a rhino, dude.
What I'm saying is he don't have the votes. The Republicans are like, no, we're not putting, some of these newer ones, they're like, no, we ain't putting you in. Because you're a rhino.
They made a deal. They've made a deal. Or at least that's the last I've heard, was that they made a deal. And so he's agreed that, like, Jim Jordan be on the Judicial Committee, Marjorie Taylor Greene's, I forgot exactly what part she's going to be part of. But as long as they get to do that so that they can bring that stuff to highlight, then they would back him. And so he supposedly gave the thumbs up.
Well, that might be. I hadn't read it in several days. Because but I like to stay away from the politics as much as possible. I do read and everything, because I do want to keep up with it, and then, to come on to a live stream and have a few talking points and stuff. But I don't, on a general basis, I just soon, wash my truck or something, and I don't never do that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why I've kind of just been in cruise mode until January. Know what all's happened, know what's there, know the ones that know about it, know what they say they're going to do. Now it's in cruise mode till January. Put your hand on the book. You either meant what you said or you were full of shit. Right. Other than that, the clock still goes by, the sun still comes up and goes down, and mama still gets hungry every day. So.
Yep.
And shut up, Rank. The border's going to shit, dude. That's so sad down there.
How's them gun rights going, Rank?
I was watching something. There was something on at like 4:00 this morning that was talking about the huge border crisis, and the little reporter that they had down there. Whenever he would speak in Spanish and ask a question, they would put the subtitles. But whenever the person he was talking to would answer, it was literally 2 words in Spanish, no subtitles, and then he just turned around and was like, "He's scared for his life." Like, why can't we get his subtitles? Why can't we hear what he's saying? Like, I'm catching all this little bitty, even the local news. They got 2 new guys. I guess some homeless chick got found in a dry creek bed somewhere in one of these small towns. No blood, no violence, no nothing. They just found a 60-some-year-old chick dead underneath a bridge in the last couple days. so chances are she froze to death. But the way that this dude was playing it up was like, if you have any information, ooh, we don't know what happened. People are so scared. Like, why? Why are people so scared? It's an old chick that froze to death under a bridge. How is this? Get a hold of your local police station and be scared. You don't know. No, it's too fucking.
Actually, I can tell you
that.
Well, they might be saying they're afraid, Hutch, but their version of afraid is they're afraid that when they wake up in the morning and they open they go to the kitchen sink and they look out the window, that there's 12 fucking people on their back porch that just showed up overnight. That's what they're afraid of.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that shit's happening, dude. They open up your garage door to go out to your vehicle, only there's fucking 8 motherfuckers in your vehicle all sleeping, and it's like, yeah.
Right.
It's crazy.
Oh, I will say a PSA for y'all. Christmas coming up. Hide your boxes. Make sure if you're leaving your house, make sure you got your lights turned on. That way it doesn't look like an empty house. If you're getting fancy shit, TVs and all these electronics and shit, don't put your boxes outside. Burn that shit or wait till you see the trash man coming, because everybody's gonna be like, oh look, you got 20 boxes of shit that cost at least $1,000.
And I know how tempting it is and how you want to share with everybody, but don't post that shit on social media neither. Don't post where you're going and what you're doing. I know everybody wants to be excited, man. I'm going to, we're going to have Christmas dinner and it's all great and everything, but don't be posting that shit on social media, man. That's how the thieves get you.
Yep.
Well, I've said it the last 2 Christmases. In my younger days, I was kind of a dick. So I knew people who would watch the Facebook and all the social medias to see, because they'd be like, oh, look at this new PlayStation. Look at this new 70-inch TV. That's when we start writing addresses down. Just saying. That is real shit.
Oh, yeah. It really happens.
The TV goes from being on aisle 7 at 1302 Dipshit Lane. That's
So yeah, just be mindful. Situational awareness.
Oh, and I was going to say, morning, Firefly and Mischance, and I see Possum in the house.
What's up, everybody? Now, hell, it just amazes me how many people still do that, man. Still post their shit up on Facebook, man. Hey, we're going to grandma's over in Tennessee, for 2 weeks, man. We're so happy and excited, and it's like, geez, just
it is
stop.
weird. If you do the tiniest bit of homework, it doesn't take a whole lot. Like, you might not think you're giving away a lot on the social medias, but like, it doesn't take maybe a couple hours worth of fucking homework to be like, okay, this is his address, her at whatever. Like, this is what the porch looks like. Oh, you cut this way too fast. I can see where your neighbors are. You know what I mean? Like, all that little shit adds up. So just be careful. It does. With the camera, because there are people who will nitpick every single frame of a shot that you've got just to find out where you are. And it's not hard. It's not hard, and it's not time. So you figure what, 2-3 hours of digging on social media will give you a couple $1,000 payout if you find the right house. It's well worth the investment.
Yeah.
Be aware.
That's true. I tell you, I used to talk to a lot of customers and kind of just remind people, dude, that people, I gotta say, nowadays they get hung up on these company names and they forget that those are just people working under those names. And I've been saying for a long time, a long time ago, they busted a ring down in Houston at the mall, and I want to say it was either Dillard's or Macy's, one of them stores, but it was back in the old credit card slide machine days. And they literally caught the chick, and there was a ring that was doing it. And so every time you go pay for something, they'd take your card, and she would slide another piece of paper. She'd ring your shit, do your stuff you had signed, but then she'd take that piece of paper and stick it on the counter. And then every now and then somebody'd come by and she'd hand them that handful of paper that had all that information from all them cards. Well, they busted it. Well, that's what kind of I sat back and I told my wife, well, that just goes to show you everybody guns under this company name, like, oh, Snap-on would never rip me off. No, but dipshit here that works for Snap-on, he will, dude from, it's like, oh, so-and-so, well, and they let people in their house because, oh, my phone company won't, there's laws against that. And it's like, okay, but that ain't your phone company that's in your living room right now.
Right.
That's Bob, but Amazon. Bob might not give a shit.
Most Amazon warehouses are within a couple 100 miles of anybody's house nowadays, for the most part. Those are just regular 9 to 5 kind of people who, what you already seen, there's some people at Amazon who will shoot that shit up without hesitation. You think they're not writing down, oh, this person just spent $1,000 on this thing, writing your address down? Don't trust people. Not saying it's going to happen, but it could happen.
Shit, no, dude, that's like an organized rings information bed. I mean, you can literally be the dude kind of going, okay, here's this and this and this. Here's this to this and this today. Here's this. You can actually hand that over to a whole setup that then commences to cleaning house.
Yeah.
And as things get rougher, things are going to just get crazier. I'm in shock today because I also found out that Ford brought the Maverick back, but in truck fashion.
Oh, yeah?
I've seen that.
They literally, the Maverick is now a fucking truck like the Ford Ranger.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
I was like, well, I'll be damned. Shocked me. I just intentionally went off rail.
This goddamn dog. I'm gonna end up killing this dog across the street.
Bust out the BB gun, pop him in his ass cheek.
Shut up!
See, I don't know the 100% of the details, but just given light of what I know around me and taking that and inserting those into this, that's when you want to walk over there and you want to kick the front door and you want to go pull and walk over and just go wham. Can you please go let the damn dog in because it wants in. It's freezing its nuts off.
Well, this one, it stays outside while the guy's gone, and the son of a bitch barks.
Oh.
The son of a bitch barks at everything, man. Like everything. Everything.
Did I just ring out for everybody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I can see you now. Your death circle finally went away.
Well, I never know when they're going to switch over the Stingray module and upgrade to this newer version. Quit fucking up my internet.
Shit, we got 5G now, and my phone will sit there and go back and forth, 4G, 5G, 4G, 5G, and man, my phone won't do shit. I have to kind of move it around and find a spot where it'll go back to 4G to make it work.
Can you turn that off?
No,
like
it's
that. I remember when they first came up with the 4G and you had the old 3G phones, you could then turn that 4G off so it would stay on the 3G.
It's 5G. It's a 5G phone.
Oh, okay. So it's wanting it, yeah.
Yeah. So anytime it gets near.
Any phone that takes a 3G now pretty much won't work at all. Isn't that how that's supposed to be working?
I think so.
Yeah, it's what is it? CDMA or in the GSM? I think it's the GSM Global Satellite Module or some shit like that. That GSM, and that you can't retro so far back now. It just won't work. The analog's not there.
Monique, the problem is when you go outside to see what he's barking at, he's standing there barking into the air, going just looking up and barking and shit. And you're looking around, it's like nothing out there. And it's like
translates in dog to it's fucking cold out here. The son of a bitch done left me outside. I want to go back.
Some bitch does it in the spring, summer, winter. It don't matter.
Oh, we got one that's kind of like that over there.
Trying to teach the dogs, if it's not on the property, shut the fuck up.
Right.
It took me years to get the dogs to finally get that, or at least one of them anyway. The other one's like, I don't care, I'll bark at it. If the wind's blowing, I'm gonna bark.
That's that fucking dog across the street. Some bitch barks at the
Hey,
wind
David.
and everything else. What's up, David? No, I got a little, just got to work this week for however many days there. I'm gonna spend some time. The wife's off, because of school. She being a school teacher, so they're off for I think a couple of weeks.
Hell
So I'm
yeah.
gonna spend a little time with her here and there, and go do some work. And I don't know if there's some holiday or something coming up here in a few days, ain't there?
I haven't heard. I'm not sure.
I'm sure somebody somewhere is going to celebrate something.
Whew.
Okay, who down says what? Okay, gives my arthritic ready to go work out with Amazon and Walmart delivery. There was somebody. What was it? Is it Art Survival? I think he was talking about the Walmarts becoming like a warehouse deal. You heard that? How they're so some places, I guess, are stopped. They're not letting people in the store, or that looks like the end game or something. He was talking about how you go into Walmart now and you get run over by people pushing them blue tubs all around, filling the online orders.
Oh yeah, they made a whole parking lot side for the Walmarts around here for just pickups, call-in orders.
Did you see that shit where they I don't know, some head executive or something up there at Walmart had said they would shut down all the stores before they keep losing the money that they're losing in theft. And it was like they were losing, I forgot how much it was, 30 million overall. But they're after the $30 million loss, they're still profiting like $180 million, dude.
My wife last night, we were talking about that very thing. And the ironic thing backwards, our daughter just got through telling her, I haven't checked this, but it's what my daughter told her, and she did it. So I'm assuming if anybody, you can apparently download the Walmart app on your phone. Okay. Then walk down the aisle in the store, and I'm just going to say Wolf brand chili. You can reach up and grab that can of Wolf brand chili, spin it around to the barcode, take the Walmart app, scan it, blink, and go to checkout, pay for that can of chili right there in the aisle on your phone, pay for it, and then go ahead and walk out the door. And if you get stopped at the door, you just go, hold on a minute, and you turn around and you shut the phone going, this is where I did. I paid for it. And they go, oh, okay. So you can literally apparently go stand in the fucking aisle, dude, in the aisle and pay for your little item.
Yeah, it's
and
all
yet
that.
You're going to whine about theft?
That's exactly what I talked about the other night. I think it was on Ghost's show. That very thing of the one world system. And I was saying about the cashless society that they could end cash just about any time, man, because you don't think Walmart don't want to handle cash anymore. They make it where they can set you up through the iPays and all that shit, and bam, you can just sit there and grab shit and scan it and pay for it and leave, without ever pulling out a wallet or a card or anything.
See, that's too much. That's too fucking much.
Well, see,
I ain't gonna lie though. I will not show my receipt. If they ask me on the way out, I'll be like, no, check the cameras or call the police. I'm not stopping for you. It's none of your business what the fuck I bought. It's not. I'm not guilty until proven innocent. Fuck you. Say hello.
Right.
That's what
That's
you're
it.
supposed to do. Leave me the fuck alone.
I gotta say, I've only had one person ever touch me at the door, and she reached over and put her hand on my arm as I walked by, and I looked at her and I said, "Let's not do that. That's not good.
Right.
What do you need?" She goes, "Well, I just
No.
wanted to check your cart," and I didn't mind. I said, "Well, here's the receipt." I said, "I suggest you not just touch people like that, because I don't
Don't
I don't
touch
do
me.
good in this environment."
Don't touch me, especially when I know I ain't stole nothing. I ain't done nothing wrong except bought motherfucking groceries, and you're gonna touch me and like try to impede my fucking way. Yeah, it's gonna like who
And
the
I had to
fuck
check
you
out by
touching
myself
me?
on top of all that shit too.
Y'all, I feel
I think.
bad about
Go ahead.
I feel bad about something I did the other day, sort of. So, this working on these phone pedestals, a lot of these places, man, they go out like in the middle of nowhere, or, they'll cut across this power line, and I mean, like I'm way the fuck back off in the woods a lot of times down these old dirt roads and shit. Man, so I've been approached by some, suspect characters, I guess you'd say, you know what I mean? And I always have, I always have my pistol on my side. And so I pulled up next to this phone pedestal down this old dirt road, and this dude pulls up. He was older than I was, but he pulls up and he goes, um, "Where are you going?" Like that. And I looked at him. I said, "I'm going right here." And he goes, and I kind of, I was like, "I'm going right here," like kind of gave him that look, like, "What the fuck," And I started out of the truck, man, and he kind of leaned back and he goes, "Oh man, I just thought you were lost or something." And I go, "Oh, okay." And then he kind of was, I could tell he wasn't a bad dude, or you know what I'm saying. He just really thought I was lost, because I mean you can get lost back in there pretty quick. And then I told him, I said, "Man, he, I have to just kind of be, a certain way because, of the different people that approach me out here." And he goes, "Yeah, man." He goes, "I thought you was fixing to get on me there for a minute." That dude, man, he said, "I started to just drive off real fast." I kind of felt bad, but I did. I was like, well, at least, that aggression worked, because that's somebody he said he was ready to drive off.
That's it. Especially out there, man. You get off in the back, boy. Because if whatever happens, that's all. It's all right there and then.
Yeah.
What's that about? Oh.
I look lost half the time. Yeah. That's a trick that I've learned to fool people into
Look lost
thinking
all the
that, yeah, that I look lost. I don't know what I'm talking about, and then it's a
Oh,
surprise.
so that's on purpose? I thought that was just your face. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, yeah, that's on purpose.
Right?
I've been practicing it for a lot of years, man.
Oh, damn.
I will say though, the speaking of aggression, I got to apologize to this teenager kid because I came off a little bit harder than I wanted to. So the boy had a little bit too much to drink, just a little bit too much, right? So he threw up on his mattress, so I had to burrito him in a blanket, carry him to the shower, and do all this other shit. His girlfriend washed him, did all this other stuff. I was like, "Call her when you're ready." So carry him back to the cabin. One of his little buddies came out, and I was like, we need to Jesus carry him. I'll get the legs, y'all get an arm. You know what I mean? Like, well, you know how far my shower is from the boys do. I was like, my legs were done. I already carried him to the shower. Somebody else already carried him to the cabin. I was like, I can't do it myself. I'm gonna drop him. So this one kid was like, "I can carry him." I was like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "You sure you got this?" He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "You drop my son, we're gonna have some serious fucking problems." I'm like 4 inches from his face because we're both in the shower. Like, you need to tell me that you got this. That's my son. That's my fucking baby. I don't give a fuck how big he is. Like, defense mode kicked in, man. I was like, oh shit. Right. Scared the shit out of the boy. Now I feel bad. I was like, I didn't mean for it to come out that hard. That was just the way it
But
came
did he
out.
drop him?
Nope. Didn't drop him a bit.
And there you go. It worked.
Right? He was struggling at the end there. I was like, "You got him? You got him?" I had to guide him by his hoodie. I was like, "You're about to walk through a thing of barbed wire and all kinds of shit." He's like, "Woo." I thanked him and I shook his hand though. Once he set him down, I was like, "Thank you," because hey, that's my baby, man. When it comes to family like that, no, I don't fuck with.
That's it.
Actually, I get overprotective when it comes to my son. I don't give a damn. You know what I mean?
Oh damn.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, man. People are just, especially when it's more than one person, 2, 3 of them, man. You got to be careful, man. I was sitting out there one day. Had the maps, and I was figuring out which way that the maps go, because a lot of them just say like county road, and none of our roads anymore are listed as county roads. They're just got regular road signs. A lot of them, some of them still back in the woods have the county road, but I was trying to figure it out, and 2 dudes pulled up, and dude gets out of the truck and he starts walking towards my truck, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, yeah, that's a fucking crackhead right here, meth head. And I fucking reached out and pulled that pistol out, and I just right here in my, like this, kind of pointed towards the door, and he walked up and he looked down and he looked right at me, and I said, what do you need? Man, I was wondering if you might know where such and such road is. I said, man, I'm not from here. And I said, and he just kind of looked at me and he goes, all right, man, I'll go look for it. I was like, yeah, you do that, man. And he took off.
Oh, dude, there's places
standing right there, man. Fuck him, man.
I worked one system, and all I'll say is there is a certain area in that system that was nothing more than it was a methville, and you knew it. And main line ran right on the back side of it. And shit, dude, anytime I went around there with my bucket truck, not only were all my boxes locked up, but it's amazing what the shape of a buttstock does over the top of a bucket. Whenever people come up on your truck and they look up there, and you just kind of look and you get that vibe like, I don't really know why. You don't look like the customer asking a question, and you just kind of reach down and pick up enough for just about that much to come up over that bucket edge. It's like, oh yeah, but I just was wondering who it was. And it's like, yeah, because just random people stop by in bucket trucks all the time.
I had a buddy in a bucket truck back a couple years ago. He was telling me the story. He was up top, and it was just him by himself working. I can't remember what the hell he was doing. He said some group of dudes walked up and stole the keys out of his truck and left him up in the air for like 3 or 4 hours before somebody could come and get him down and shit. Took the keys and walked off. Just to leave him stuck.
Damn. That would suck.
Yep. Oh man, they'll come by. It's like one town. Shit, dude. On bicycles. I watched so many techs, I'd watch them pull up because I'd be working the main line, and then they would have, like on the feeder line would be some house that they would have an install, and then they'd be going to do it. I'd see them go over in their little tech trucks and open them little doors on that top and shit. And I'd be like, hey. And they'd come walking down. I'd say, you might want to close them boxes up. Oh, well, it makes it easier to get to. I said, okay, don't expect your drilling shit to be there. And sure enough, dude, it wouldn't. 10 speed to go by, because if they see them panels open, dude, they go by on a 10 speed. They don't, whoop, they're quick. Snatch and grab. Little shits.
Yeah. I tell you, man, as much as bad as things are getting these days, man, even you ladies and stuff, man, I would probably even go to the point of getting a wallet and stop carrying a purse. Maybe start wearing some type of clothing during this time of year that you can put your valuables in your pocket, and man, I mean, people, I get, I get that news feeds, and man, they come across my screen all the time, and I read all these different articles and stuff, man, and it's just, the people running up and snatching stuff from people, knocking people down to get, a chain off of them, things like that. I mean, man, I'm telling you, it's right now, I mean, you gotta look like you're not a victim. You know what I mean? It's if you're, you know, as like for a woman, for instance, carrying a purse and, you know, you're looking down, checking your phone because, you know, you're excited about shopping and you're sharing it on social media and shit, you know, yeah, just be careful about all that shit. Pay attention, man. It's like, it's getting bad.
Well, and things are.
If you
Go ahead.
if you can't carry a weapon, I mean a gun, start carrying a knife. I don't give a fuck if you're a 90-year-old or a fucking 7-year-old. Carry a knife sometimes.
That's it.
Just
Yeah, and the thing about
holding somebody, not some little, you know, little skewer thing. Like carry something that's gonna make somebody know that they just got stuck.
yeah, and it's really funny because if you pull a gun out and someone is close enough to you, they're just as likely they're just as likely to grab the gun and wrestle with it. But if you got a knife and you pull that knife out, I can guarantee you they're doing this right here. They're getting their hands back. They're getting away from you because that man, nobody wants to get shot. I understand that, but nobody wants to get cut, man. I don't know. It's just something about that knife, man. People, like I said, they'll be tempted to wrestle with you with a gun, but they ain't touching that fucking knife, man. I'm just telling you.
I will talk shit to somebody with a gun. If you're pointing at me, I will still talk shit. I'll stand back, but I'm still gonna talk shit. If you pull a knife on me, I'm not coming close to you because I ain't trying to get cut. If you got a gun on me, you can get over adrenaline and miss. I could be 5 foot away from you and you can still miss point blank range because of that adrenaline and everything that's working out. If you got a knife, I'm bleeding. One way or another, I'm bleeding.
Yeah, Nikki.
And there was an incident I heard about. I was told, which you two could see in the private, but so I was told about this little incident that happened the other day, and so this individual was at work, and this dude was getting suspended, and as they walked him through, he was talking this line of shit, you know, I fuck every motherfucker up here. How did I? And as he come through, he looked and he saw this other individual sitting there looking at his phone, and he commenced to talking shit to him. Well, he just kind of chuckled and laughed it off, and I don't even know what the hell you wound up about. Well, then that dude went on. He got his little suspension, come back out. Well, then he talked some more shit, and then he was like, you know, giggled it off. Well, when just a few minutes later, he got off, and when he walked out, that dude followed him to his vehicle, and as he walked across, he said, "I'm gonna tell you right now, you don't want to follow me to my truck because they'll make T-shirts out of your happy ass, and they're gonna be up here saying what an awesome kid you were, is what I'm telling you." And he walked, and as he said, he opened his door and he sat in, and as he looked up, he was right there at the door, and he proceeded to just come out and kind of gave him a nice reminder of why this isn't going to end like you think. And then somebody even said, "But you realize that you'd go," and he goes, "Yeah, but he won't be here to see me do it. That's what'll be." And so there's our moments, and it's just things are firing off like that because that particular individual works in an industry with the railway and shit, and nowadays, and so it's not the normal vibe, but it's there. And yeah, just that quick, and I kind of worry about that because that person I heard that story about means a whole lot. So, and that kind of gets a little, you talk about that nerve-wracking moment. Well, there's your nerve-wracking moment when you get those stories.
Right. Yeah, it's a crazy world out
Yeah,
there.
that's
only going to get.
Dude, in the blink of an eye. Situational awareness, the fancy term.
Like there were so many damn news this morning just from local shit, like within 100-mile circle. So many damn pedophiles, so many damn like just drug addict fucking parents. Like they found a 7-year-old boy buried underneath these 28-year-old woman's house. You know what I mean? Just yesterday. It's too common. You hear it 3-4 times a fucking day.
Yep.
even small town America, even if you got 200 people in your town, you have city crime. Scared.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I
what
can
I
feel
was gonna say. What Nikki said earlier about this time of year is always bad for shopping, and it is, you know, and especially with the economy is worse and everything is you know, people are struggling and people are getting more desperate, and you know, just when you walk across the parking lot, man, don't put your phone in your pocket or whatever. Don't, you know, pay attention. It's not even necessarily so that you have to make eye contact, because you know a lot of people are uncomfortable with that, but just having your head up and you know, just looking around and you know, like being aware of your surroundings, letting someone know that if they're watching for a victim, they're probably not going to pick you. You know what I'm saying? If you're up and, you know, they're going to wait till that person's like this walking across the parking lot and almost gets hit by a car because they're not paying attention. You know, that's the victim they want. That's the easy target. They want a quick bam and gone, you know, to get out of the situation.
well, that's what's man. It's so like how do I say this shit? Like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and shit. It was a theft thing. So it's like if you had something of importance, then they would jack you for it, probably. You know. So, but it was just there, that veritable. They just wanted to steal your shit. Now, dude, are you a Republican? How do you vote? What's your religious belief? You know, who do you talk to? There's so many other variables that people just you don't even know that you might have done something. And but you're walking to the store, and I gotta say, like that's why situation awareness is fancy term, and nowadays, and that's it's true. So I'm not saying it's not. It's just that we got so used to this technical training talk kind of stuff. But in all honesty, man, if you wherever you go, and I used to think that maybe it was just because of where I had been and just kind of had been, you kind of in certain environments you get used to it, and I tried to change, and I'm glad I never did now because it really need it now. But it's just you become aware of behavior styles, and so it's not that you're paranoid, you're just aware. And it's but I think nowadays people need to actually start, and I hate to say this in this way, but damn it, if you're going to the fucking store, then you're going into hostile territory, and you need to start addressing it that way instead of going, I'm just going to go get some cookies and some stuff and bread. And no, we're not in that world. This is 2023 coming up, and it's now you walked out that front door, potentially hostile area. So and as you get farther into the more populated, it just gets, that circle starts closing around you to where you go, okay, dude, you watch shit at gas pumps. You can go get $5 of gas and you can get popped in the head. Just,
And
you're not even
don't
part of
think it's
nothing.
just opportunity. Like, don't think you did something wrong, because
Yeah.
boredom plays a huge factor in just smacking somebody or grabbing a purse, regardless of you got $2 or you got $2,000. It doesn't matter. Sometimes a motherfucker's just bored and like, hey, let me go push this chick, or let me go slap this dude, take what he's got, and then run off. Like, it's literally that simple. I know, because I have literally done it my younger years. It doesn't take, like, you don't have to be a target. I could just be bored and like, hey, I'm gonna go start some shit. That's literally all it takes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Especially if there's no consequences. You're in one of those towns where you know the police ain't gonna do shit. You know what I mean? Stuff like that, where you know you can get away with it. Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
can
and
see that. That's even the same with guys too, really, in all honesty, because if you'll look somebody in their face, it puts things in a different
oh
perspective.
yeah, yeah.
They were in
I
one
was.
frame of mind, but a full facial eye acknowledgement all of a sudden makes that kind of pause. Sometimes pause for the cause is helpful.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wasn't saying, you know, don't make eye contact. I'm saying some people don't feel comfortable with it, and I get it. But you know, just even the posture of having your head up and being, you know. But yeah, if you're fine with making eye contact, that's the best thing, man. Because when you make that eye contact, man, you know, that one-on-one for that second, you know, you can, you know, just that kind of look over like, the fuck, you know, I ain't no victim, you know. And
That's it.
as Arkansas Living used to say, come at me, bro, you know. Fuck around and find out, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, you know, yeah, eye contact is always best, you know. But
Yeah, you've got to portray the image that you would fight, even if you know that you have zero heart and you won't. You have to represent yourself like you would.
yeah, that's all I was getting at a while ago, was just the posture, you know, that you, how you carry yourself, you know, even if you don't like making the eye contact, just your posture, just being upright and your head up, and you know, and looking around, and you know, like,
Okay, just so you're aware, make sure that the puddle's running away from you, though.
right. Well, just spraying gas on somebody would be enough. You don't have to. You don't even have to light it, man, because just they get that gas all over them, it'll freak them the hell
Well,
out.
you know what? You gone? Later, brother. Dude, that would actually be the mental check right there. Because if you take the nozzle out of the tank and you point it at that person and their eyes don't get big and they don't start stepping back, then they own some shit. So you get ready to spray and go, because they're not even processing flammable liquid pointed at me. Wait, not good.
Yeah, Huckleberry, you know, when I was growing up, my dad, he used to tell me a lot, you know, and remind me and stuff. He'd, son, if you'll look someone in their eyes, and you learn how to read it, you can tell what someone's going to do by the look in their eyes.
Well, and you know, sometimes people are, I don't know, and I'm not trying to say this in like bravado shit talking kind of way, but dude, sometimes it just, there's some weak motherfuckers that will try to take advantage of people until all of a sudden they have to look you in your face and all of a sudden they go, oh, okay, never.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't have the balls. I mean, yeah, they can be vicious if they can catch you unaware, but sometimes people just don't like that confrontation. And to them, that eye contact is now a visual confrontation. It's like, you now look me in my face, and okay, I've changed my mind. And that even works for guys and shit too. There's banny roosters and shit to get all wound up, and then it's like that a visual representation changes perspective. And
Yep.
sometimes you just need a moment to weigh the odds and kind of put things going, okay, this ain't gonna be the smartest call to make.
Yeah, I
Well, I got a friendly house. Were you talking about my one arm? Cock it and shoot.
But yeah, I don't know, man. You know, just everybody be careful, man. Just don't get don't get complacent. Don't get comfortable. You know, when you go out into the public, you're right. It, you know, just treat it as a potential battleground.
That's it.
You know, and really for the ladies out there that are alone, don't have a man, whatever. Um, you know, utilize all these curbside pickups, man. I've said it many times. I'll say it again. Utilize them curbside pickups, man. Hell, they've got pretty much where you can order whatever you want to online through the Walmart app, or you know, Kroger. You know, I mean, all these different places, they have it, and just do a curbside pickup, and that way you're pulling right up next to the store. They'll come out, load your groceries, and you drive off. You know, you don't have to.
Well, now, and I will say Kroger might be okay because I don't know about that, but I know now Walmart. See, I'm not a big fan of that myself, as far as right here, though. I'll say for here, because heard horror stories, and some of the horror stories I've heard here is the shit like what you order online, and you get ahead and yep, you're completed. But whenever they go and put that shit in your car, all of a sudden you wanted Bertoloni oil oil, and they didn't have that. Instead, they had the greater value, and you'll get that. And then you get credited back the difference, but you don't even know it until after the fact. And that's kind of shitty
Right.
to me.
Yeah,
Not to
it
mention you
is.
do have somebody right there at your vehicle. So that's
But
another nerve wracking.
I'm saying, like a woman by herself, would probably rather get home and figure out that she got the Great Value brand than to get mugged in the parking lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
or-
Now, depending on your surroundings, that's definitely a call to make. Because if you can, hell, I'd buddy up.
yeah,
Like around here,
buddy up.
yeah. And actually, hell, that's what she even does. If she just before all this and has nothing to do with any of this, it's just the way things are around here. But like she go to town, she'll end up, well, not the past couple of months because her and her mom are having their own issues. But before that, it wasn't nothing for her to call her or my daughter or sister-in-law and be like, hey, I'm running into town. You want to ride and go too? You got to get anything? And, shit like that. And they definitely do that if they go out to the bigger spots because you everybody saves gas and saves the trip. They'll make a day of it. So, yeah, but it's definitely because you want to try to always make your day a good day and you want to try to stay positive and try to find some happiness even amongst the shit that's going on. That way you're still striving for good. Just be aware of all the bad. Don't let it absorb you. Just be aware of it. That'd be it.
Yeah.
Counselor mode for the day. There we go. It stopped raining.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go ahead.
Stop raining.
I think so. It looks like it so far. I want to see if it.
We got where I'm at in Arkansas. The freaking all the snow and shit is like a few miles, above us, north of us, and all the rain and shit is just right south of us, man. It's so funny. You can see it, all the shit's moving up and it's just clear right here where I'm at.
Ooh. Yeah, it stopped right now, but the big patch is coming for the day.
They're talking about, I think, Wednesday. I think it's Wednesday. We're supposed to get a pretty good chance of quite a bit of snow, and that's when it's going to get down to like 1 degree. I got to today I was going to go out there and to the chicken pen, and I'm gonna put a little more hay in there, and then I'm gonna wrap the chicken coop with a tarp, to try to keep the wind and stuff, because it's supposed to be kind of windy over the next couple of days, so just try to keep the wind out of that chicken coop so they can get up in there and nestle up real good.
There you go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna run a cord out to that and put a light out there, and then it'll give enough heat in there for those about a week that it's down that low. Yeah, because I'm telling you, that's such a trip too. And all it worries me is it's dropping so fast down to 19 and then 14. And it's like, oh yeah, so this brittle ass pipe, it'll just go.
Yeah.
And I can't just like zip around and move shit all quick. So
ours is a concrete slab, so all of our plumbing's in the ground. A concrete slab,
Oh, yeah. This house used to be on pylons, dude. This house was 12 feet off the ground originally. It actually had a second floor built down with a hot tub. That's where we used to kind of hang out and shit. And that was the playroom, kind of game room kind of thing. And then over time, it started getting unlevel. Had some people come out and inspect it. Well, they said how like about 9 of these pilings were bad. Well, back then, I didn't know then what I know now. And so you just kind of, it's like, oh, shit. And my mom, and they were like, oh, shit, what do we need to do? And the guy's like, well, best thing would be to just lower it down and put it on blocks. And, that way. And it was, oh, okay. So, hell, we took apart the whole downstairs and shit. So now this is actually a house sitting on blocks that wasn't the smartest move, knowing now what I know. I would have just replaced those fucking beams under there, those pilings, and been done, and we'd have still been up in the air.
Hey, Milkmaid, when I was younger, this guy was in the military, and he was a competition shooter for the military. He was, they're whatever they do there, and he was, and what he taught me on drawing and finding the sight. What he taught me was to like get you, like, you can just do this in your house. Obviously clear your gun, all that good stuff. So what he taught me was, he said, put you a couple of different targets on the wall, in different places, and then draw and however you have your stance, and aim at them, aim at one of them targets, and just sit there and just get that feeling of where you're aimed at. He said, and then close your eyes. And while you got your eyes closed, drop your hands back down to your side, or even holster your gun with your eyes closed. Do not open your eyes the whole time, and then draw again and pull out, and then open your eyes and see where you're at. And he said, if you'll keep doing that, it'll train that muscle memory. It helps to train your muscle memory. And it improved my handgun, in my sight placement. It really did. It helped me out a lot. That reflex action, yeah.
That link I put up is a guy, a retired SEAL, Chad Wright, and actually he just was like a week or so on the 30th November. He did this little video, and it was the dry fires. And as soon as you were talking about that, it reminded me. I don't know if he has links on that of what he was talking about, but I know in that video he shows the little indicators, and then having the targets, and then sitting there practicing, just kind of doing that. And you can even squeeze the trigger, so it's like you can see, okay, I wasn't even close. And then that way you can kind of get used to that whole pulling and firing, pulling and firing.
Yeah, them eye targets and stuff are good, because your first shot is what you want to count. And I've seen a lot of people, they'll get one of them eye targets, and then that's all they do, is they'll sit there and do that a bunch of times and think, okay, I'm good now. And it does help with that initial pull and draw, because once you squeeze the trigger with like one of the eye target systems, you can see, and you can start to get good at that first shot, which is always good. But you still have to have practice with recoil, and
oh yeah,
man,
that's a mixing. You should never replace one for the other. That's the best combo, would be both. To do your inside your dry fire drawing, but then going out and actually putting it down range, so you can actually feel everything involved.
Yeah.
But one thing he was pointing out, because I will say, and for me, as soon as I heard that, and I could see it playing a part just walking through your house, or being in your vehicle, and put a target over on a tree beside your door, and then think you have to kind of go out. But it would be getting used to like those weird moments of, okay, if you were walking into your house, well then, oh wait, and put a target in down the hall or something, and would you be, how. But if you interact that with everything, that would be the thing. Sword training. No, don't want you to cut yourself, right? Get your bamboo.
I tell you, it's really funny to. So basically, what I did, and I've done it multiple times, is, I'll wait till my wife goes to sleep. I'll get the gun and make sure it's unloaded, all that good stuff. And then I'll go in there and I'll, baby, get up, and I'll throw the gun to her. Be like, get up, there's somebody breaking in the house. And she's all like, what? You know, and she's grabbing at the gun, and she got mad at me the first time, but you know, then I talked to her and I'm like, look, you know, this could be reality. You know, you're in a dead sleep. You only got seconds if somebody breaks in. You know, you only got a certain amount of time, because each second that clicks by, you know, they could be getting closer to your bedroom or close. You know what I'm saying? Closer to harm. So that's you know, a pretty good way to you know, kind of get that mental thought process, you know, of waking up out of a dead sleep and trying to you know, yeah, I'm not even going to address that. You can if you want to.
Actually, Amy, just go to the Texas Renaissance.
Right.
You got medieval sword fights out there. They even got jousting.
Because, you know, that's the unfortunate thing. If somebody's going to break into your house, you don't get to pick when they do it.
There you go.
You know,
I think Milkmaid's going to do all right when she goes to the range. She's going to be finally eat some Reese's. She's going to enjoy that peanut butter cup, and she's going to be hitting on target. There you go. Reese's peanut butter cup will make you shoot better, Milkmaid. Proven fact.
Yeah.
Ask Nick.
I got a whole, well, I had a whole package of the Reese's peanut butter cups, you know, the little singles, you know, it's the big package. And then I think there's one or two left in there.
Hutch says people are using AirPods. See, why'd that go off? It's like they didn't want me to show that. People are using AirPods as trackers. Be careful who you let in your car.
Yeah, you know, some people have their I don't know, there's some settings in your phone. I got all my shit turned off, but where you can, you know, where you can touch phones and you can do.
Oh yeah.
And some people are forgetting to leave that shit on, man, and it opens your phone up even more, that it's easier to connect with someone's phone. You know, so you know, I don't know, I've got all that shit turned off on mine. Well, when I got the phone, the people at the counter turned it off for me because I didn't know how to do it. I was like, hey man, turn all this kind of crap off. I don't want none of that shit on. But
Milkmaid's even going to get the bite size. She's finally converted over to Reese's peanut butter cups.
Reese's peanut butter cups are good, man.
I know. See, that's what I'm saying. She's been bucking the system this whole time. Now she's finally converted. Oh, man. Oh, no, I could take y'all outside. What is the weather? What's the temperature? We can go check on the chickens.
It's up to 39 here. It's cloudy. Like I said, all the weather's going just north of us and just south of us. And I know I might be opposite myself. Still got to figure out where I live.
Oh, it's in Bentonville. Aren't you in the back of the warehouse for Walmart there? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, all the Walmarts are FEMA camps. So isn't that where the feds go as the distribution center or something? I mean, because isn't that it?
Pretty much. Gives us access to all the big cameras and shit. At the main office, you can access all the cameras of all the Walmarts.
And that's even true shit right there.
Right.
Control the thermostats and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody, make sure you run out and get them smart thermostats so the government can control what your temperature is.
Dude, it's everything. Think about it. Everybody was all excited a few years back when all the cool little refrigerators were coming out with the little screens, and oh, you can look at the recipe right there on the refrigerator. And it's like, yep, and they'll know all the shit in your refrigerator. Yeah, they know how many times you open it, that everything. And there's probably, it wouldn't surprise me, the cameras, because facial recognition, people think, oh, it's not a camera.
That
Yeah, it means it's got to
that
have a lens, it's got an input.
that black refrigerator back there is the newest refrigerator we have. And when I went down there, they was like, well, you can, for I don't remember how much more it was, you can get this, and you'll be able to track it, and it'll tell you if something's going wrong. And I was like, nope, I don't want none of that shit on there. So give me the plain Jane model. Give me the work truck model. You know what I'm saying? I don't need
a fucking refrigerator. I didn't want a computer.
Right. Give me the work truck model. I don't even want electric windows on it. I'll roll them up myself.
But think about it, dude. Air conditioners, the window units. I even noticed these latest window units. You got a Wi-Fi, you can go Wi-Fi with them. Oh no, why you got to have internet connection? Because people just don't understand. But that's a Wi-Fi connection. Then opens that if you have wireless network in your home, then that means your devices are now connected to that network.
Yeah,
you got your thermostats, you got refrigerators, you got your Roombas running around the floor, you got your ring cam on the door, you got electric locks to doors, you got air conditioners, dehumidifiers, and it's like, wow, I don't know what could go wrong. And we do remember that I think in Iran there was some uranium problems because, well, some little relays went out on some centrifuges and burned up the bearings. And heaven forbid if that had been a script that was writing to go in there and cause those things to amp up and go down until they wore the bearings out. So what could they do to homes?
See, I talked about that Roomba thing. Man, it's been a long while back. Like a long while back. I was telling people, I was like, man, I would be careful about that Roomba. And I got to kind of looking into it because I got curious about it. And Roomba, that the company, whatever the main company is, that thing basically lays out the design of your house. You know what I'm saying? Because it keeps it in the computer, and it uploads it to the main company. And the company has in their policy, it says that they can sell the inside of your house plan. They can sell any of them plans to any third party, period. And I thought to myself, you can sell it to any third party. I mean, what the hell is that shit? Why would you, and I mean, I know why, but I'm just saying,
well, it makes all the sense.
I was calling that shit back then, man. I was like, man, I'm telling you, I don't like this Roomba thing, man. It's all Wi-Fi and shit. It's
the same thing with the phone, though. Backwards, they do the same thing with your phone. Look at that whole little show you can't mention on here because you get shut down if you did. But like I've talked about it before. Think about that. That whole thing right there is just based off of a sliver of information from just a couple of areas. So that just shows you how much more is really available of all how many times do you go here and there? And I will say, and granted, that's the nefarious rabbit holes to go down, and they definitely show there's something to that. But even just the basic fact of looking at where we are as a society because of the complacency and the ease of, like, a Roomba. Okay, Roomba sounds so, oh yeah. And well, no, maybe we need to be vacuuming. Maybe we ought to keep our own house. And, it's kind of like that thermostat. Well, maybe we shouldn't be so spoiled that we want something to self-adjust. Maybe we should adapt. Right. So maybe without the conspiracy side, the dark rabbit hole and all that, but just look at the basic practicalities of all this ease of use shit just has gotten us to where we are and is not in a good place. So, let's go back to basics. Let's go simplify life. You know, it's that good old phrase, KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. You know, and that's
Well,
what we. Go ahead.
man, I don't know. I just have different thoughts and shit on. Sometimes
Okay.
I'll think like really, it's gonna the you know the shit hits the fan, Mad Max. I could see all that happening, but sometimes, man, I really think with the way that they are doing things, sometimes I think, man, about the biggest thing that's going to happen is the economy is going to collapse, and but they've already got the digital system in play, and if you listen to them talk about redistribution of wealth, and that you'll own nothing and be happy type shit, and if you put all that into context, you start listening to all of that and kind of thinking on it on a broad level. I Man, there's a part of me that I sit there and I think to myself, the economy will collapse and it'll be hard for a couple of months, and but I think they got so much shit in place right now that they'll be able to say, look, we're going to this currency, and I mean that's kind of why I'm even nervous about the gold and silver thing, because they made gold contraband in the United States once before. They made it of zero value to the common man. Did you know that?
Yeah, but I think I would think it'll have value now because when they go global, because we did that here, but
right. But listen to what I'm saying. It will not have value to the common man. They will not allow it to be currency for the common man. Only the governments, because that's what they did once before. It was in 29, 30. I don't know, somewhere in there,
yeah,
they made gold illegal. It was contraband. You
right.
could not buy, sell, trade. You couldn't even have it. If you got caught with it, you got in trouble. And if you listen to the way that they talk about redistribution of wealth, I could see where they go, you know what? Our economy, this cash, all this stuff, it's just been a broken system. So what we're gonna do is start out like this, and everybody is going to start out on an equal playing field. Because they keep talking about, you keep hearing these little things about redistribution of wealth. They keep talking about these things of people should, we all need to be the same. We need to all be equal. There's no reason for people to be able to make $10 million while somebody over here works their butt off and struggles to pay rent.
Yeah, the counter to capitalism is communism.
Well, it's yeah, and it's the elitist that is talking about it, and that's just if you think about it on that level, and you think, could they do that again? Could all these people that are buying all this gold and silver out here thinking, well, once the economy crashes, I'll have this gold and silver I can trade in. The problem with it is what if they say it's not worth nothing? You're going to get $10,000 in your account. Everybody is to start out. And, because they've got all the smart devices, man, they've got everything into play. They're the smart refrigerators, if you look at it, I know everybody ain't got a smart refrigerator. I understand the still is going to take time, but if you look at the way it's leading, you got smart refrigerators that understands you drank 4 gallons of milk a week, and it makes sure that you get ordered, but then they could come in and go, you're drinking too much milk, at some point. I mean, dude,
well, they can do that off the swipe that you do every day at the grocery store anyway.
Right.
Because that whole database of all those items. that have been sold.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. They already have this system in play, and it wouldn't be nothing for them to say, you're going to get a certain amount of money, this UBI stuff or whatever, in a bank account. And for those of y'all that don't have a bank account, what you do is you get on the government website and you sign up, and we'll send you a debit card. Because, that's the same thing that they already do with like unemployment, shit like that. They send you a debit card. They don't put money in your account. They wouldn't put money in my account. They sent me a debit card whenever I did go on unemployment.
Well, that's that account.
Yeah.
You can get that even with your disability. Like if you don't have a bank account or anything, then you can get a debit card basically that they'll put your disability on. Me, I've got a bank account, so it's, but
yeah, well, I mean, I've got a bank account too. That's what I'm saying. They would not put the money in my bank account. They said, no, you'll receive it on this debit card.
Well, we definitely know it if it were to really take a serious turn that direction, because I will say one thing I paid attention to is there's a level of, because the banks here are different. Like the two banks here are they're privately owned right here. They're not big names, and they're only here. That's it.
Right.
But they're FDIC insured, so they work with the federal stuff, but they're not the big bank. And I've actually made it a point to keep in contact with a couple of people on, hey, just let me know if you hear of any, because I figured that's what'll be like if any big shift goes to happen, because it'll trickle down through that FDIC, because those are all the ones that are tied into that same level. Too bad Wizard ain't here, because Wizard would probably be able to chime out all that technical shit when it comes to financial stuff. But that's been one of my little trigger thing, will be that separation from all those big name banks and shit to the little ones. Soon as there's a reaction from them, then you know something's fixing to happen, because that's what they're reacting to, and being their own little financial institution. That's been kind of my little finger on the pulse when it comes to that.
That's exactly right, Moose Man. That's kind of the point I was getting at. I have some gold and silver, but I don't have a lot. I did not invest very heavily in that at all, because it's, dude, I mean, food and water filtration, having things like that, medicine, that stuff is so much more important, man. We've talked about that before on some of these lives. If somebody walks up to me and it's a shit hits the fan situation, and they've got some gold in their hand, and they're like, man, I really need a couple of dozen eggs, I'm gonna be like, what am I supposed to do with that? That is useless to me. Some gold in somebody's hand in a shit hits the fan situation is absolutely useless to me.
To be honest,
you got a handful of 22 shells, or you've got a water filter that's brand new, and you want to trade for this amount of eggs and maybe a couple of cans of beans, I'm cool with that. That's something useful to me.
Let me throw this at you. And what do you think about this? Because it occurred to me the other day, but don't you think that like skills on just how to wire up an outlet or repair that spark plug, and that's going to start to become more critical shit as all this stuff keeps getting, all the small people get killed, shut down, and it's all this, and then something flips and we do have that shift situation. You're going to have all these areas that aren't going to have any knowledge on how to do stuff, because they've just been, it's like we talk about the 90% that got the shit. So that means you're going to have 150, 200 million people easy that are just going to be like, wait a minute, the lights isn't coming on. What do I do now? Or the stove isn't working, and oh my God. And well, you just can't run down because it doesn't work that way now. All of a sudden, your neighbor that knows how to work on that shit becomes a pretty useful guy to know, because you can't just pick up the phone and call the handyman service to come on out and fix shit. And here's my damn MasterCard. There you go. It won't work that way. So all of a sudden you need something done and you need to know something. I mean, yeah, because we talk about all that other reaction on the panicking side, but then on just the day-to-day life, think about all that. How do all these services run right now? It's customers. Well, then what do all them customers going to do when the switch gets flipped? Oh,
Well,
wait.
I mean, just to further your point there about the skills, man, I would rather be a jack of all trades and master of none than to be sitting around not knowing shit and having, sitting on 20 pounds of gold. You know what I'm saying? Because in a real shit hits the fan situation, I'm just telling you, man, you're going to be hard pressed to trade gold for hardly anything. You know what I mean? It's I don't need gold. I don't that has no value to me, man. If you go up to someone who they're looking over at their food pantry and they're like, shit, I got 3 or 4 weeks left of food. I need to figure something out. You're not going to trade them any of their food for gold that you got in your hand. Actual value of gold in dollars is 28 per ounce.
Well, okay. Not that I'm promoting that, or I'm a damn dumbass redneck in the woods. So I would say, off my little layman way of thinking, the only benefit I could see where if you had the hardcore material, the mineral, the gold, the silver, whatever, with whatever happens, then when we pick up, and I'll just throw this out there, say we pick up the ruble, so all of a sudden it's the ruble, well, then there'll be an equation for that ounce of gold, silver, platinum, whatever, to equal the ruble, which would become our supposedly current market, would be how I can see that.
We'll see. So let's talk about it like this. Who owns the system?
Yeah.
Who owns the system? Who owns the system that values gold? Who owns the system that, and if you think about it, man, think about it in this kind of term. They jack the price of gold way the hell up like they have, to where you got all these gold miners and all these people trying to dig up all this gold, and they're selling it. Where is all that gold going? You know what I'm saying? If you really look into where all that gold is going, it's going to these governments, man. These governments are buying the gold. The governments have all the money because the governments are backed by the elitists that are saying, yeah, go ahead and print that money up, man. Oh, you need $10 billion? No problem. Just hit this button right here, and we got you. See, and
well, there's something backwards about. Let's see if Wizard was here, or Bug Out, because we were talking about this one day, and there was something about when we went off of the gold, and I forgot the way it was, either Wizard or Bug Out was talking about it, but there's like and I'll just say a nefarious reason of why we got off the gold and went to that fiat shit, and we did that conversion, and it's for all the wrong reasons, for the control. And I think that had to do with, because then your hands-on material, it's like, I got this, you can't control that. This is worth X amount of dollars there. I have this. It's kind of like back in the old days down here, they would literally shake shit out in a balance scale, and it's like, okay, all that's going to cost you, 7 grams of gold. And it's like, literally pick out your pouch and sprinkle until all of a sudden it balanced out. And it's like, there you go, you're paid. And that was only all the way up until the 1800s. So that, well, it sounds like forever ago. It's not like ancient history. Early 1900s, you could still shake shit out in a little balance scale and pay for your shit. Well, see, who controls that? Nobody. So I'm not saying I'm right. I wish Wizard or Bug Out was here because they'd correct me then. But I see that's what tells me I think that because they got more control under that other bullshit system that we're under now.
The fiat currency, and
Yeah.
it's based off of oil, and the thing about the oil is that the USA has had a hand up on that. I mean, I know Saudi does or whatever, but the way that they set everything up, they've got the upper hand and all that with the oil. And gold, the reason we went off of a world gold currency, basically, gold can be dug up in many countries. I know oil can too, I get that, but there's a whole bigger process to the oil system and gas and trading and use of it, where gold does not have that type of use. You know what I'm saying? So they took us off the gold standard, because any country, lots of countries can dig up gold and buy gold and have lots of gold and say we're wealthy. You know what I'm saying? But there's no true usefulness for it in the real world. Does that make sense? That I know what I'm trying to say. It's just trying to explain it the way I'm trying to say it. Gold has no gold.
Well, I would say this, if maybe I'm wrong in what you're trying to say, and just tell me if I am, but it's like gold is very broad across everything, where oil is very concentrated in the market, so it gets more controllable because only a few. There's not a broad everyday use for gold for everyday person.
Well, yeah, I mean, they can claim climate stuff with the oil, so they can control it. They can control what's being done, things like that. And then plus, we want our people to travel around and spend money all about. So, basically we can, that oil. Yeah, I got a blanket here, man. It's cold as shit out here. You know what I'm saying, man? I don't know how to put it. I don't know.
I don't know how to put it. I will say, Magic pointed out something, and I was going to bring that up because gold's needed for the microprocessors. You'd be surprised. Here's a laptop drive. Now, the cheaper models, these will be copper clad, but the high dollar drives, these will be gold tips. Same thing with the memory chips. So a lot of your electronics use gold.
Yeah, gold and who controls that?
That's it.
Who controls even the chip manufacturer? And if you don't think the government doesn't control that, why did Nancy Pelosi visit Taiwan?
See, we should have never let it get over there. We used to have some white rooms here, and then we let that get outsourced just like everything else. We need to bring them white rooms back, because that's the key part to microprocessors or white rooms. Those are like multi-$100 million type setups, because it has to do with the whole vacuum and the pressure, the static electricity, the air in that room. It's high-tech shit. Russia's sitting pretty good on gold. Yeah. Well, see, their economy never even blinked during this whole shit that we just went through. We got told, now this is only my take from the shit that I've heard, I'll put it that way. What we've been told how things are over there in the media, it hasn't been that way. Like, they didn't take a hit. They aren't going hungry. They aren't going through the same shit that the UK and stuff are going through. And it's because, I don't know, they still kept their head. It's you hate to say too much, dude. I'm from the generation I grew up. This was supposed to be the bad guys, and this is actually turning out to be the dude that's got common sense.
Right.
Turning my damn world upside down. What the hell?
I don't know. My personal opinion, if you really believe shit's going to hit the fan, if you really believe the economy is going to crash, if you really believe Mad Max is going to happen, if you really believe in this type of shit, food, water.
Then I don't know why you're living in a city.
You know, yeah, and why are you living in a city? But food, water, shelter, skills, I mean, these are going to be, you know, livestock if you can have it. I mean, that's more, that's to me, that is 9 million times more valuable than gold, man, and silver. I mean, that's just me. That's my opinion. I've been broke all my life, so it doesn't matter anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, so you know, the gold and silver thing just never really impressed me as something to, you know,
well, that's
to stock up on. You know,
well,
I bought bullets instead of gold. You know,
yeah.
I'm just saying.
Well, and I guess I'm that way. I'm not rich right now with cash money, so I'm not going to be rich with gold and silver, I guess is the way I would view it. I've never placed my personal worth in a monetary value, and I'm not saying what I say is for me, not for anybody else. So I just don't place I haven't had a lot of weight in the value of money to begin with. I'm not like, I think that's why I laugh and say, even when I play the lottery, God won't let me win the lottery, because I'm just going to go give it out to people and shit. That's me. I'm not the dude that wants all the shit. I only have as much shit as I got right now because I have a wife and I had kids. Otherwise I didn't, because I'm just not that. So for me, my first thought isn't like, oh shit, everything's going to shit, I better buy some monetary value shit, whether it's silver, gold, forks. Now I don't give a shit, because I don't chase that dollar right now. I chase enough to take care of my family, and then after that I don't give a shit. That's, you know,
well,
I give shit away all the time.
Even in a
By the way,
cash.
1 sec backwards. Give me 1 sec, because so all I want to say, I don't know if Chuck still hears me. Chuck, are you still here? Because I hope you are. If you are, then it was all just a joke. If you're not, then I don't know. Just we're all, I don't know. So hopefully you're still here, Chuck. I don't know. I don't know if he got upset or what. We were talking about the chip things and stuff, and he was talking about the small electroplating though, platinum there, and then all of a sudden he's like, okay, I'm gone, find something else to talk to myself on. And it's like, okay. It's like, well, I thought we were having a conversation, but cool, okay. And I thought maybe that's just a joke kind of thing or something. That's why I was wondering if he was still here.
Well, yeah, he might have been joking, and he might have just been like, I don't want to talk about this shit, you know. So, you know,
but hey, Rank, did you send me your email, Rank, by the way? Sorry, because I looked and I know I got Mrs. Rank, but then he'll go to whining if I sent him a link to hers. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. You're good now.
But I mean, you know, it's just, even with a cache ace, that, you know, you got your storage somewhere, you know. I mean, if I've got a bug out and run to it, I'm not stacking gold in it. It's going to have, you know, bullets and food and water and shit, you know, shit that's useful that I can survive with and trade with, you know. And then there'll be people out there that'll take gold, you know, for trade. I mean, you know, because they're just greedy like that, you know. They just see that gold and they got to have it, you know. But I just never bought into it much, man. I really didn't. It's just something I never cared for, man. I don't know.
Well, that's me. It'd be more like it's like I said, the skills, you know. Hell, be honest, it's like the gardening and shit. I mean, yeah, I did all that shit when I was a kid. It's like the chickens, did that shit, grew up with that. But I gotta say, been out of touch with that. So it's nice to sit and talk and kind of refresh. But I just rely on the fact that I'm gonna just do whatever I need to do, and I don't know how that translates. But I can't buy that, so I don't go shopping for it. I've just always been that way. It's like when shit don't work, then figure out why and fix it, and there you go.
And
So
maybe
it's like go ahead.
maybe Chuck C invested a whole lot of his assets in gold, and he was like, I don't want to listen to these fuckers talk, and maybe we were scaring him a little bit.
Well, it's like he did he did a little bucket video thing on the Berkeley and stuff, so. And it's like knowing how to do stuff. To me, that's what's important is learning. And it's not even just learning, because it's like, well, who is it? I think Lucky Dame was talking about that in her thing. And, the book learning is all fine if you just want to get an understanding of something. Then read about it, whatever, watch a video. But if you want to go experience doing it, it's like reading a book on jogging. I don't think you're in any better shape when you get to the end of the book than if you actually had gone out and jogged for, a mile. So sometimes reading is okay, but you got to do stuff. You got to put your hands on shit. Yeah. And I'll attest to that from a year ago. Shit, I was all in my shit and I didn't do nothing. Now I feel a lot better, but I also get out there and I'm more active. I might be physically more sore, but mentally I'm a lot better off. So yeah. It's a tit for tat, no pun intended. Granddaughter, sorry, stupid autocorrect. I am keeping gold and silver to have my money out of the system, and it will be for my son and granddaughter. Well, see, now if you have an investment, and I'll say just so I'm not knocking nobody that does any of that. So it's like if you already are a person that has this whole savings account and you have this 401 and you do investments in stocks, and so that's your thing, that's your do boo, then you just do that. But I would say, okay, maybe then it is more useful to convert that over to something, a hard type mineral like a gold or silver, because then it's not just this 401 that's just kind of sitting there, or a stock that might go dollars. So I could see that, but for me, I don't see the need. If anything, I'd go have a whole room full of food before I'd have a gold bar.
Yeah, that ain't no kid.
Before I had a 1 pound bar of gold, I would have a fully loaded and decked out shop, totally filled up with all the tools. I'd rather have all that than a bar of gold.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to each their own, if and it may be me that's wrong, and I may have wished I had more gold and silver when the time comes, but I just
backwards. You're going to know how to do something, and then all those people that wanted to save that gold and silver, then they can give you a little bit while you fix their shit.
Right. Yeah. No, and I get that, but I'm just saying, I just believe that because of the people who own the system, man, they're, I've said that about the cryptocurrency type shit too. If you've got some extra money to invest and you want to play around and try to make some money and it's extra money, then go for it, have a good time. But I don't think any cryptocurrency that's going on out there right now is going to be used when they readjust to the new system. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to be their system. The people who control the shit, they're not going to go out there and pick Joe Blow that's got, $10 billion cryptocurrency account or what, what I'm saying, thing. They're going to make their own fucking system, man. It's going to be their system, how they want it. Bedcoin, yeah, something like that. It's not going to be, you know, Bitcoin and crypto and
Hey, do you know?
all that shit that exists now that doesn't belong to the elites. It's going to be null and void, man, when the economy
Well, yeah,
crashes.
I personally have always thought crypto was just bullshit. No offense, just don't know any other way to put it. But because to me, it's just it's fake shit. I mean, it's like literally in the flip of a switch, it can just go away. It's like pull the plug on the server rack, and you literally don't have anything anymore, kind of shit. I mean, it's just there's no validation, or there never was to me. But then again, I'm not a money market person, so I'm just a redneck in the woods. I thought, well, wait a minute, okay, I can kind of get at least this little understanding behind this dollar bill I'm holding. I mean, yeah, okay, if I dig deep enough, I might find out that, I don't know anything, but okay. But right now, that what I'm kind of watching, I'm kind of going, okay, physical thing, yep, okay, kind of got this. And then all of a sudden, there's just, hey, we created this, look at this. And it's like, yeah, wait a minute, nah, it's okay. So that's just, I ain't never been a big fan of it, but
I
there's
played with the
so much that
401k
chases
for a
this
while.
technology. Do what backwards? Sorry.
I played with the 401k thing for a while and would put a lot of money into the real high risk, high gain, you know. I mean, it's, you know, you could easily quickly lose, you know, 10 grand, bam, just like that, you know, in a matter of an hour. But at the same time, you could make 10 grand. And that's how I survived without a job for about 2 years, you know, was just playing that little market and stuff. And I ended up cashing all mine out and buying hard assets, you know,
Well, that's what I did
you.
when I left. I closed my 401 when I walked out. When I walked out, and
Well, I got to utilize, because I kept up with it like on a daily basis, and I found where during the COVID stuff, you know, what they did was took the 10% early withdrawal penalty off
oh, there you go.
of your 401k. So all you had to do was pay taxes on it, you know, just like a regular dollar. And so, you know, I cashed all mine out, you know, and bought, you know, hard assets, you know what I'm saying? Stuff that's useful, and paid bills off, and, you know, I don't know nobody's shit type thing.
Yep. Well, see, I've just never, which we do have some debt. I don't know if my house is mine, but we got some debt just because of bad decisions. This goes out at the same time that goes out at the same time that this is happening. It's like, shit. Okay, quick, go down. Hey, need to do this and this. Okay, there you go. So then you have this little loans that you got to pay. But you just see, and I guess that's where I'm not a money person by any means. I mean, hell, I can look back and see where I could have managed. Kind of matter of fact, I even told her that one year. It was like, do you realize that we just pissed through over 100 grand this year, and there's really not a lot to show for it?
Yeah.
But I was also very bad about the time whenever I would be home for a day or two, and after working or something, then we would just like go down to the mall and let the kids and her, they're just like, well, we'll go out to eat. We'll eat here. We'll go to this movie. We'll go over here to this little ride park. And so, yeah, it wasn't, but it's just, see, and that sounded all cool at the time. And I'm not knocking it. I enjoyed the times with my kids, but I can say now, looking back, I could have redirected that shit and taken their ass down here to the lake and spent fishing for the day if that had been my mindset, and just stuck that to the side instead. That was my own mental shit. If I wasn't going to be around, then when I was, I'd try to make it as cool as it could be. So then, whatever that was, spend whatever, and then go back, hit it some more.
I'm just nervous about the gold and silver thing, man. You know, they made it illegal before, and they can do it again. You know, we got a federal government up there right now that is buying into all the one world shit, and, you know, doing all that, and it's I just don't feel comfortable about gold and silver, man. I just don't. You know, it sucks to say it, but I don't, you know. And yeah, GMO, if you've got enough money to invest in multiple different things and still pay your bills, then yeah, try to make money if you've got extra money. You know, I mean that's the whole point, you know, of you know, go out and try to make money, you know.
Well, and I mean, I see what you're saying, and that would totally suck if they did that. I don't think that they would outlaw it because they're just manipulating so much more already. I mean, they're just like, it's almost like where you're coming from is almost, and I don't know, this is gonna sound funny to put it this way, but it's what I mean. It's like you're coming from a legitimate screwing perspective, but then it's kind of like you look at what they're doing and they're just making up the versions of screwing on the wall. They're not even doing like a legitimate screwing. They're just like, yeah, we know he didn't do anything, but we don't care. Or Supreme Court just says, you can't do that. And says, oh, okay, well, we don't care. And you just kind of go, yeah, wait a minute, what is going to happen? Here's
Well,
laws.
And that's the whole problem is you know, is diversifying. You start hearing all these words, you know, they want you to diversify because they want you to spend more money. They want you to put your money out everywhere, you know, because they, you know, and getting the skills necessary, like you said earlier, rescue, you know, if shit does go downhill and somebody's got some gold and they can't like fucking fix their kitchen sink, you know, I can fix the kitchen sink. I know how to do that shit. I got skills. I can fix a roof. I can do all these different things. And, you know, so therefore, the skills to me are actually more valuable than that gold because somebody has to fix shit. Somebody that has all that gold and silver that can't fix a fucking thing, they're going to be spending it hand over fist trying to keep their shit fixed.
Backwards. That's where currency comes in. If you got to fix a roof and if you need nails, you need nails to fix your shingles on your roof.
Mm-hmm.
You need some kind of currency.
Right. I understand that.
You know what I mean? So you've got to give something in return. Now, if I put shoes on horses, which I don't, or you know, if I put shoes on horses and my mate said, "I'll give you a couple of nails for your roof if you could shoe my horse," I'd be like, "Yeah, no worries. I don't need your money," you know.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
But
I
then
mean,
that's not good.
that's bargain.
Hold on. Wait, what's it? That's actually very bad business practice because at some point you're going to run out of horseshoes and yet you have no way to replenish because you've been doing it for free because they furnish the nails.
I've got a guy that does my front lawn sometimes for a case of beer.
Yeah,
That's
but we're
something.
talking, but I know, but a bartering system though is
Yeah,
you know, there's
I
going to
could.
be particular things that you know, I
Hmm.
can shoe this horse and get these nails to fix this guy's roof over here that has more shoes, and he's also going to, you know, that I can get them shoes out of trade for fixing his roof, and now I've got the nails to do it. And what I can do is that guy also has chickens, and I'm gonna get some eggs from him too as well.
Yeah.
That type of stuff, you know, that's how you bargain is you find these different things that you can do, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's you got to replenish what you do. You know, you got to be able to do that, and you know,
Where the problem
currency.
lies as well is that we're finding that we're not localized as what we were in small towns. People are actually traveling further distances to work to their jobs. So you have to have vehicles with tires and registered vehicles. And so you have to travel further and pay all these tax dollars as well and maintain your vehicles. And that's government money just rolling. So we're just paying more and more and more because you have to travel further to your jobs. And I mean, it doesn't matter how much you earn. Some people travel
Man,
2 hours in the morning to get to work, and then 2 hours to get home.
I'm gonna tell you something. Back when I worked for that gas company, for instance, man, I made $30 an hour. And in Arkansas, $30 an hour is damn good money. And I
That's good
never
money.
got I never got less than 5 to 15 hours a week overtime, because I worked a lot of Saturdays, and I worked a lot of, couple hours over here and a couple hours over there. I made good money, and I'm gonna tell you something, man. I was more broke then than I am now.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It just seemed like the more money you make, the more you spend, the more the harder it gets, man. I don't know. Maybe
It's a
it's just me.
mindset.
Yeah,
It's a
maybe it's
mindset.
just
They
me, but
always
It is. Yeah.
think about it. You
Yes,
start
mate.
a job at a certain wage, but you can spend 20 years at that job, and as you get raises, your cost of living will go up. You won't stay there. You won't eat the same style. You won't things just seem to change. Me and her talked about that a long time ago, because we realized that, wow, it's like no matter what you do, you now find a justified reason to go ahead and raise your cost of living. You take on something else. Now I can do this.
Yeah.
Well, now I'll go ahead and do that. And it's like, well, okay, now you're like, well, damn, I'm right where I was a year ago at that wage. And then you go by a year and you get that annual raise, and you go, oh yeah. And then within a month or two, you're at the same level you were the year before, and you just keep doing that. It's just that the dollar keeps going up. So next thing you know, you're actually it's like you get that higher wage, that $30 an hour, but yet your life is like, holy shit, man. Because it went ahead. It wasn't like you went here and then the living stayed here. So it's like, oh, look at this big buffer. Some people make those decisions, and then
Yeah.
I'm bad. I did not make those.
I remember
Yeah.
I was an apprentice. I was an apprentice vehicle spray painter. Like, we're talking like, geez, over 20 years ago. And I was so excited to get an extra $8 tool allowance every week. I was like, yes, $8. Woo. Fucking hell, man. It was nuts.
Hey, I remember when that was good money.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, mate. It was good.
Well,
I make fun, and actually, I remember when you could make $5 an hour was big shit. Because to this day, I can remember when you could go and say, "I made $200 this week," because you got paid $5 an hour, worked 8 hours a day, and for 5 days a week, and you'd get the 40 hours and shit, and be $200. I think it was five. Might have got that wrong. Yeah.
Well,
No.
Rescue,
Anyway.
I'll break something to you on your channel, and I'll be honest about it. And I don't care who's listening. I don't really give a shit. My wife knows it as well. All right. I was out at home when I was a young age, very young. I was renting. I wasn't going to be one of those idiots on doing drugs and all shit and living on the streets. I had a
I don't recommend it either.
No, yeah. So I went and managed to secure myself an apartment for $180 a week, right, for the apartment. Now I was only making $120, so I was like, shit. So what did I do? I was working from 5 in the morning till 11 o'clock at night, putting in overtime, smashing it, just smashing out hours. Just scraping it in. And yeah, so like the big news I'm going to break now is like what I'm saying to you. Like, we worked so hard. I'm just over 40. I can't even remember. Nobody remind me how old I am. I don't really care. We've paid off our house.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's
So
up. That's your shit now.
You got to work hard, and the land value is the land. We can grow. We can do whatever we want with our yard. If we want to go grow vegetables, do what we want.
Hold on. If you're
Yes.
going to grow shit, you're going to have to peel the AstroTurf off first, just so you understand how that works.
Well, the
You
missus has
can't grow
already
your
got
shit through that AstroTurf you got.
She's got planting pots out the back. She wants to do her first live stream. And I'm like, well, do it. Do it. Why don't you do it? She's got planting pots out the back and everything. And she's got some nice tomatoes going. She's got a capsicum going. And I said, well, fucking do a live stream. Do it.
Do it.
Just do a YouTube video. I said, who cares? If people don't watch it, people don't watch it. Just fucking do it. I said, who cares?
So is she going to do it?
YouTube's blocked the down thumb. I said, no one's going to see who down thumbed you anyway.
Did she do it?
She hasn't done it yet. She hasn't built up the courage.
She don't have to show herself. She just records the stuff.
No, but mate, about that AstroTurf, I'm ready to rip it up, man. Because yeah, she's inspired. So,
hey, I gotta kick off here, man. I need to go get some hours in because it's looking like Wednesday.
Scotty Backwoods, come on, man.
Hey, man,
That's why I've been leaving.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, I've been here for like 3 hours, man. What I mean, if you're late to the party, bro, don't make me stay up late, man. That's your problem.
I'm fashionably late. Come on.
Right. No, I got to go and make some hours, man. I may not get to work at all Wednesday if the weather comes in like they're talking about. So I need
Drive
to
safely, brother.
Need to get some hours in, man. Got to make some money, man. You know.
That's it. You got to get your gold and silver. No, I'm just.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, y'all, everybody out there in chat, everybody on panel, y'all have a great day, man. Stay safe. Keep your head on a swivel the best you can. And just remember, when you prepare your mind properly, things will fall into place.
There you go, brother. Thanks, Backwoods, for hanging out.
Yes, sir, man. Thanks for having me up.
Wise words.
You got it, brother. Make it good, day.
Wise words. Keep your head on the swivel. Keep working hard. Yeah, on the grind. Yeah.
So Milkmaid said her cow got out again.
Oh, shit. Again? Stupid ass cow got out again. Should have worked. That damn cow. You got to get that red dot. Practice.
But you notice, she said before the rifle. See, so she should have gone and tended to the cows before the rifle. So when she got off of here a while ago, she just walked over and picked up the rifle and got to fucking around, and the cow got out anyway. There we go.
Oh, shit. I told you that joke, eh? Because I said, I'm a pretty good shot, right? Like, I am a good shot with a rifle. So if I'm aiming for a cow, you know, yeah, I've told you this joke before, haven't I? Yeah.
No, you're fine. I was just Gmo just reminded me of something, and I have something I am going to send to Milk.
Hey, Gmo.
Where'd I do it? Where'd it go?
I try to avoid the chat because it's distracting.
Well, don't avoid them. That's why we're here.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, I found something that was perfect for Milkmaid, and I thought about putting that up too. I went, oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Here you go, Milky. This is for you.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. That's in like heaps of rap songs. Rescue.
This is an old copper bell.
No shit.
So this is, I don't know, I can't even begin to tell you how old this bell is. So that's the bell.
The history in that alone. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah,
Something
Moose
like that.
Man, cowbell. I like the cowbell in rap songs.
Yeah. And see, and it's a legitimate one. I mean, that's actually people don't realize, but that's why it's got the rectangle thing is for the harness to go through.
No. But is that one been played in rap songs like Notorious B.I.G. and that when they're like ding 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 ding?
I don't know. Get your boogaloo on.
I, I have to Google rap songs with cowbells in them now.
Nikki says more cowbell.
More cowbell.
Oh shoot, no, dude.
No more.
One. The red button. Don't hit the red button.
Nah. Oh.
And no, hoot. I don't get nothing appraised. I mean, I just see there's the importance thing. It's like I don't know. That's what I laughed. It's like I said that when I did the books. I don't know what those books were worth. I mean, hell, I could have sold a book for $10 and it'd been some $100 book for all I know. Me no sabe. It's like this. I was moving stuff around and I found this and I thought, man, check that out. And as soon as I heard that and I thought, Milkmaid needs this. Got her cow. So
How much for the dog?
what dog?
Rudy.
Oh,
Have you got her appraised? Have you got him appraised?
There ain't no price. He's priceless.
He's priceless. There, good answer. Good answer, mate. If you said anything else, mate, I would have gone. See you later. Thanks for having me. Nice knowing you. Oh, shit.
Kissoff says, it is believed that the cowbell has the power to bring good fortune and luck. Okay, well, maybe Milky doesn't want this defective.
Defective.
Or maybe it just maybe it needs to be strapped to a cow for that to work, and that's been the problem.
Well, the cow keeps fucking getting out.
Well, that's to let you know where it is.
Should have fucking left it on that cow that keeps getting out.
Well, see, I think the cow that this was on was supper, and so didn't need the bell no more.
Oh, I hope someone made her a good rug out of it. Oh, tan the hide and yeah. Oh, funny.
Who says absolutely Rudy is such a good and fun dog? Yeah, he's a mess. He's in there curled up in his chair. How many dogs you know have an electric recliner that is theirs? He does.
My dogs don't go on chairs, mate. Don't let them. They've got a place.
Oh, shoot. He's got his own chair. That's his chair. Now, we got our couch, and he doesn't get on our couch, but he has his chair. And like the one before him,
Fair
for
enough.
13 and a half, 14 years, he had his own love seat.
He had his what?
His own love seat, a 2-seater couch. It's called a love seat over here. So you have, okay, so a couch has 3 cushions, at least 3 cushions. Okay,
like
so that would be
piece. Yeah.
That would be a couch. Well, if it only has 2 cushions and it's only like for 2 people, then over here they're called a love seat. You know, and then you have the single person chair. So you have the chair, then you have a 2-person love seat, and then you have 3 or more couch. That's the way, or at least, and I say over here, that's over here in Texas. So, you know.
So Rudy just goes spread eagle on the fucking love chair.
Yeah. Well, he actually will put his butt against the arm and then drape up and over the arm and kind of hang over like he's dead or something.
You know,
because you'll just look over and his head will be hanging off the thing. And he's just got his tongue hanging out, and it's like what? And then it's like he looks at you and like what? And then he puts it on the arm of the chair, but if he falls asleep, it rolls back off him.
Oh, I love dogs.
And
They're
it's
the
funny
best.
too, because now on his bed on the floor, well, we used to have a bed, and then one day I'm going to get him another bed, but I had bought him this bed, but then it got finally wore through because he paws. Don't matter what you put down there, how you put it down, he's got to fluff it. He's
Yeah,
got to
that's
move
my
it
boy.
around and knock it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, he did that, and over a year he tore holes in the one. I just hadn't got him another one. So, but he's got his
That's
big electric blanket and comforter and shit that's on the floor, and he stirs those around in a pile how he sees fit.
That's my boy too. He's got to fluff it and stir it up. I know exactly what you're talking about, mate. Yeah, my boy's exactly the same. Totally the same, man. But he's a shocker. He's really bad. He always tries to steal the bitch's bed because he knows it's her bed, and he's like, "Ha! Try and kick me out of here. Try and get me out of this one." And she'll start barking at him until either myself or Rank 1000 kicks him out. Yeah.
It's like,
I'm
I'm
like,
gonna call
mate,
mom and dad.
yeah. It's like, mate, you know it's not your bed. Get out of it. But he
See how it
smiles.
would have been with you to have a sister? See, that's what you would have done with a little sister. You'd have been antagonizing her.
Yeah, exactly. We call it we call her his wife because I go, Rusty, where's your wife? Go get your wife.
Oh.
Like if they're out the back running around and only he's come to the back door and she hasn't, I go, Rusty, go get your wife, and he'll go, and he'll fucking run off, go gallivanting around the back. And he'll fucking run and go find her, and then they both come back.
Damn.
Get your wife.
Give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good, mate. You're good. Now I adopted a feral cat I named Mischief. What an appropriate name. Magic. Yeah, I couldn't have thought of a better name myself. Mischief. Oh, I could have thought of something worse, but I'm not going to say it because it's pretty harsh. You little... Never mind. True story. I know two people. Oh, my wife loves this story too. Like they're not close friends, they're friends of friends. And what they did is they both bought dogs at the same time. And so James and Robert, for example, let's say that. So James named his dog Robert and Robert named his dog James. So when they'd go to each other's houses and they'd go, hey, Robert, and his dog would come over. And then when he'd go to his house, he'd go, hey, James, and his dog would come over and they're like, you fucking. So they named their dogs each other's names. Like, yeah, stupid, but true story. Don't treat animals like they're toys, but yeah, pretty funny. But then I also have a mate that called his dog Bludger. And I go, what'd you fucking call him Bludger for? And Bludger is someone who doesn't work. You bludge. You're a freeloader. You don't work. You don't do anything. I go, why'd you name him Bludger? He goes, well, he doesn't work all day. He doesn't have a job. Just sleeps. Gets a free feed. He's a bludger. So I just call him Bludger.
A bludger.
Yeah, Bludger. So he called his dog Bludger.
Bludgeon idiot.
He was a good dog. Don't get me wrong. Nice little Staffordshire. What are they? The tricolour ones. I can't remember what they're called. I'm not a fan of Staffies. They never grow up. Yeah, Brindle. Yeah, but Staffies always act like babies. They never grow up. They never mature. I named my pet catfish after a friend of mine. Friend didn't like that too much. Good on you, Huck. That's the way to do it, brother.
Where do you need to go potty? He's like, fuck
My
that
outside
shit, dude.
cat
I ain't
is
going out.
Freddy the Freeloader. Yes, I love that. Nice one, cats. It's all right, Rescue. I'm trying to hold down the fort here while you're gone, mate. You keep doing whatever you're doing, mate. I'm trying to.
You're doing good. I was going to see if Rudy needed to go out, but he just looked at me with one eye over that cover and was like, "Are you out of your mind?" Let's see.
Moose man, I work with one. You work with a bludger. What's the difference between a lawyer and a catfish? Oh God, here we go. Come on, Moose man. Oh God, I'm trying to think. Those slimy bastards. I don't know. Mine's a bottom fish. Oh, there is a fish. Oh, it was too obvious. I was overthinking that one. Good on you, Moose. That was good. That was good. Oh, fuck it hell. Oh, Rudy, it's windy, cold, and rainy today.
All right, let's see.
Oh. One's a bottom feeder, one's a fish. That's a good one. I'm going to use that. I like that. Oh, that's miserable. Oh, God.
So that's there they are. Bingo. And yeah, that's the rain. It's miserable. That's your ship, but they're there. You can barely see them right there. Right where the tarp and the coop meet. They're all hanging out right there.
Yeah, Rescue. Imagine that weather every day for a year, mate. That's pretty much what we've had.
Yeah, that's okay. I didn't even want this right now.
My motorcycles haven't left the garage for 6 months, I reckon.
Ooh, I had to put my little beanie on.
Oh, don't get the gangster hat wet. Fuck the beanie. It's fine.
Back where it's warm. That's why Rudy gave me the evil eye.
Staying south of me today. Where are you, Cats? TJ? Where are you?
I think she's what, north? I think she's kind of north from where I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah, TJ, it's been raining all morning pretty good. It's supposed to keep going until this evening.
So there's going to be more drownings in the Rio Grande?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's okay, because come Thursday, half of them, there's no telling how many freezes to deaths are fixing to happen.
Fucking hell, mate. Unbelievable shit.
That's I mean, I can't say that enough, but
yeah,
this whole 19-degree shit just ain't normal for down here.
Mate, we're in summer. Look, I'm wearing a jumper with a hoodie. We're supposed to be in the hottest month of the year. This is ridiculous. Mate, I should be naked right now, which you don't want to see.
No.
This is ridiculous. We were talking about this just today. This is unbelievable. And it's going on everywhere. I've spoken to people in other places. This is insane. Like, everybody want to go into all these conspiracies and this, whether they're cloud seeding or
It's the
not
Polar
seeding.
Express is what they call it, the Siberian Polar Express.
Yeah, it's
That's what it's called because
mental.
this apparently the cell that normally would be generated in Siberia and stay there has been pushed down south, and when it did, it's causing then the heat to come, but then that cold has all disrupted everything, or at least that's the Ryan Hall, y'all.
It's mental.
Oh, now she caught up. I was wondering if you went just poof. I thought, oh well, I'll just mail it to her. She'll figure it out.
Cute cowbell caught up. Ding 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 ding.
I can't get that code until you're having go on. I know, right? It's all this, all the factories we got down here. You know, we got all that global warming.
Devil dog. We're in summer and it fucking snowed somewhere here the other day. It snowed and everyone's like, the fuck? Like, oh my god, I don't know what's going on. Mate, I've given up. I don't know. I don't want to try and figure it out. It's above my fucking pay grade.
Found the issue. Oh, so you found out where the cow's getting out now.
Oh, do tell. It's fluffy rain.
See, that's what really makes this all suck even more is so when this stops tomorrow, I can't go around the house now in my chair. So this just canceled all that. So that means I'm gonna have to kind of go off the ramp and I'm gonna have to go into the house right here. And I'm just not looking forward to that.
Have you got rubber matting on the ramp or what?
Oh no, it's a legitimate ramp. So it's got this little grip style grooves and stuff. So now it'll ice over. That'd be for sure. It could freeze over, but I ain't going down that anyway when it gets like that. Throw some Morton salt down that bad boy or something.
Yeah. You might have to hit it with a decking broom, like a real. Fucking yeah. You know what you're doing. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, no, my main concern is come Thursday and Friday when those temperatures hit, the pipes are they'll right as it stands right now, they would freeze and bust. Every damn fucking pipe under there would. So that's what I've got to address.
Sorry, Rescue. I just read Milkmaid's comment. I've made a joke about that earlier. Are they digging under the fence? Like, yeah, they were going
under instead of over.
Over, yeah.
And look, her daughter rocks. She caught them before they got too far.
Did I rock? She caught them before they got too far. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, 4x. That would be yeah.
Get chains for the chair. Yeah, right. Got to put the snow tires on it.
Right. Throw some tracks on there.
Oh, fuck it up. Too funny.
Yeah, it's actually, see, man, and that kills everything. Because I got Thursday and Friday, yeah. Because she's still working, so we can't lose water. I mean, I can. If shit happens, but all I can say is I can't let shit happen knowing that it could happen and I didn't do anything. So then that makes it, I've got to do something because she's got to be able to wash her clothes and shower and she's still going to work and stuff. So got to be able
I came in briefly and I heard something when I came into the chat. I heard something briefly. Somebody stabbing someone with PVC pipe and you only had hot water in the bathtub, if I remember correctly. There was something.
Oh yeah, the last freeze. The only hot water we've got is hot water in the bathtub. Now, because
Yeah.
the last freeze.
Have you got a kettle?
And I was able to get,
A kettle.
Well, yeah, we got a pot. That's how we heat water in there on the stove to do dishes.
Yeah,
Or carry it in a bucket
that's
from the
what I do.
bathtub over and
yeah.
carry it in a bucket from the bathtub into the kitchen.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, don't
Well,
worry about it.
Trying to get off of that, but at the same time, the cold water lines that go in the kitchen, that go to the bathroom sink and the toilet, all that shit will freeze. The incoming water line will freeze. Yeah, that's why all that's got to. It's a long ass whiny story in a way, but yeah, I actually have a lot of insulation and shit that was going to be done because I was going to have help, but then that help never showed. So,
you know what you do?
Yeah, myself. Do it myself.
You get a bottle of vodka because you're going to have plenty of ice. Put ice in your vodka, and then just warm yourself. Yep, that's it.
Now I'm fixing to flop down into the house, and I'm gonna try to crawl under and fix the shit. Hey, y'all will be along for the journey, or anybody that wanted to watch, it'll be there.
I'm down, mate. I've got to go back and rewatch you pulling this fucking chicken coop, man. Everybody was saying that it was a good watch. I've got to go have a look.
Oh yeah. That moving that chicken coop was that was something else there, buddy. Let me tell you, that was a trip. But got it moved. Maybe you'll find the cows at the local bar. Someone will pick them up between the last call.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Did you see that that vegan person who put up some tweet or post or something? He goes, "It's so sexist that all cow milks, like some organic milk farm, they listed the names. They go, oh, it's naturally milked from cows." I'm pretty sure I've said this before. Anyway, and the girl goes, oh, it's so misogynistic that all the cows' names are women.
Oh yeah, I saw some of that. Yeah.
Yeah. You know the one. Yeah. Like, fuck, you're not going to drink milk from a bull. Like,
Yeah. Some spit, some swallow. I don't know.
Have me rolling on the floor laughing. I've got to see this. I fucking got to go watch this. Shooting at the dog.
Hey.
Can you share it? Yeah. Go on, give me. Mate, why doesn't someone take 10 minutes out of their day? I don't have the intellectual talent to do it, or I've got the capacity. I just don't have the time. We need to do a rescue highlight reel. Like a fast motion. I'm surprised no one's done it already, actually, now that I think about it, rescue. Of you painting the pen, working on the pen, the chickens come in, and Nikki and Justin. Oh, shit, I hope I got that right. Jeremy. Have bull juice in it. Oh, no shit. I don't drink energy drink, so I'm good. I only drink beer.
Wonder how much that is, Devil Dog. He put that link to this one of those action chairs. It's got the tracks on it. I wonder what their price tag is. It's like, oh, that's $12,000.
Oh, just a spare $12,000.
Hey, dude, that hover around chair was right at $7,000 all total.
Kissoff did a couple of videos of it. A couple of videos of what? What's that, Nikki?
Oh, she did one where with a little help from friends, and it's
Oh,
with
like
Nikki
a
and Jeremy
montage.
over helping. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, I'll have to go have a look.
Hey, John, welcome back.
Hey, John.
Yeah, John lost Bear.
What?
He lost his dog, Bear. He passed away.
Ah, shit. That's like losing part of the family. That's fucked. Sorry to hear that. I watched a little bit of John because, fuck, I'm all depressed now. That's fucked. Here's the bear.
By the way, everybody in chat, don't forget, go up to the top and select live chat instead of top chat so you're current in the conversation.
See you still in the tree. Boy.
Later, Eric. Get you some rest, brother. Make it a good day when you wake up. Have a good evening shift.
Yeah. I've picked up too many.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, TT1. There you go. I've picked up too many dead animals in my life, and like I could happily shoot a human and have no regrets. But when it comes to animals and children, I'm like, a bit shady about that one.
Bit shady.
Yeah, I'm on. Got to be a good reason for it. But
Well, yeah.
I went. One of my mates, his little dog. He had a little yap dog, like not a fox terrier. What the fuck was it? I'll have to ask the wife what type of breed it was. And it was 18 years old. We go around, and I was like the last person to pat it, and then we left, and then found out it died, and I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, fuck, do I have the touch of death? Like, what the hell? And then when I was over in Chicago one time, and my mate's dog was like 16 years old, Great Dane, and we'd always share photos of our dogs and everything. And Paddy's dog and that, and then I played ball with the dog and that. First time I'd met it, and then as soon as I left Chicago, fucking died. And I'm like, oh my god. And then never mind. I'm just gonna stop there. I'm sick of picking up dead animals. There's so many. Yeah, I had a bird run into the fucking back of my car today. Random.
Ran into the back of your car?
Yeah. We got
You
it
weren't
on
going
dash
fast
cam.
enough or what?
We got it on the dash cam too. No, I stopped at a stop sign and I heard this big boom. And there was a big pile of feathers. And I was like, what the fuck? And there was a
Were you stopped at the stop sign too long? You got rear-ended?
Fuck. Oh, mate. Yeah, she is so pro-life. She's like, I call her the bird lady. She knows like every bird breed and she knows all the birds and everything. She's beautiful. She's got a heart of gold. Me, on the other hand, I'm always coming across. I want to start bushwalking. You know why I want to start bushwalking rescue?
Why?
Because why do bushwalkers always find dead bodies?
Because that's where they get thrown.
I reckon I'd be a dead body finding expert if I took up bushwalking. They always a bushwalker came across a body, and of course they're going to look at you straight away like you're the suspect, aren't they? You found it. Now, if I started bushwalking, I'd be finding bodies here, there, this, left, right, this, that. They go, mate, you're a serial killer.
You would also know where not to bury yours.
You're finding too many bodies. Something's getting a little bit fucking odd here. Oh, shit. Joggers find all the bodies here. Yeah, right, Huck? I don't jog. I like walking. I walk the dogs. That's it. I don't jog.
I was looking at chat, seeing what all.
Oh, I've missed
Jima
heaps of
said you
chat.
missed her funny story. I don't know which one that was either.
Why bodies aren't found here in OK? Oh, is that Mixman UK or OK?
Oh, Jima told her just said when my grandparents put in PVC pipes back in the 70s, the sun hit it just right before they buried it. That made it an orange glow in the toilet. I told my cousin it was the devil looking up his butt. She said I ruined potty training and he refused to go.
Oklahoma. Okay, I got you. Yeah. That's the devil looking up from the toilet.
Devil's looking up your butt.
Oh shit. Oklahoma. Yeah, I got it. Ain't nobody jockey. Yeah, I got it, milkmaid. Yeah. And if they are jogging, they're running from the popo.
Yeah, John, I just went outside of my show and it's got a nice little flow of rain. It be coming down.
How long is it expected to last?
I think up until this evening or into tonight.
Okay.
Pull the radar back.
Yeah, I got to check here actually. Yeah, good point. Yeah, we're fucked. Rain, and more rain here.
Rain, more rain. Let's see.
Hey, milkmaid, why don't you set a trend and start jogging? Go buy some Lycra and some running shoes and shit when you chase your cows.
It's actually not going to start tapering down till it looks like in the morning. So this is going on all day and all afternoon.
Fuck.
Yeah. Oh, well. All I can say is I'll probably put a warning on tomorrow's little thing because it'll be just listen at your own risk. There ain't no telling what all will be said.
Can't control the weather. Isn't that what they say?
That's it.
Oh, it's a shit go, mate. Fuck. Trust me, I feel your pain, man. I hate it. Too long here, man. It's been going on too long. It's ridiculous. I'm about ready to sell my motorcycles. But then who's going to buy them in shit weather? Because you can't ride them anyway. But some idiot will, but then they'll probably crash them.
Hey, about the time you get rid of them, you'll find a need for them and you'll be going, God damn, I shouldn't have got rid of them. And you did.
I regret every motorcycle that I've sold. I love
it.
every one that I've had.
No point in regretting this.
Yeah. What's that? I've done it in flip-flops. Oh, hang on. Fred the cat was screaming at the door. Yes, he was cold. Emergency, though. Oh, what? Milkmaid ran in a thong.
Flip-flops.
No, thong.
Well,
She said,
it's American flip-flops.
I'm not
Might
lying.
be Australian thongs, but
I'm not
it's
lying.
American flip-flops.
Milkmaid ran in a thong.
All right, John Rescue. Yeah, we're going to get that damp ass cold. I know you what I'm talking about. It's 41 here right now, but it feels like it is 36 right now. Yep. Oh, yeah. That's Thursday, 19, Friday, 14. Then I think we're going up to 21 or 24, and then it's going to be there for a week, it looks like. Which all that is very unusual, not the norm. I found an old Colt brass fire nozzle from the early 1900s at the yard sale. Got it home and looked it up where they. I'm like, there you go, Moose Man. Well, the brass
That's
alone.
Yeah.
But yeah. Moose Man, I'd give $1. See my man run it. Just $1? Why, cheapskate.
Just $1. I'll give it.
Damn, at least $1.50, man. Damn.
$2. Let's keep it going. Come on.
All right. 205.
Ah, shit. I'm a married man. I'm out. We'll start a GoFundMe. Yeah, a GoFundMe. What's going to be the content? Milkmaid chasing cows in thongs.
Oh, look, now he says,
no,
okay. Said
not
two, it's bi-directional.
That's OnlyFans. Start an OnlyFans, yeah. A milkmaid chasing cows in thongs. What 200? When he
What? Does that?
24 does that.
200 winner does that, or he does that, or I don't know.
Worth at least 2K.
My feet are worth at least 2K. Oh, have we already priced this out, Milky? Is that what you're saying? Well, do tell.
The money's going up here.
So if the feet are 2K, what are the kneecaps?
Ooh, now we're talking. This is fucked.
Totally for a surprise.
Oh my god. This is too funny.
Oh, in hand, we're trouble. There you go, Magic.
I have to say, I do like a good kneecap.
The bee's knees. I think that was what, the 40s? No. Or the 50s and 60s. I think it was in the 60s, actually. Because that was the beehive hairdo and you had the bee's knees.
Man, that's when girls dress beautiful. Like, I love all the bomber girls. You see them on the
girls.
side of. Yeah.
Pin-up girls.
Pin-up girls, man. That's when girls were classy. Now they're just, like, I'm sorry, they've lost all their class. There's no class anymore. All the pin-up girls back in the 50s and 60s had a little bit of style with the big beehive hairdos and.
It's kind of like they can say it's kind of like the guys back in the day actually had, muscles in a chest instead of a tuck in and, some weird ass shit.
Now all the guys are wearing tight jeans and getting pedicures and manicures and shit. They're like, fuck off.
Now they're trying to reverse roles here. It's just like reverse role playing. Dude, you see the hockey thing? I'm so disgusted with hockey, man. Hockey has finally succumbed to this stupid shit.
Oh,
so
yeah.
apparently Did you see that with the hockey match thing in the trans match or whatever? And it's like, really? So you think this is going to make it different because that dude thinks he's a girl and she thinks he's a guy? He still knocked her the fuck out. It's like, see, that didn't change nothing. Gender identity did not slow that roll.
Nope. Did you see? Oh my God. She was knocked out for like 17 minutes or something.
Yeah, it was like 7 minutes on the ice with nothing. And it's like, yeah, there you go. Would it have felt any different if he had identified as a guy and she identified as a girl at that particular time? Nope, would have still laid her ass smooth out. That's why we don't do these things.
In women's defense, though, like girls have transitioned to men's sports. I've seen one. Have you seen the quarterback on the Jacksonville Jaguars?
No. Is that a female?
I think so. You seen his
like, okay, no, wait, hold on. Let me clarify this because, see, I'm an old school person. So when I said,
Google it, brother.
Is she a female? I meant like a legitimate one, like born that way.
No, it's a G up, man. Anybody who knows anything about football will know. The Jacksonville Jaguars, they played the Cowboys, and unfortunately they fucking won. Jacksonville beat my Cowboys.
So it's an actual female?
No.
Oh, okay. It's a confused motherfucker.
The nose bone, the cheekbone, and the long hair and everything. He looks like he's going to go transgender. It looks like a chick, man. Hey, like,
well, I guess going to find out when he gets racked with a good tackle.
Oh, yeah, well, they won, so whatever.
I don't know, man. It just blows my mind.
Power to the women.
Mentally screwed up.
More power to you, girls. You.
Magic totally. That's what I get for leaving chat. 1 sec lost. Nikki's like, same here, man. I vacuum living room rug and come back. It's just being straight off the rails.
Time for another drink. One drink won't be enough, Nikki. You're going to need the hard stuff.
Oh, there you go. John said that the quarterback played for Clemson. He is just a pretty man, but he does have an actual girlfriend that is female. But yeah, he's always looked like that.
Yeah, so I know. He was talking about how he does his hair and my face.
Yeah, but he's the quarterback, so you got to remember that's the prim and that's the one. It's kind of like little old. What's little old Johnny's name? Johnny Football or whatever, homeboy out of A&M, and Johnny Mansell, I think, or whatever. Right. He was I don't know, he was a college quarterback. He was pretty cool with a bullet, but once he got over into the pros, he tried to do this whole little cocky type, egotistical attitude, and it squashed.
In a non-gay way, he is a good-looking dude. He's just not my type.
That's called a handsome man.
Yes.
Yes. It probably only starts to sound a little weird when you refer to things like a pretty and stuff, because that's usually female directed. So. But on the male side, it's a handsome.
When he takes his helmet off and does slow-mo shaking his hair around, that's a bit awkward.
I gotta say, you're sounding like you kind of detailed that out pretty good. So are we saying that you paused and rewound that a couple of times to see the hair movement? Did we have a flash dance moment? Is that what happened?
Yeah, exactly. Joe Montana wore pantyhose, and no one mess with him. He would kick your ass. Joe Montana.
Yeah, more pantyhose so that shit wouldn't grab and ride up.
Oh, Joe Montana was a legend.
Montana.
Joe Montana. It's the joke out of the Adam Sandler movie. Never mind.
Oh.
Anybody get it? Fucking hell. Joe Montana. Yeah, Joe Montana.
See, who the hell does that? Who does shit like that? Kissoff used a vacuum cleaner in a fish tank. Who the hell uses a vacuum cleaner in a fish tank?
I used a vacuum cleaner on the front lawn the other day.
Yeah, I tried out a new fish vacuum and it sucked up one of the fish. I had to get back out, poor SOB. But who uses a vacuum for a fish tank? Moose Man, I think you could say that literally, sir.
Why are you asking?
Apparently, it
Rescue,
sucked really bad for that one fish.
Why are you asking who uses one? We all just found out who uses one. Kissoff uses one.
Yeah, but I was just wondering if anybody else.
Nope.
Look, Huckleberry had him sucked up to the trap. He didn't go through. Oh my goodness. Look, poor little dude went for a ride, man. Just like that. I'm going to the store. You walk out your door on your way to the vehicle, and then midway straight, also, and you're traveling through a tube, and you end up against the screen going, what the fuck is happening? And then somebody comes and puts you back out going, there you go. And it's like, oh, wait, I'm supposed to go back to normal. Okay, I'm going to the store. It doesn't work that way. Fucking poor fish has got turmoil now. Holy shit. PTSD fish. That's it. Calling the Goldfish Patrol.
Oh my god. I'm calling Peter off.
It's the Guppy Squad. It's coming in.
Oh, Peter. Oh no. Oh, I got tears. Oh shit. Oh mate, I would have thrown the fucking thing straight on a pan and go, nah, it's dead. Fuck it. Let's cook it.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You always just take your fish and you take a little bit of water and then you catch them, put them in that. And then you drain the tank. If this is the major one, you drain it and then you clean everything in it. And you want to clean the tank all in. And then you put everything back in. And then you fill back up, stabilize. And then you just catch them and release them into that so you don't put the shit water back in there. And there you go. But oh no, I'm getting a motherfucking Hoover, buddy. There you go. There we go. We cleaned it out. It's like, what the fuck is this, Whoville or what?
Oh, hey, Shifty, how you going, brother? Hey,
what's up, Shifty?
Yeah, rescue. No joke. I'm not even lying about this. My children watched Finding Nemo, and they had fish when they were young. And my daughter flushed the fish down the toilet. They weren't even dead.
Dude, they had a shitty journey, didn't they?
Yep. Yeah. Because she watched a movie, and I'm like, what?
Well, that was a shitty way to end that poor fish's life. In the shitter. I wonder what a fish ever did.
Oh no! Oh, you want to hear a funny story? Her fucking godfather, right? One of my good mates, her godfather, my daughter's godfather, bought our daughter fish as a present, but he didn't Google what type of fish it was. I'll have to get the wife to tell you the story, man. All right, Renke 1000 to tell it. She'll tell it better. But it was a different breed of fish that ate goldfish. And so he came over with, here's your birthday present. I got you a birthday present for our daughter and gave her a fish. And so we were just like, it's another fish. We'll just drop it in the tank. Started fucking attacking all the other fucking fish trying to eat them.
Was it a little grouper?
I don't know. I'll have to ask.
Little Oscar?
Oh, I nearly said a real name again. Rank 1000. You have to ask
her.
Oscar.
And Oscar, he eats everything else.
But it took one eye out of one goldfish. It took the tail off.
He done thought he got landed in Luby's.
One fish disappeared altogether. Like, what the hell?
That was a full tummy. Let's
And
see what
then,
John said.
yeah,
Rescue our fish tank vacuums where the term fish sucking came from.
they do have suckfish. They rent their fish
Yeah.
with bottom feeders. Yeah,
Fishing
like lawyers,
sucks.
aren't they? Yeah, that was a good joke, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, every time I see John's name now, I'm getting depressed about that bloody dog. Damn it.
Yeah, poor bear.
That's fucked.
So
Anyway, come on. Someone's got a good joke. Liven it up. Give her.
Piranha. Oh,
Piranha. No,
piranha.
it wasn't a piranha, man. It was tiny compared to the goldfish. The goldfish were huge. It was like this little black thing. I don't know what it was. You're like, oh, here's a good present. Oh, Shifty, I don't care if you're a female or a male or whatever.
Oh no, she was letting you know that she's a female.
Oh,
You
that's
must
cool.
have said him a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder, do dogfish suck face, and if so, how? Yeah. You have to swim down there and ask, Black Watch. Dogface pony soldiers.
Shifty, my wife, she acts a bit butch sometimes. Sometimes I question. Nah, no, I don't question. Trust me.
When you're naked, swimming drunk, and an eel bites your junk, that's amore.
If you're naked, swimming drunk. Yeah, good on you. Moose. Oh, I stabbed an eel in the head once. I was going to take it home and smoke it. And I stabbed it, but then my hand slipped off the knife and it swam away with my knife, a good diving knife too, stuck in its head. And I was like, you little bastard.
So you actually had a hold of the knife to the point to where you thrusted it into something, and yet somehow you still lost.
I was in the water, like I was diving.
Right. But
Yeah.
but you had this in your hand, and then you actually hit something hard enough to stab something, but yet you couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. The knife went through its head. All right.
But you lost a hold of it.
Yeah, and the knife.
But yet you were holding on to it hard enough to shove it through its head, but then you somehow decided to let
not
go.
action anymore. Yeah. So I lost my grip, and it swam away because eels are strong when they get really big. Like if you see a good size eel and you can smoke them, obviously. And yeah, and
don't you know?
I lost my grip, and I thought, fuck, I've got it right between the eyes and the top of the skull. But it whipped real hard and whacked me, and then it just fucked off with the knife stuck in its head and left me. And
Did you chase it?
I tried, but I'm not quicker than an eel. The eel was a lot faster than me.
So you must not have done much damage to it if you couldn't catch it.
Well, I must have got it like just behind the brain, not in the forward part.
Well, obviously not in the brain. You didn't.
Yeah, I fucked up. Okay, I get it. Thanks, Dad.
Oh man, just come up here to brag about fucking up. Who does that?
Does everybody know in chat that Rescue's my dad?
The roo that got away.
Oh, leave me alone, Dad. He went out for cigarettes and he never came home.
Oh, I stopped smoking. I forgot to tell you.
Oh shit. Oh.
Oh,
Yes, John, I did, mate. Honestly, I walked straight into that door, mate. Fucking hell. What am I doing up at 3 a.m.? Well, you see, my work hours, they fluctuate.
it's
So
brand new.
that's Black Watch. None of your concern what I do or when I do it. So we'll leave it at that. But we're doing good. I'm doing good. Child support due. Yeah, rescue. You haven't given me my mum her check.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you got that email. My
No,
bad.
it's
I'll resend it.
That's okay, Dad.
Well, actually, I think Eric just said he went to the bank about some check that he had that was dated like 6 years ago or something. He had to go talk to the credit union about it. Well, see, there you go. You know how shipping is from here to Australia, it's
I
you might
get
have
it.
to talk to the Somalians. I think maybe they jacked the ship that was holding it over that way. I don't know.
I get it. It's all good.
Hey, it's the thought that counts.
Oh shit. Oh mate, real tears. Oh my god.
Oh, it's noon.
What are we having for lunch?
Probably chicken noodle soup.
Oh, yum.
Yeah. I
I'm
kind of
not
I
even.
tell you what, I wish I had some tomato soup and some grilled cheese sandwiches.
I'm not even lying. I reckon I'd go for that right now. We always keep like stocked up like that shitload of cans. Like we've got like one shelf just dedicated to cans of soup in our pantry. It's just dedicated.
Actually my cases are getting a little low because the past 2 months I haven't been ordering my cases of chicken
Yeah,
noodle
okay.
soup, but I normally stock up on that shit. Because
Yeah,
now,
full of
oh yeah, I found out apparently I got 4 useless cases of vegetable stew or soup, and I can't do corn no more.
Why can't you do corn?
Something about with me and my colons and shit, and this, I don't know,
Yeah.
some about the last time they were in there, there was like, I don't know, I think I said 9 polyps, and then she corrected me, it's like 11 or something, but so something's fucked up in there that causes these polyp things to grow inside, and then they bust, and yeah, that's how I found out about them, is when they ruptured, and then all of a sudden, I'm gonna tell you, dude, you'll get
Oh,
this when you're a guy, and all of a sudden you're like having some kind of cycle happen because blood's coming out where it's not supposed to, and it kind of like sends you into like, hey, what, WTF?
I've had blood
Yeah,
coming out of every orifice in my fucking body.
yeah.
Like,
Well, out of
yeah,
my ass was
yeah, I know.
definitely not there. That was the last stand. So,
Yeah.
and freaked me out. Anyway, they went in the whole upper lower. Sure enough, got these polyps, and one dipshit says red meat, and it's like, whatever, dude. And but then there's apparently they're saying, somebody says I might have that diverticulitis, I think is how it's said. And
You
I
sound
can't
like
do seeds.
Dr.
So like
Jill.
so like sesame seeds, can't do sesame seeds or anything like that. No seeds, no corn, because corn doesn't dissolve. So the husk on a corn
Nah,
kernel, and
yeah.
that's the problem, is apparently that's the thing is these foods we don't break down fast enough or at all,
Yeah.
and it wedges against one of these polyps. Well, then that'll cause a rupture in my shit because it'll get a sore. So I
You
can't
gotta
do any of those kind of foods. I got to watch all the seeds in the corn and
eat
what
more
the fuck is.
taters. Get more taters. More
That's it. I love my taters.
Get your taters. Yeah.
Red meat and taters, man. That's
Red meat and taters. Yep.
But see, now I can do like cornmeal. So, like, stuff that's got cornmeal or that. It's the whole corn, and it's because of that husk. Or at least that's what they tell me. That's my understanding, is because we don't break that down, which I do know. You eat a piece of corn and you can shit it out in the same way it went in. So,
yeah.
We don't do anything. And I have to avoid nuts. No offense to any of them. 27.
How many? 27. 27 people in chat. All right. They can be the lucky ones to hear a real shit funny story.
If you like corn, try Harmony shelled corn. Oh, yeah. I'll have to ask about that, D-Dog. I forgot about hominy because I like hominy. But I just break up there because I got to watch all nuts, too. Dude, here's a heartbreaking moment.
Almonds.
So I go down the damn little hall after she got home, and I round the corner, and damn, there's this big pack of pecan sandies, dude. Pecan sandies, and that's like the best cookie ever. But I can't eat those anymore because I can't have the nuts. And she was all excited at first, and I'm like, oh, wow, pecan sandies. She said, oh, yeah. I got some. I said, I can't have those. And then it all clicked to her, and he's like, oh, no, there you go ahead. But I got to say, it's been miserable looking at that pack. Talk about temptation, buddy. It's like leaving an AA meeting and going to the bar. John.
All right. Here comes a gold story for your rescue. Tell me if it drops out.
Silver.
Gold, you want silver. All right. My grandfather, he fought through World War II. He was a machine. Great man. He used to take the military truck. He'd take it off the base, and he used to take the spare tire out of the truck when there was rationing here in Australia, and he'd fill it full of army rations, and he'd go give all the army rations. He'd hide it where the spare tire used to go under the truck because they'd search the trucks, and he'd go give it to all his neighbours and share out all the butter and the bread and everything. But anyway, so that's a little bit of his background story. But he was married. Yeah. Oh, he was a legend. So he was married to my grandmother for over 50-something years. I think it was 56, 57 years, maybe a little bit more. And they decided to go on a cruise to the Caribbean. All right. And he'd had bowel cancer earlier, and he had part of his bowel removed. So he couldn't eat shellfish and certain kinds of foods because of the bowel cancer. And he knew that. So he had to watch his diet. He was real careful about his diet. And so he was on the cruise in the middle of the Caribbean with my grandmother. All right. God bless her soul. And he ordered a seafood platter.
Well,
and she went, "No, you're not supposed to eat that." And he goes, "Fuck you. I've listened to you for over fucking 60 years. I'm going to eat what I fucking want." He ate it, and he fucking died on the ship.
Damn.
Me and my brother, rest in peace. Fucking me and my brother, I could get phone calls. My grandmother going, "No," they had to put him in the icebox downstairs in the fucking boat because he died on the boat. She's stuck on the boat on her own.
Put him in storage.
And then we had to prove, right? We're talking about an 85-year-old man. We had to get death certificates and everything to prove that he didn't fake his own death to leave the country. And we're like, it's an 85-year-old man. What the fuck are you talking about, you idiots?
Right. Damn.
Oh, yeah. He goes, fuck you. I've listened to you for over 60 years. I'll eat what I want. So then don't eat corn. That's the moral of the story.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I thought. 'Cause I don't want nothing going wrong in there, but I ain't going to no hospital. Gonna be a no way no.
Tuna, was that? Tuna
Makes me feel a little off, but I still eat once in a while. Partial.
Oh, I love tuna, man. Oh.
So I've never had any issues with anything other than just what I didn't like the taste of. But I don't. No food allergy type shit. And then now with this, now it's different. Now all of a sudden that's why I told that dude when he's like red meat, and I'm like, wait a minute, how the hell does that work? So my whole flipping life, and then I just went to bed one night, boom, wake up, nope, no more red meat. It's like, no, there's got to be something to this. And I still wonder, there's something else. I'm just hoping it's tied to the spinal cord in the nerve ending parts, and I'm just feeling one way because it's happening back there on the spinal cord instead of shit actually being all fuggity fug. But
if you don't get enough red meat, you become anemic.
I know. See, and that's what I realized. I had sat here and been eating chicken noodle soup for over a year, and then talking with Bug Out, and I think it was Benjamin. And Bug Out actually brought up one, you say you on that chicken noodle soup, or you're not getting no proteins, man. You're not getting a lot of stuff. Kind of looked into it and said, yeah, I started increasing it more. And then I started to feel a lot better because I didn't realize it. But by avoiding all this shit, I wasn't replacing it on that level. I was just doing without. It was just okay. And then, so that's, it's made a big difference. And that's why I do the eggs. Fast, easy way of protein. It gives me a lot of energy.
How long before you start getting eggs?
Huh?
How long before you start getting eggs?
How long before I start getting...
From the chicken coop.
Getting eggs? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't catch... I think Nikki said it'll probably be next spring.
Okay. So...
Around March, I think.
Yeah,
March,
5 months. Yeah, okay. Okay.
So that'll be a shit. I'll knock them out of every morning. That's only going to be 3 eggs.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm trying to start. I think I'm going to try to start pushing myself as soon as I can to, I don't know, man, one way or another.
Don't push yourself too hard, mate. Come on.
Well, yeah, I just want to get into a why on the road. I just need to know one way or another. And
You
I'm going to get this last guy to... Huh? Do what?
You go at your own pace.
Well, yeah, I just have always tried to look at going a little. I try not to go too hard, try to make it endurance wise, because waiting to hear what the doctor was going to say and all that good shit. But with this latest stuff, and I don't know, I'm going to take all 3 MRIs and get this. I know somebody else to look at all 3 of them and then go, okay, I need an opinion on this. And but I'm not overly confident with that because come the end of the year, see, it's that whole, man, the medical system, and it's that deductible shit and the way all that works. You got to meet your deductible, every year and blah, blah, blah. Well, dude, I ain't working. I got no way to produce that. So you're talking about this little sliver of shit. And so I just think next year, I just don't give a shit no more. That's kind of what it's coming down to. I try to just get shit tended to, and what if I can, as long as I can push through all that, ride, do another year or whatever. I don't know, just roll day to day.
Right. Stay positive and keep doing what you're doing, man. Yeah, exactly. Just do another day. Yeah, that's it. Just keep doing what you're doing, brother. That's it. Mate, we're grinding every day. You think you're happy, like, sorry? Oh, did I break out?
No, you just stopped talking all of a sudden.
No, I was saying, I was saying just keep doing what you're doing every day. Doesn't matter where you are in life. Like, someone said it earlier. It doesn't matter if you, I think it was Backwoods who was up on the panel before.
Backwoods and Hutch.
Yeah, he goes, it doesn't matter if you got $1,000 or you got $1 million. You still got to go every day. You still got to keep grinding on. Like, it doesn't mean shit. You've still got to keep pushing forward. You've still got to keep going forward. You're still going to run into health issues. You're still going to run into relationship issues. You're still going to run into lifestyle issues. I don't like dealing with a lot of people. Working the security industry a lot, because I see more of the bad side of people than I do the good side, which really doesn't like me being around people. Whereas I come to places like this, I see more good people than I do bad, because there's a lot of positive people, up in the chat or up on the panels, like Steve and yourself, and and you just got to just grind every day. Just keep pushing forward. We're all going to run into the same fucking struggles. Yeah. The end.
Okay, Miss Emily. Have a great day.
See, Emily. Hi and bye, by the way. I saw everybody saying hello to you earlier. Sorry. Rescue was talking at the time. Oh, that way. Yeah. Shh. No one speak.
Just kick it all down the road and keep moving forward. Well, man, I'm just here until I'm not supposed to be. It's kind of like showing up for work. I'm just here to do my job. That's kind of the way I view it. I know that.
Have you seen that guy on YouTube? There was a guy, I saw it. Oh, it was a few weeks ago, turning up for jobs that he doesn't even have, just starting to work. And they're like, "Who are you?" He goes, "Oh, it's my first day." And they're like, "Oh, okay." And he just starts working. Look, how many people don't want to work? What a bunch of bums!
Right?
Get a job. Sorry, I just had to turn on my fan. You just reminded me because I saw your fan on.
No.
Are you all right, Dad? Are you all right, Dad?
I'm about tapping out, but then again, I'm coming up on about 7 hours of this. So.
Yeah, I was going to say you're looking a little bit tired, Dad. You might need a nap.
Well, I lay down and get vertical, and then it's like everything can realign itself, I guess. Oh man, I'm telling you, if I put a mic right here on the edge of my desk, and I was here talking with y'all, if y'all could hear the shit that comes out of my intestinal area, all kinds of shit. I don't know what all is going on there. I used to laugh in the beginning, going, "Holy crap, man! It's like World War going on inside there."
Keep laughing, bro. Don't stop laughing, man. It's the best medicine, mate. I love it, mate. Mate, you were there. You were there tonight. I'm going to bring it up. Yes, Scout Pack, what you said. You saw with rank 1000. I'm sorry she couldn't be here tonight, man. She's got a 9 to 5.
She giggled a lot earlier on Steve's.
She's a 9 to 5 JOB. Mine's not, so different hours, yeah, different days. But she wanted to be, but she can't. But getting all
She was
sad
laughing
now.
her butt off on Nina's channel.
Yeah. Was she? Oh yeah, on Nina's. Oh, I kept swearing and I kept forgetting I was on Nina's channel. I'm like, oh, I'm not supposed to swear here. Damn it.
See what you done?
I got told off for it after. I'm not even kidding. She goes, do you realise you were on Nina's? And I'm like, no. But
well,
she goes, go back and have a look. And I'm like, where do I go look? And I flicked back and I had a look and I went, oh shit, I did too.
well, you done it again.
Yeah, I was dropping F-bombs left and right. I'm like,
hey, Virginia. How are you, ma'am?
Hello, Virginia.
Let's see. I don't know if Gmaw's still here. Because I was kind of wondering if Gmaw and then Virginia, that'd be good to know from her. Because they were talking about up there in the way that the storm is fixing to be coming in. Wait a minute, hold on. Do what?
Oh, sorry, I was just saying, is kiss off. I thought that, never mind. Don't worry, just ignore me.
Oh, okay. Later, kiss off. Have a great day, ma'am.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Sorry, I thought she was going. Oh, she is going. Bye. Merry Christmas. Bye-bye.
Okay. Merry Christmas, kiss off. We'll see you tomorrow. No, I was just wondering, because the way that they were talking about that system coming in down into the States, that there was certain parts of the Northwest that were going to be getting hit real hard, but then at some point, that West Coast is actually going to have it made kind of like it won't be so bad because of the way it's going to be coming in and down. I just wasn't sure if they kind of what it was with them. There's snow on the mountains already. Okay, so y'all are probably going to be part of that jet stream that they're talking about, right, Gmo? That's what I was wondering.
I'm scared for you guys. I reckon there's going to be like a massive storm coming in one way or another.
Something to deal with, that's all.
Yeah. That's all you can do. What can you do? You can only live with it. Yeah, that's all you can do. Shit, I shouldn't be drinking. I've got to drive in a few hours.
There's a big storm coming. Okay, so yeah, that's part of that same stream. Okay.
Yesterday it turned into ice, not fluff. Oh, like an ice storm? No shit. That's worse than snow.
Yeah, this thing. They call it the Siberian Express or something like that. Siberian Polar Express, but it's that Siberian cell, and usually it stays up there. Only this now it's being pushed down, and it's actually going to be coming down across the states, which is what just dropping all the shit to new levels.
No shit.
Like I said, down here, that 19 degrees is not the norm. We do good to get 30, 27 is like, oh shit, not 19 or 14 degrees.
Yeah. Wow.
So yeah, this is going to be a good one. I would say be sure in vehicles, by the way, just food for thought, but vehicles, running engines and shit, be sure you got antifreeze in the radiator side.
You took the words out of my mouth, mate.
Yeah. And
I've got a mate of mine who drives from East Coast to West Coast. That's his job. He just goes bang, bang, back and forward. And he goes, yeah, he goes, I sleep in my truck, and the truck's running all the time during the winter. Oh, fuck. It's crazy. Like, I never knew that shit until he told me. Yeah. But, yeah, running all your antifreeze and everything. And I feel sorry for him about the diesel and the petrol prices. How much it
Well, then
costs
I
to
will
fill
say too, if the temperature has been fluctuated pretty good here lately, you might want to check your tire pressures too, because the tire pressure will expand and contract with the outside temperature. So check your tire pressures and antifreeze. Batteries, if you need to maintain them on real cold, put a bit of a blanket over them and put like a work light above them, plug it in and keep the hood closed, and then that just keeps enough warmth to keep anything from freezing up.
Go buy a jump starter for your car just in case you need it as well. Put it in the back seat on the floor.
Yeah.
Get a booster pack. I've got one. Jumper cables. If you want to help someone else out on the side of the road, if you're that kind of person, which I am, you know, to help other people out, jump start someone else's car, or, you know, if you need one yourself, jumper cables, a booster pack. Yeah, vehicle maintenance, if you've got to travel a long way in bad weather, don't just get in your car and start driving unless you're prepared. I've got first aid kits in my car. I've got a fire extinguisher. Yeah. So,
Yeah, that's true, Magic, because that's what happens. Most people don't realize it, but every day as you drive and the tires are rotating, creating that friction, it's generating that heat, which will increase air pressure and fluctuate off and on. But during this, but if you fill it up to what it's saying on the tire, you'll be okay. But the main thing would be to watch it, because a lot of times throughout the summer or hotter days, it'll heat up, but then when it gets cold, it'll contract and you'll end up with a cupped. Well, a cupped tread will look like that. And when you contact the road, you'll have that little gap. And if it's ice and cold stuff, that causes you to lose control real easy.
Scat Pack, you're wrong. Crackers and cookies? No, 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 no. Beer and hot dogs. Beer and hot dogs. A portable stove and some fucking hot dogs. And yeah, beer.
Some water, some blankets.
And a tent.
Usually a little pack of them little peanut butter cheese crackers, because it's just, but see, I don't think in terms of, okay, we're going to have to like fortify here, because I can tell you now, buddy, when the shit hits, the minute the dust is settled enough for me to see above water, oh no, we progress into some solution somehow. So it ain't no stationary, we making a vacation of this moment. No, we got to push through this shit. So I don't care where we're at. Out on the boonies, man, and break down, and we're gonna start to hump it. And I don't know, we start bending some damn limbs and making some freaking wheels or some shit, and then we can motivate.
Everybody's everyone's gonna start watching the documentary channels now. What's that fucking building in Alaska? They're building homes and shit in Alaska. Learn how to build a log cabin. Otherwise, a jogger will find you. Oh, mate. I've got to start jogging more. Shit. Whoops. Shit.
You did notice that all Rank said was how joggers find those, that the stories are how these other joggers find them.
Yeah,
bushwalkers. Maybe he ought to become a jogger.
Bushwalkers.
So he could find them. Well, I'm kind of wondering if he doesn't already have a little maybe hint on the fact that they got there to begin with.
Have you heard about there's a guy here in Australia called Ivan Milat? Have you heard of that name?
Nope.
He killed like it was like 5 or 7 backpackers. he was picking up hitchhikers, backpackers, like from everywhere, and he'd take them out to the forest and he'd bury them and shit. He'd kill them, rape them, and bury them. He was like a big mass murderer here in Australia, Ivan Milat. Yeah, he was a serial killer, yeah. Oh, you've seen that story? Several times, yeah. Well, did you hear hey, little Scat Pack, did you hear the story about when he was driving down the dark road going into the forest with the backpackers, and one of the backpackers goes, "Oh, it's really dark in here. I'm scared." And he said, "Well, how do you think I feel? I've got to walk out of here on my own." Rescue laughed. I'll take that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was laughing at chat. My bad.
Oh, fuck. Whatever. Oh, I tried. I'm trying to keep it positive, but even on a negative subject, like I laughed. Thank you, Gemma. Oh.
Man, was tipped right.
I'm trying to keep it positive, and it's gone negative, and then it goes up, it goes down. It's like, yeah. 1 minute it's bowel cancer, the next thing you know, it's people jogging, murderers, and it's ice and driving in the snow, and it's like, fucking no.
What is that?
I did too, though. It shouldn't be funny, but it was. Yeah, in between. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shocking joke. It's a shocking joke. Yeah.
Shocked.
You got see, that's the thing. That's what rank 1000. She laughs at the most mundane things. She'll laugh at like stupid shit. And I'll be like, why are you even laughing at that? And then like 5 other people will start laughing just because she's laughing. And I'm like, that wasn't even funny. And they don't know why they're
It wasn't
laughing.
funny to you.
It's just because she's laughing that everybody else is laughing. And
see?
Contagious
So
laughter.
then don't be a dick and laugh with her like everybody else. So there.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Laughter is.
She has an addictive giggle, I tell you.
Oh no, brother. Oh no, brother. Oh, sorry, Dad.
She gets to doing that little giggle, and oh man, you can't help but laugh.
Dad. Yes, Father. Oh, mate, she's a gold. Oh, I'm trying to read.
Hey, Tiger.
I was just gonna say, yeah, g'day, Tiger. There you go. Yeah. Oh, mate. Like I've said 100. Oh, sorry.
Nothing. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, like I said 100 times, and I'll say it again. I don't care how many times I say it. It's my mission at least once a day to try and make her laugh. Just once a day. Even if
I know she laughed pretty good before she went to bed. So now you have to pick up the torch when she wakes up.
Mate, and she's not here to hear me. I've made her laugh so bad she's wet herself before.
Now she can watch this later and hear that.
Oh, shit, that's right. It's on the interweb.
That's right.
I don't care. She won't care either. I'm going to tell her to go back and watch it.
Yeah. Let's see. Hey, I've been doing 7 hours. It's 12.
You going to call it?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
All right. Everybody in chat, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for tolerating me and putting up with me. I love you all. I'm not going to go through your names individually. There's too many to list. I love you all the same. It's a great crew, great crowd. Love you all. Absolute pleasure. It's nearly breakfast time. She's going to wake up, and I don't know how to use the stove, so if she doesn't get up and cook me breakfast, I don't eat. So I'm going to go. Rescue, thanks for having me up on panel, brother. And
You got it, brother.
Oh, sorry, Dad. Yeah. All right.
I appreciate it, bro.
Say hello to Mrs. Rescue for me too. All right.
Got you,
Later.
brother. Be safe.
Bye, bye, bye. Peace, peace, peace. Bye.
All righty. I think I'm gonna call it. I'll be probably going live tomorrow. Y'all can join me on this crazy ass shit as I figure this out. But so anybody that's in the thing, please, try to make sure you got you some water stashed over. Make sure you got you some food ready. Make, any kind of candles. Just kind of not in a shift thing per se, like, oh my God, but just think of with power goes out, basics. Kind of keep them within handy right now. Maybe pull them out if you happen to be in the path of this stuff that's coming. You always put it back where you got it afterwards, but just so you got it handy. Pay attention and make today a good day. Regardless of what the hell's going on, you can still make it good. Power even goes out. Then make a fun little joke of shadows on the wall with a flashlight, but at some point you can make something good about it. And with that, I don't know if you could hear that thunder. That's that bottom that dumped out on Nikki is headed this way. So make today a good day. You're in the driver's seat. You get to say. And I will see y'all or talk to y'all tomorrow. Peace out, everybody. Much love. Whoop, there we go. Hey, smile and help somebody else smile today. Peace.